The summit will champion policies and partnerships that prioritize marginalized communities and promote inclusive development. We believe Africa's digital transformation is key to unlocking the continent's vast potential. This summit will bridge the digital divide, empowering organizations to harness emerging technologies for sustainable development. Join us as experts, policymakers, and innovators explore AI's transformative potential through thought-provoking discussions and collaborations. Don't miss out. Register now at www.panafricanAIsummit.com and be part of Africa's AI revolution.
You're watching the AM show. Now, the Accra Brewery PLC, what you know as ABL, has reaffirmed its commitments to strengthening partnerships across the beer value chain, from farmers to bar owners, with the goal of creating a future where brewing transforms livelihoods, boosts the national economy, and inspires pride in Ghana's culture and communities. Head of Legal and Corporate Affairs at the Accra Brewery's Solomon Kwame, speaking at the Cheers to Bars celebration in Accra, expressed appreciation to all bars and partners for their role in selling and promoting ABL products.
Accra Breweries PLC ABL has raised a toast to Ghana's vibrant bar culture with its Cheers to Bars celebration in Accra. The event, held at the +233 Jazz Bar, brought together the Bar Association of Ghana, bar owners, distributors, farmers, and industry leaders to celebrate the vital role bars play in supporting livelihoods, fueling national growth, and shaping a sustainable future for all Ghanaians. Head of Legal and Corporate Affairs at Accra Breweries, Solomon Kwame, says the company is grateful to its bars and partners.
There are bars that have been run for decades, that have been passed on from generations to generations. But you see, because they remain bars, sometimes we don't appreciate the work we do. But as a business, we've actually delved into the work they do, and we just want to say a big thank you to all of them across Ghana for the amazing job they are doing. So that's why we are gathered here today.
He adds that the Cheers to Bars campaign will be replicated across bars nationwide.
This evening's event is something that is going to be replicated across all the big and small bars in this country. Every bar that we have a connection with is also going to celebrate with its customers in the local communities, the Cheers to Bars, and the wonderful partnership that they have with Accra Brewery. So all we say is that folks, go out there and say a big thank you to all the wonderful bars we have, both big and small.
ABL is also raising the bar for sustainability by integrating local maize, cassava, and sorghum farmers into its supply chain and investing in renewable energy, water efficiency, recycling, and waste reduction. The company is aligning its operations with AB InBev's Global 2025 sustainability goals. The brewery is further combating illicit alcohol to safeguard public health while driving innovation with consumer favorites like Shandy Boswell and Corona Sunsets, proving that Ghana's beer economy is as dynamic as it is impactful.
let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Let's welcome the time ladies.
Say malaria, but no not tomorrow. I'm too so time never make sure. Time never make sure. Time never make sure. A 3-day drone and 1 day. Time never make sure. Time never make sure. Onyim ne nyoma no phone to me fedri bi abofra ondi ifiedu mienu entimi fedri
hospital anasa lab mianya a 3-day munhwehwemu ansa na obetimi anomedro yi bi
kayo set time no e time
ubenya bi ato ewo over the counter medicine sellers
any herbal shop to do na mu
FDA agi edwadue nkratoi ato
Are you ready for something spectacular? The stars are coming. Saturday, 30th September 2025. It is Stars and Perfect Walk with the Stars. Come walk side by side with your favorite actors, musicians, sports and media personalities as we promote healthy living, fitness and fun. Date is 30th September 2025. Starting point is the forecourt of multimedia. Come at 6 a.m. and finish at the ATTC School Park. Lace up your sneakers and join the biggest fitness walk of the year. There will be good music, dance, aerobics, house screening, and unforgettable moments with our stars. Participation is absolutely free. Just bring your energy, your smile, and your walking shoes. Awesome Perfect Walk with the Stars. Sponsors: Ayuda App Bako, Services Bebre, Franco Trading Enterprise, For Papa Fee, Dima for Bar Clinic, Oyare for Dima for the Wa, Angel Rock Mixture, Abutan Team, Sinomi Instant Noodles. Try it, love it. See you on the 13th of September.
Something new is coming. Something exciting is coming. Joy 99.7 FM is giving you more of what you love sooner.
Well, you can tell everybody.
That's right.
Fam, listen, I've got news for you. This is Lexus Bill, host of Drive Time on Joy FM. And now we have an early start. Drive Time on Joy starts from 2 p.m. from hence. Monday to Thursday from 2 p.m. to 5:30. Join me on the best late afternoon radio show. More time means more great stuff, more great conversations, more giveaways, more interviews, and all the fun that you get to enjoy on the best late afternoon radio show. Drive Time on Joy with Lexus Bill.
One side, one side.
Let's meet at 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and on Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Drive Time on Joy. Yo, 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 yo!
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late?
Of course.
Kofi be the luckiest. Kofi from Georgia be luckiest. From not the because we be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your God apple boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be. Hey. Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never won. You can catch it. Hey! Now, I'm pipe.
Between a pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why only key?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe yusu.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No.
We are your election headquarters, and thank you for choosing us this morning. This is the live coverage of the September 2 by-election happening at Akwatia. We're bringing you every detail you do not want to miss. Now, joining me in studio to have this very important conversation or set the tone is Dr. Asa Asante, political scientist, head of European Studies as well at the University of Ghana. Doc, how are you doing? Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, I'm fine, and your good self?
Very well, thank you for asking, Doc. I have been very anticipating of today. And I've seen by-elections, I've read about by-elections, but this one gives me a different kind of kick. I don't know if you feel the same way as well.
Certainly, but I know that the place has been a swing constituency. So, yeah, the two dominant parties, always one of them will carry the day. So I'm looking forward to an election that is supposed to be peaceful. The emphasis is on what? Peace, that we need a peaceful election. Election is not about do or die affair. No. It's a contest of ideas and referendum of your work. So what are the ideas you have to uplift the image and everything of your people? How do you want to support them? And of course, what are the ideas also you have to push the frontiers of this fragile democracy? That is all. If you have any records that you want to hop on, we are interested in that. If you don't have, rely on your party's one and show to the people that this is the man or the woman that we need to give our vote to. That is all. So cutlasses don't matter there. Guns do not matter. Bullets do not matter.
Okay.
All that matters is what? Ideas.
We'll get into the ideas. We'll get into how far you'd assess how far the security, Electoral Commission, everything that's been happening, the pre, the during, and what you anticipate the post will be like. But let me get in touch with my colleague Collins Frimpong, who is on ground. Collins, if you can hear me, tell me where you are and what's it looking like on ground.
All right, so MFA, this
oh,
Jackie.
Then it would be Jackie then. Jackie, of course, I've got the creme de la creme instead. Jackie, where are you? I understand that you are in Takoradi, is that correct?
Yes, MFA. So currently I'm at Takoradi, and this is the area where the NDC candidate comes from. Well, polls has already opened. One person has already been here to vote. We are just waiting for more people to come. But then one key thing we've noticed in the area is security. I mean, it's tight security everywhere. You see a lot of policemen around, a lot of police vehicles patrolling the area to make sure that everything is safe. But then we're hoping that this safety, measurement is actually moving through the whole area. But let me just pan my camera behind for you to have a look at how the polling station here is. So this is the polling station here at Methodist Church, Ghana, Ebenezer Society, Takwase. But then we also have information that the NDC candidate, he also votes in this very area. I mean, it's just right down the road, Takwase Senior High School. We're moving there pretty shortly to MFA.
Okay. Have you picked up the sentiments of voters at Takwase? Is it that he only votes from there or he comes from there? Any other unique thing from about Takwase as well?
Well, MFA, he comes from here and he also votes here. And prior to coming to this very polling station, we engaged a couple of the constituents in the Takwase area, and we asked them what they know about the candidates, and most of them were talking about the NDC candidates, that he comes from here, he also votes here, talking about a couple of stuff that they know about him. So those are the two things that we know so far about the NDC candidate here.
Right. Jackie, the Electoral Commission has been quite vocal about this particular by-elections. They've been assuring that they will make sure that it is a free and fair elections. They are also quite prepared on all fronts and all levels. What's your assessment of the Electoral Commission representatives over there this morning at Takwase?
Well, Emeka, this is nothing that this isn't something that we haven't seen before. Just a few months ago, we saw the same thing at Ablekuma North. The situation here is no different. I mean, the process here is no different. Once they started the election here, or once polls opened, it was the same routine exercise. There isn't anything different from the previous elections that we've witnessed or we've covered. So there's nothing different from what we've witnessed so far.
Okay. All right, Jackie, thank you for bringing us update. Well, are people queuing already?
Well, MFA, so just as you can see in the cameras, before I came on live, one person had already voted. So currently, you see two people in there queuing to cast their ballots here at the Takwase Methodist Church, Ghana.
Well, are people making their choices? Who do you think is at least winning at that particular electoral area?
You know, MFA, that is a very interesting question, because before my car got here, we spoke to roughly about 3 people, and all that they were saying was that, oh, I mean, it's an NDC candidate, and you could understand because he comes from this very area, Takwase. So most of the conversation, I'm yet to meet residents here who says otherwise.
Right. Thank you so much, Jackie. We'll be coming to you every moment as well for updates from Takwase as well and its environs. Thank you. Doc, we have just touched base with a community that one of the candidates would come from as well. And you've heard my colleague give us the sentiments and how it feels like in that constituency, or that electoral area, I should say. Listening to her, what would you say?
She's on the ground, and we are yet to experience what is happening. But one thing I know about the constituency is that it's a constituency of people native Achems, and that of also people from other ethnic groups there. Because of mining, it has attracted a lot of people to the area for a very long time. And then because of education, they have the St. Rose's school there, and it attracts a whole lot of people there. So it's one of the interesting areas, and that is why you see election going the way they do, because if you take very normal, Achim areas, only few that you have swing. Yes, they vote in a particular direction. But this because of the demography and other factors that is changing the chemistry a little bit. So anytime you go in for election there, you should, until the final whistle, I'm not sure you can beat your chest and say that you are there. You are certainly not there until the end of what polls. So I am looking forward to an interesting contest. Remember that the last election, the margin between the MPP candidate and NDC candidate was very narrow. So it tells you that there are lots, and we are yet to see. People who have the view that once you lose somebody, there's a sympathy. I can say without fear of contradiction that when you study literature on voter choices, sympathy have very little or no place in election, even though we share and mourn with the family who had lost a member. We as Ghanaians, that's our compatriot we have lost. But in election, people look at what things that satisfy their interests. If you read Dan's theory about rational choice theory, it gives you an idea that people are rational and they choose things that will improve their lot. So it's not an issue of sympathy, arrogance, and the rest of them. No, it is a few people who think that that is what sways people's vote. What does the trick is your messaging, which resonates with the people. We have messages that are national in nature or character, economy, and the rest of them. But we have constituency-specific issues. If you lose sight of this, I'm afraid you'll be thrown into the lake of fire.
Right. I hope that people do not want to be thrown into the lake of fire. There's so much to discuss on this particular day of election, but co-captaining on this ship this morning is Isaac Kofi Ejay, and he's going to be crunching the numbers, putting a better perspective to the by-election that's happening today at Akwatia. Kofi, always good to see you. And you look really nice.
Thank you.
All suited up.
Well, so this is going to be a very interesting by-election. Why? Because this will be our 34th by-election in the Fourth Republic, and it will be interesting to see who wins this. Many have said that but NDC already has supermajority if they include Tamale Central, and MPP already doesn't really have, more than 100 members of parliament. And so why is this important? For the NDC, if they are able to win Akwatia, that will be an extra member of parliament for a super majority. And for the NPP, if they are able to win this seat, it sends a signal that, well, they are not done yet, or they are not all down. They are capable of winning election even in, circumstances that do not favor the party. And so these will be the candidates for the election. It is interesting that the NDC decided to change their candidates, who run for the 2024 main election. But let's go through the numbers to look at Akwatia in general. And in fact, what do we know so far? It's been 57 days since the demise of Ernest Kumi, unfortunate, incident there, where he asked that equation of members of parliament who lost their lives while serving. But after that 57 days, we need to have a by-election, because the Constitution says that within 60 days, that must be done. And we are within that time. Today will be the 57 days since his demise, and that's why we are having a by-election. But this is an interesting constituency that many have said that, well, although it's situated in the eastern region, nobody actually has a strong hold on this, a constituency, because if you look at the past 9 elections, you've seen the NPP winning 5, NDC 3. With if you look at the other election, if you add what happened in 2024 to it, so that's the distribution. It makes it a very, very close, contest today. And this is one of the constituencies that in one or a certain election in 2016 voted for, a professional hairdresser. You remember Amase came into that picture in 2016. So it tells you that, just like Doc said, this is a constituency that they are looking out for their interest, and they are very particular. They really want somebody that can put their interest across. That is why we have that pattern of votes. So you see Amasei there and the NDC Baba Jamal also winning it. So just within this 4 election cycles, you can see that NDC has actually won 2 with the MPP also winning 2. So that shows you, or that tells you that this is going to be a keenly contested, by-election in Akwatia. We have more numbers that I would want to show you to tell the stories behind the numbers. How many voters are we expecting in terms of the polling station? Which areas should we even focus on? The demography of that area, another, voting pattern of Akwatia, which is the Denchambo district. We'll come back to that. More data for you after you are back with your analysis.
Definitely, Isaac. Stay with me. Now, we'll take you to Kojo Brace, who is currently at Baidoo in the Akwatia Constituency. Kojo, what's going on there?
MFR, everything is fine here in Baidoo. Here in Baidoo. The election started exactly at 7 a.m. at the Baidoo lorry terminal. We also have the Baidoo bus terminal there. I mean, the place is very calm. You can see that I can count no less than 14 police personnel around the polling station here. It tells you the sort of attention the police is given to this particular election, and all of them, all the police personnel look very attentive. They know what they're doing. I mean, if you see how they are standing by, looking on the process, some of them looking around to understand or gauge the mood, it tells you that the police is attending to this particular election process with all the seriousness that they can marshal. I've just turned on into the Director of Elections for the MPP, Evans Nemakwe, and I want to pick his thought on what so far, what is in. Grateful to you, sir. I mean, you've been here, you've been watching the process. What do you make of what you've seen so far?
I think so far, early days, EC setup, well done. Election has started, presence of the police as well as you, the media. And so we have stakeholders around. We expect to have a very peaceful exercise. I heard you making the comment that the presence of the police, there are 119 polling stations. We expect to have police presence in all these polling stations, and for police to ensure that security is assured. It's election-related security. It's mainly the Electoral Commission. We had some concerns. We discussed with the police, and we know that today all the issues will be well dealt with for us to have a very peaceful exercise. We look forward to have peaceful arrangement. We are very much confident that at the end of this exercise, our candidate, Solomon Kwame Asumadu, will emerge victorious.
But let's talk a bit about better security, because you mentioned earlier that you had concerns from the beginning. I mean, we've met police presence all the way from where we are coming from. What do you make of it? What's your confidence level in the security service that you see here?
Yeah, so in terms of Akwatia and Baidoo environs, you realize that yes, there's huge security police presence. You don't see same when you move into the hinterlands, the Wenchi, the Takrasi, Abenasi area. So that's what we're expecting, that we will have equal representation, fair representation in all these places. As usual, I mean, there must be peace, peaceful environment created to allow people to cast their votes. And the impression must not be created that it is only Baidoo and Akwatia. What I'm not too
unfortunately, I mean, I'm coming from Wenchi. Okay. Huge police presence. That's all right. The way on our way, we met the police vehicles. You are meeting police presence.
There's peace around. Too much of the movement on the road. Baidoo and Akwatia is also a busy town, and so if we are not careful with some movement, it could create other problems. We expect everybody to be professional in his or her conduct. That's what the new Patriotic Party is expecting from all stakeholders, including you, the media, to make sure that attention is controlled and not unnecessary comment from people that will jeopardize the peace we have.
What are you picking from your your eyes in the other areas?
Well, I think like
election started from all polling stations so far.
Yeah, for the 3 polling stations I've been, elections have started. When I started, they were setting up because they must start at 7, and they couldn't have started when it wasn't 7 a.m. So for those 3 polling stations I've visited, yes, I'm appreciative of the setup.
Evans, I'm grateful.
Thank you very much for having me.
So that's Evans Nimakoda. He is in charge of elections for the opposition New Patriotic Party. But MFA, I must state that at this polling station where I am, the Baidoo Lorry station, we're expecting some 624 people to cast their votes here today. I mean, as I can see so far, the process is really going on smoothly. We'll try and engage some other people here at this particular area to understand what they do make of the process. I see the media fairly represented here. I see, the voters also here going through the process, and you can really tell that people are determined to be part of this particular process. Let me try and speak to someone I see in the John Mahama shed. He's been here since I came. Let me try and pick his thought about what he makes of the process. Chief, I'm grateful to you. I can see clearly you are an NDC person. Do you vote here in this constituency?
I don't vote here. Okay. I mean, I came from Accra to observe the proceedings today. Okay. So we are here to monitor the election, how it's going to be like. Okay.
I mean, I saw you when we landed here. How long have you been here, and what do you make of the process so far?
Oh, we've been here around 5:30 a.m. just to make sure that we have to be here before the materials arrived, and everything went on very smoothly. Yeah, so we'll be here to make sure that we have a peaceful elections in this constituency.
In terms of security, what's your own assessment?
Oh yes, I think that we are so impressed. Look at them. Not only here, most of the police stations that we came from to this place. I think that the security is on top of their issues, and it's okay for us.
Thank you very much, sir. So there you have it. Someone who's been here since dawn to monitor the process and his viewpoint about what he's seen so far. MFA, I have to say that, I mean, if you come here, nothing would let you know that maybe this is this hotly contested race that we had prior to coming here. There's calm, absolute calmness here in this area, and so I have to say that from the early days, we have to commend all parties associated. Well, I just saw the Director of Corporate Affairs of Ghana Gas, who is also the Communications Officer of the NDC for the Western Region, Richard Kirk-Mesa, just dropped in here. Richard, how are you?
Fine.
How many polling stations have you been to so far, and what's your assessment?
This is my 4th polling station. I think the atmosphere is very calm, very serene atmosphere this morning, and from what I'm seeing, it's going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections we have witnessed as a country. The people understand that they need to vote, and they have welcomed everybody in this constituency. And the simple message, irrespective of the political coloration, is that they want peace. So if the people of Akwatia are preaching they want peace, I don't think they will entertain any class from outside the constituency to bring any form of violence here. And the police presence also has put in some level of fear into any group of people who want to perpetrate any form of violence. So I vouch for a very peaceful election in Akwatia. The weather is not too friendly, but I think it's all part of the calmness and the serene environment we find ourselves this morning.
And from the areas you are coming from, you said this is your 4th polling station. The election has started in all of them.
Yes,
started on time?
On time. Exactly. The first polling station that I went, exactly 7, I saw the first woman casting the vote. And from the subsequent one to when I got there, it was past 7 and the elections had already started. It's going smoothly and very calm. People just walk in, just go and vote and go to do their daily chores. So you don't see long queues at the police station. But I think the people will come out. Not as the general elections turn out, but I think it will be a very good election.
I mean, I don't know how many days you've been here, but do you think this election is yours?
The NDC, it is. Akwatia is already green. It's green. The pollsters are predicting 52, but I am predicting about 54%. It will be huge. Yes, for a lawyer. What I've seen and the people I spoke to, the whole of this dawn, and when you go to the police station and even get closer to the people, they will tell you that I am MPP, but because of development, let's vote for an NDC candidate, because they believe that the government of the day has much to do with development than an opposition government.
Okay. So that's Richard Kekimans. I'm grateful to you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
He is the NDC's Regional Communications Officer for the Western region. We'll try and engage some more people here. And I am here with Blessed Soga, with Kwesi Azo. We'll try and get you much more on this particular process. So viewers would have to be with us here as we try to get you, a 360 coverage of this particular election. I'll bring in Kwesi Azo, who is with our sister station at Dome FM, to help us, understand the sort of terrain we are in and what to expect in this particular election, because he has been covering this particular constituency for some time now. Azo, thank you for that wonderful work you've been doing since we came in. You've been here. This is your forte.
Yes.
What is the characteristic of this particular polling station and the other one over there?
This is Buedria Lorry Station A and B. The incidents here, they are currently Muslims and a little Achem and Krobo and Eves. Looking at their backgrounds, I think last 4 years we had a little misunderstanding here. So the police they centered here that hot spots. This very area was a hotspot, which is 2024 elections and 2020 elections as well. So the security here, I'm not surprised that there's a lot of security here. I asked the one in charge, and she told me that there are about 10 policemen here, but now they have increased the police personnel. They have yes, cause here is hotspots. Anything can happen here. This area is one of the hotspots at Akwatia Constituency, Lorry Station. They have recorded numerous, misunderstanding and electoral violence in this very area. That's why the police and the military are here. I'm not also surprised that there's not a long queue. They will come. A lot of them are traders, miners, and sometimes they will prefer going to their site, work, and come in the afternoon. So they will be coming. Yes, we will see a long queue around 11, 12 that way. Yeah, they will be coming.
So around 12 going, we'll begin to see the queues forming. But give us the generality of the constituency itself. This is Bodua. From here we go to Akwatia, which is also, we understand, is a hotspot. Akwatia Lorry Station A and B, we're told, is a hotspot. Akwatia Mosque, we understand, is also, they call Abuja Mosque also. Yoruba Mosque, is also a hotspot. So really, what do you expect the police to do in this area? Because this is Bodua, this is Akwatia, and all the areas are hotspot. What do you expect the police to do with your knowledge of this area?
Let me give a brief background of this polling station. I hope you remember, if you can recall, there was an incident, 6 polling stations elections, when Honorable Ahmed Babajama and Dr. Kofi Asare, during their elections, we were told that we heard that people snatched the ballot box at Akwatia. So those areas, the polling station you've mentioned, those areas, they are the hot spots at Akwatia now. Akwatia Lorry Station, A and B, Yoruba Mosque, AME Zion, and I think there's another one too. The place is typical Akwatia. The Muslims, the Evers, they are combined over there. They have also recorded a lot of electoral violence at that polling station. So the police are there. the military or the police has to be extra careful at that place. Yes, that place is a hotspot. Yeah.
In terms of strongholds, we understand that the MPP stronghold is Wonchi because of Ernest Kumi.
Yeah.
We're also now learning that Bodua, where we're standing, Bodua, has become sort of a stronghold for them because of their candidate, Solomon Asumadu, who comes from this particular town. So run us through you want to say the places where these two political parties will reign in these areas, apart from the two that I've mentioned.
Okay, let's start from Jonase. Jonase, maybe the candidate, the MPP candidate from this very town might have changed. I can't tell for now, unless we are done with the election. Maybe that can change, or maybe that is why they pick their candidate from this very town. It is 50-50. Basically, sometimes all these polling stations that we are here sometimes go for the NDC. It goes for the NDC. So, stronghold. Then let's go to Ernest Kumi's town. It's basically for the MPP. Then come to Takrase. It's also another 50-50. Takrase is where the comes from. It's also 50-50. From Takrase, then let's move to Kusi. Kusi to that particular town. They vote based on the candidature of whoever is coming. If you're NDC and you do a lot of projects for them, they will vote for you. If you're an MPP and you do projects for them, they will vote for you. That is Kusi for you. Then Takrasi too, that other one too, they have their own dynamics of voting and as well. But when you say stronghold, it is Wenchi, Jenase, Aparamai, Toparamai, then other little places. Yes.
As well, I'm grateful to you. I can see that I don't want to get you, so thank you. Let's now bring in the MP for Tema West, to try and get his viewpoint. So he's the MP for my area, I'm not mentioning to him the community I live in, but that's my MP. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm good by the grace. Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm well.
I'm happy to meet you since you live in my constituency.
So
Tema West constituency.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. But the place is nice anyway.
Yes, the industrial city.
Exactly. You've been here for some time.
Yes.
How many polling stations have you gone to, and what's your assessment?
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, this is my first station. From here, I will move to the Bodia Presby School. So far, I've gone rounds at a few places, and I think that so far the situation is calm. Everything is going on as planned. To be frank, I've not witnessed any untoward incidents so far, and a lot of the places that I passed through, I noticed that voting is ongoing, process is peaceful. I've seen a lot of police presence around, which also guarantees that there will be security and peaceful elections. So far, I think that everything is good.
Wonderful. Before coming here, what was your thought about the constituency? And since coming in, how does that situate to what you had in mind before coming?
Okay, having followed the proceedings leading to these elections, for me, it was clear that the police had put in place all the necessary structures to ensure that the election is peaceful. And since I came, I think that expectation has been met, because I followed a number of the operational strategies that were rolled out as far as these elections are concerned. And when I got to the ground, I noticed that indeed the police have done exactly what they said they were going to do. And I think that has guaranteed the peaceful process that we have witnessed so far. So I think that my expectations have been met as far as the operational network and the process is concerned.
Now, if Akwatia people are watching us now, we know it's been peaceful so far. What would be your message to the Akwatia people who are watching us now?
Yeah. Of course, I'm NDC, so I'm also here to support my party. And in Chi, I say, so what I want to tell the people of Akwatia is that they should go for Bediako. Yes, because his father is on the seat, and that will also help for him to be able to get, development for the people of Akwatia.
I was even looking for peace.
Of course, I've spoken about peace already.
I want you to speak to them. They are watching all of us now.
So, of course, as a country, we are one people, we are one nation, and we need peace. There can be development only when there is peace. So I think that is paramount, that is fundamental. We cannot compromise with that. So even as we go into elections, even as we contest each other, the bottom line is that we are one people, one nation with a common destiny. Yeah.
I'm grateful to you, sir.
Thank you.
But what's your full name?
So my name is Lawyer James Enu, MP, Tema West.
Exactly. Yeah. My MP, so I had to give him some time. I'm grateful. Okay, so we also have the MP for Domas Central here. Domas Central, well, I'll ask you that question later, but is this your first center as well?
Yes, that's my first center. Okay. We arrived just this morning, and we had to do the searching and looking at where our command centers are, so we will be assigned to.
Okay. And so far, what's your assessment?
Oh, so far so good, very peaceful, because if you are out there, you think the hell is breaking down here, but you come here, everything is very peaceful. Okay. I think it's good, and organization has been perfect, except that the police presence is also huge. Everywhere you go, per each polling station, I'm not counting less than 6-7 police officers, and for me, it's good. The other side of the coin might be that somebody thinks it's also intimidating some of the voters, but for me, their protection is most important.
And you expect this to continue, of course?
Yes, of course, yes. I want this thing to continue, even not only here, into the next elections, because the system is good.
Okay. Give us your full name.
My name is John Kwame Asumadu, Domas Central.
All right, Honorable. I'm grateful to you for speaking to us. Now let me bring you the surprise here, and then we can come to you in studio. A lot of people don't know, but you know what? The man, Blessed Suka, is here. Blessed. So, I mean, what's your own assessment of what you've seen here since you came in?
I mean, since last night, the number of police officers that the IGP has deployed here gives you a sense of what's at stake. You would ordinarily expect that, well, it's a by-election, the circumstance under which we are replacing this deceased MP would give some sort of mood of calmness or sobriety, but you're not finding that in these elections. It's as though the two main political parties are still slugging it out and trying to, take the seat. So there's a lot at stake here. All we are on the lookout for is security, because at the end of the day, we want a peaceful poll. And you can tell from the atmosphere that it's getting busy already from where we are. And high representation from Parliament from across the aisle, minority, majority side, giving you an indication clearly that it's going to be a very long day, and there might be some surprise elements at the end of the day. But we also just need to point out that we're on the Joy Prime channel as well, because our colleagues there are also piping the live visuals for us. So wherever you're watching us from, we're glad that you're doing that. Stay with us on your election headquarters, and we'll be bringing you all the live pictures as and when we have them. I just saw the IGP pass by some few minutes ago, so he's up to the task. He knows what's at stake. We're waiting to see what the outcome will be, but a lot of political parties, rank and file of the parties are here, and we wait to see what the outcome will be, Brace.
I mean, yesterday we spoke to the IGP when he was giving a final briefing to his men, and one thing he said that really got me was, we are here to ensure nobody misbehaves. And the instruction to his men were, make sure you tame anybody who will misbehave. And the sort of artillery they showed gave you that confidence that, look, this election, the police is on top of its game.
They are not taking chances at all, you can tell. And I don't know what's bringing that high stakes for the political parties. I think we need to ask them some more why they are so interested in the Akwatia seat. But probably it's because of the contention even around the last elections within the constituency. Because mind you, the NDC was claiming that they were the ones who actually won this constituency. So probably a test of their popularity in the area, just to be sure and to see whether or not indeed if the people of Akwatia will give them that nod. But the MPP says, look, it's our zone. We were, of course, running the show here until the unfortunate demise of the MP. So they are going to be slugging it out. You've seen the MPs. We've spoken to a number of them. Coming all the way from Tema West to this place tells you that they are in for the game. We've seen some, leading figures of the NDC also arrive this morning.
I saw comfort, do you?
Indeed. So that tells you that leadership of the NDC is also here and they are on board. We'll be speaking to more of them shortly.
All right, so do stay with us. This is your election headquarters, and we promise that whatever happens here in this particular election, we'll bring that to you here for you. So, MFA, over to you in the studio.
Of course, you want to stay with us here at your election headquarters. You wouldn't miss anything at all. Now, joining me as well before we pick up on that analysis that Isaac Kofi had started, crunching the numbers, giving us the understanding of that particular electoral area. Joining me as well is Professor Smart Sapon, Director Research and Innovation, Kumasi Technical University. And for security conversation, we've got Victor Doke. He is security analyst. We get everything that you need to know. That's what Dr. Victor Doke. Thank you so much for joining us as well. Prof and Two Dogs, thank you so much. Well, Kofi, so we were on crunching the numbers and why this constituency is a place that people must understand its temperature from when it even started at all to where we are now.
In fact, this is an interesting constituency because even in the 2024 election that the NPP won, they won with over 2,000 votes, right? And many were expecting that the NDC will maintain their candidate, Henry Boache, who contested in 2024. But interestingly or surprisingly, he has been changed. And many have said that that could be that strategic element in this election. But for the NPP, they've decided to stick with Ernest. Ernest Kumi has lost his life, and the new candidate is in the seat. And many have said that, well, you didn't go through primaries to elect Bernard. And so that could be another factor here. But we understand that both parties have chosen their candidates in a strategic manner to actually contest for this election. But let's look at Akwatia in itself. What are we expecting in terms of the numbers? Many are talking about the 119 polling station. But if you look at the official ballot statistics that the EC released in the 2024 election, we're talking about 120 polling stations. We do not know if certain polling stations have been merged, but that is what we got from the EC's official ballot statistics. And this is the number of voters that we are expecting, over 52,000 registered voters. And MFA, if you look at Akwatia or the Denchambeau district, according to the 2021 population housing census, we have about over 77,000 population of that area. So if 52,000 of them are registered voters, it tells you that that is a constituency that most of the voters possibly do not reside in there. So it will be interesting to see who will be able to possibly buzz those who are currently out of the constituency to come and vote. So, in this today's election, turnout will be very, very important because comparing 52,000 to an entire district of 77,000, it tells you that a higher proportion of that constituency or that district are registered voters, and that also will mean that majority or a significant component of that registered voters possibly are out of the constituency, and who will be able to bring them in will be important. Turnout for me is the name of the game in this election. We saw that play out in Ablekuma North. The turnout wasn't very good, and that affected both political parties. Today, that element will also play out because even though we are talking about over 52,000 registered voters, per our calculation, the last election that brought the NPP that win, it had a turnout of 69.7%. Many say that, well, this is good because this was higher than the national average. But if we are using this close to about 70% turnout, then it simply means that we will be expecting a little over 36,000 people to turn out and vote. And you heard all of them saying that Bodia and other stations. Why is that important? Because if you look at the 119 or 120 polling stations, almost all the Bodia polling stations have over 600 registered voters. So it makes those areas battlegrounds. If you go to a place like Wenchi, for instance, which many have said that is a stronghold of the NPP, if you rank, that has the highest number of registered voters, over 700 expected voters to vote in the Wenchi, polling stations. But Bodia, in fact, all the polling stations, there are over 600 registered voters. It will be interesting to see what happens in that battleground as well. But, I mean, going forward, this is the reason why this is important, because this is the makeup of Parliament. We'll come back to analyze that, but it's important to look at the picture of Akwatia. How has Akwatia been voted? And if you look at it from 1992 or 1996 going, what you realize is that Akwatia has been through all the phases. It's been, a bellwether state. It's been a swing. It's been all. I mean, if you look at 1996 to 2004, it was a bellwether state. Why is this important? I mean, a bellwether constituency. This is important because if you look at 1996, the NDC won that election. Akwatia voted for an NDC candidate. 2000, the NPP won. They voted for the NPP candidate. Then in 2004, they voted for the NPP, who also won the national election. In 2008 was when Akwatia began changing its stance, where the NPP, although lost the 2008 election, they, for the first time, voted for an opposition party, voted for a member of parliament who came to the House without his party being in power. In 2008, they changed. They decided to go back to their old lab by voting for the winner. And it became a swing there, 2012, where he voted for the NDC, and then the NDC also won. But the margin of win in 2008 and 2012, as you can see, very, very small, very, very close election. That was when Akwatia became a very interesting battleground in terms of parliamentary election. But 2016, something happened. A constituency that had a very, very close, battle, had its picture changed in 2016. In 2016, they decided to also remain bellwether by voting for the winner. And you can see that the NPP won, and that is the highest after, in all of the election, 57.2%. So as we speak now, the NPP has that record of obtaining the highest number of votes or percentage of votes in Akwatia, 57.2%, and that happened in 2016. And in fact, you see the gap very, very, wide, creating almost that diamond shape there. And Akwatia, we know, is known for diamonds as well. So it moves from a very, keenly contested constituency to one that voted for the NPP with about more than 57% of the vote. Then in 2020, something happened. Akwatia went back to what it did in 2008, where it began to vote for, or it decided to vote for the party that lost power. And in fact, all the, 2020, you see Akwatia voting for the NDC, although the NDC didn't win the national election in terms of presidential election. Akwatia decided to stay with the NDC. And in 2024, Ernest Kumi, may his soul rest in peace, won that seat back for the NPP with 52.8%. And you can see that the margin there is also very wide. And it will be interesting to see what will happen in terms of the trends. Interesting trends that we see there, MFA.
Kofi, we'll get back to this, but it will take you back on ground as we see the minority leader, Alexander Fenyemaki, addressing media.
It's too early to comment, right? Let's do some few rounds there. We'll come back.
But what's your expectation and what message do you have for the people of Akwatia? Right.
And we'll try and get that back for you, but you saw in your shots earlier that the minority leader, Alexander Fenyemaki, with the media trying to get him to speak as well. And I also saw the NPP, or you may have seen the NPP's General Secretary as well, who wasn't really ready to comment, but we'll definitely try and get more from the ground for you. But Kofi, let's stay on this analysis, and we'll come back to our guest in studio, but let's stay here a little. Take me back to 2008. which I think was what gave birth to the kind of temperature we have in Akwatia now.
Exactly.
It will be that 2008 election that gave birth to the 2009 rerun. The Electoral Commission actually requested for 6 rerun, and it will be that election that, it was the 2008 one that what was the challenge? Why did the Electoral Commission call for a 6 polling stations rerun, and how did that change the temperature of Akwatia election? Because you would see that it's the only time that Akwatia became one of that most talked about hotspots. Yeah, give me that breakdown of it.
Well, in fact, you heard a team on grounds talking about ballot snatching. It was in 2008 that Akwatia saw that element where, as a result of that, we had to do a rerun of 6 polling stations. The NPP, although that parliamentary candidate after 7 lost his life in an accident, won in that election as well. And that, as you said, changed the outlook of Akwatia to one that will always remain bellwether constituency by voting for the winner. It decided to change. And that has been the story of Akwatia so far, remaining as a hotspot. But we saw it going back to giving big margins to the winning party in 2016. Then it closed again in 2020. We remember Baba Jamal came in after 2008, won in 2012, but lost to Amase in 2016 and all of that. So Akwatia is an interesting, constituency. But I mean, let's go ahead and do more analysis, and you will see why this is important. If Prince can give me the next slide. But
while you take the next slide, I will just go to Dr. Sasanti, that for the Akwatia constituency, what has been the factors that have culminated for it to be a hotspot? And I cringe to use the word hotspot, but it's election, and then I'd have to use it anyway. What are all the other? Has it always been just because of the hybrid nature of their ethnicity? Our colleague on ground was just telling us that you find Evers there, you'd find Muslims there, you find Achims over there. How has this come together to make it a hotspot?
When you look at the demography there, it gives you a sense of the people living there and their interest. Remember, mining has been one of the main occupations of the people there. Big mining going on since time immemorial. So it attracted a whole lot of people to the place. So it diluted, if you like, the groups there, that ordinarily one would have thought that you will see pure Achim people living there. But because of the economic, advantage in that area, people from other walks of life also moving to make a living. So the situation has changed in terms of those who reside there, who work there and all that. So that is also a factor. More so when you are looking at it also from the perspective that you are in the area of the eastern region, and then in Achim vote in a certain fashion, all right, and more supportive of the cause of the NPP. So once you see, groups coming in there, then it gives you an idea that the if you like, foreigners, for purpose of this conversation, in there, the numbers are growing, and interests become what? Very diverse. Whilst indigenes will be looking for something else, those who have come for economic livelihood, to improve the economic livelihood, also have their desires and all that. And it changes the chemistry. You can extend the conversation to other areas of the country where economic activities are, the dynamics change. Look at Accra, for instance. It's an area for everybody. So you realize that when you tend to have a place like that, you obviously have what? Different interests coming at play than typical traditional area where, they are mostly all the natives who are there. Their sense of, needs are always different from when
that's an interesting perspective here, Brad. Let me bring in Dr. Doke, especially about security. Generally, what kind of security challenges will the security personnel face for such a constituency one constituency, it is a swing constituency. One constituency, it's a bellwether constituency as well. It has all other factors, different tribes, different reasons why voters will make a choice. I mean, of course, you see that other constituencies will have similar traits, but this one as well, and knowing its history, what kind of a security challenge are they likely to face?
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning to the viewers also. So I think, first of all, we're talking about the quantum of personnel that have been deployed there, first of all. Irrespective that you have some personnel in the Akwatia enclave itself, most of the personnel there are from Accra and other regions. So those in Akwatia would definitely know the terrain. Now, those who are not dominant or domiciled in Akwatia itself would have some challenge in regards to the places they've been posted to. So I think one of the ways we can overcome the challenges of these personnel who are not familiar with the areas where they have been posted to is to blend them with those who are domiciled in Akwatia, so that those who are domiciled in Akwatia could be of guide to those who are not. Now, aside that, you would tend to think that when you post people there, the reason why they went earlier is one, also to familiarize themselves with the environment. And that's very key. And we got to know about the IGP and his men going through the community, announcing their presence. It's one of the ways also to identify areas where, you know, there are hotspots and how to respond to them in mechanisms or whatever that they need to do. So all these factors come in, but ideally, some of the challenges, as I've mentioned, is those who are not domiciled will have some challenges with regards to knowing the area. So to overcome that, they need to blend in with those who are domiciled there. Now, another issue is how to navigate with regards to responding to emergencies. And that's why they have the command center there. So by now, they should have mapped out areas, routes to take to respond to emergencies and whatnot. So challenges may be minimal from where I sit, but if the cards are not played well, they would have themselves to blame.
Prof, let me have your attention on, if you look at the analysis that Isaac Kofi has been doing this morning, all through from 1996, we're just about going to 2024, which has occasioned this conversation. What's that one particular trait of voter turnout that you see that may have happened in 1996? You're likely to see that that trait as well happened in 2004. And I mean, 2024. Now, this is a by-election, but what familiar trait would you find in voter turnout?
Well, thank you so much. What I foresee is the usual not so much attractive turnout. What pulls, one thing to add to what Dr. Asante said, that pulls the people of Akwatia to the polls is the presidential. He says that fundamentally they are chimps, even though they have welcomed a lot of settlers due to the activities over there. And you check the data and you realize that with the exception of 1996, that His Excellency Jerry Rawlings won. From then till date, as for presidential, the MPP wins all.
Okay.
All right, so they are more attracted to the polls by the presidential elections more than the parliamentary. In fact, from the data, parliamentary elections appears to be a matter of relationship between the people and the candidates that the parties do elect. If the candidates elect people that do not resonate much with them, not a grassroots person, they don't tend to bother. So always there's that huge gap between the presidential turnout and the parliamentary turnout. Okay. So some even get to the polls, but they vote only the presidential and they ignore the parliamentary. And that's the kind of people we are talking about. And so they are primarily chimps, like he said, and they are likely to vote for MPP, except that they get interested and they check the results. It's been 4-4 or 5-4, so close. So it tells you it's the parliamentary candidate that does the difference. Else they were chimps and they are likely to go the way they go. So today, with the situation we have at hand, no presidential,
yes,
only parliamentary. Yes, I pray they come out to vote.
It will be not so of a novel situation, but quite a novel situation as well. Okay. Anyway, Kofi. So yeah, let's continue with the breakdown as well.
Geography of Akwatia, and we need to use data to tell that story as well to back what our guests have actually said. This is what we are picking from the 2021 Population and Housing Census of the Denchembour district, right? And that is where Akwatia is the capital, you know, of that district. And predominantly, as you can see in blue there, Akans dominates Akwatia with about 66% of the, you know, the groups there. And the reason why this is important is that it's a cocktail of, you know, other tribes where even you have Evers now about 16.8%. In the 2010 population houses, it wasn't so. Akans were more than 70% of that. And you can see that a lot has actually changed because it's a mining area attracting people from all parts of the country, and that is also contributing a lot to that. If you look at the Ganangbe, right?
Hang on. From research, the number that is increased in terms of ethnicity, is it that people migrated or people just got into marriages and then the numbers increased? Which one do you foresee has contributed to the increase in percentage? Which one do you foresee?
Yeah, both. Because human beings are always moving. So some people in Akwatia may be moving out to elsewhere, and then
others might be coming in.
Okay, all right.
I mean, so it's a district or constituency that has very interesting background in terms of the profile of the people who live there. Where if you look at it, other tribes they contribute 11.4% of that population. And so it will be interesting to see how this will influence the outcome of today's election. And that's why you see that those who are on the ground will tell you that these areas are for the MPP, these areas are for the NDC because of the demography of the polling stations or the areas that the elections are being held. There are places that you go that are typically NPP or NDC. There are places that you go that have that, you know, ways of diversity. They change in terms of who possibly is contesting. So Akwatia is an area that is, I mean, 7 out of 10 of the people who live there are Akans. And so it will be interesting to see what that will also happen. And in fact, the reason why Akwatia is a very nuanced, voters there are very nuanced, is that their literacy rate is about 77.2%. And the reason why you have an ultramodern DVLA, even in Akwatia, which the president actually launched, or revealed somewhere, Sunday, is that look at the, aside from the 77.2% who have the high literacy rate, Akwatia is also known for a place that has the services sector contributing 48.3% of the employment there. And agric is about 35.2. You have industry being around 16.5. Maybe you have said that this is a mining area, so the industry side should be about, let's say, 30% or so. Mm-hmm. But services sector, it means that it is increasingly becoming an urban constituency. And a lot of the services are actually also moving to Akwatia. And if you want to find out why they are so complex in terms of the direction they vote, where they've been bellwether before, they've been swing before, they've been all manner of factors in election because they have a very, very high literacy rate. 8 out of 10 of Akwatia's population are literate. And so they know they are...
It's not business as usual.
Exactly.
I want to hear your policy.
So
what do you have for me?
That is the reason why this is going to be an interesting by-election, and we'll be watching. And this is what the numbers are telling us. The experts will give us the stories behind the numbers. And
we'll flip it. We'll take it from each slide from the beginning. But if I have my colleague, Nana Boakye Iyadom, we will take you to him at some point when he's ready to bring his update on what's happening on ground. If I have Nana Boakye Iyadom. Nana Boakye, if you can hear me, where are you and what can you report? Nana, can you hear me?
I'm at the Topreman. Yes, please, I can hear you. I am at Topreman and currently at one of the busiest polling stations here at the Topreman community. And this place is having over 500 voters expected to cast their ballot this very morning. This is the Salvation Primary polling center where 554, exactly 554 voters are.
The network is not good to us this morning. We'll try and reconnect with Nana Boakye. I'll try again. Nana, if you can hear me, let's try again. Okay. While we reconnect with Nana Boachi, Dr. Doke, let me come to you. Earlier in our bulletin this morning at 6 a.m., my colleague Karen spoke to one woman in Akwatia who shared her sentiments about being into, she said, police for Nidos, so her words, police for Nidos into Mistro. That simply means there are too many police officers, so I'm not sure I'm going to go close to even the polling station. What's your assessment of the numbers? 5,500 has been a topical conversation, especially even for security analysts like yourself. Is there a balance? Was it necessary? Was it needed?
Okay, so when you're talking about security, there are times you do a risk assessment, you analyze the situation in the past, the voting trends. You're looking at the current dynamics with our politics, by elections for that matter, that command a lot of high stakes and tensions. We see a lot of political elites going in there, ideally, which shouldn't be so. So all these factors culminate to the police hierarchy deciding that they will increase the numbers. There is no situation that would warrant, let me put it this way. In security, you can't determine whether a small situation can escalate to a bigger one. So you don't take chances. Now, we are looking at an IGP who came in, and there's a lot expected of him. This elections, by-elections for me, is one of his biggest tests so far that determines whether he's going to stay on or not after his main tenure. Now, 5,500, yes, some people have argued it's a lot too much, but you're looking at the aspect where they want to have command and control, cover every inch, corner of the areas, and that will enable them to respond quickly to emergencies and threats. So for me, I think 5,500 is an order, okay? So you take 5,500 by the 119 polling stations we have, you have about 40 plus men ideally, assuming that is the calculation they did, which is very much okay. So you can have out of the 40, you have the response mechanisms, response teams there who can then, curb any kind of threat. So those who are speculating that it's too much, I don't think it is, because you're dealing with an area which has now become, a lot of the polling stations have now become hotspots over time. And the whole area itself can go in flames if you don't take control of the area. So that woman who expressed her sentiments, probably after her expressing that sentiment, she should have been escorted to go and then vote. And that is why we need a lot of sensitization and education from state institutions or CSOs, that the presence of the police there or the security services is not to intimidate, but to encourage you to keep the peace, protect their ballots, protect they themselves, and then to what? Be a standing block between them and then those who want to foment trouble. And when that is done, the people will now have confidence. There will be some kind of trust that will build the people and the police, and then they will come out to vote. And one of the reasons why they went through the town was just because of this, for the people to know that they are in town and they are for them and not against them.
Dr. Sasante, are you surprised by this woman's sentiments, and do you anticipate that it will influence the voter turnout? Do you think that, yes, would have high security presence so that people feel safe to go out and vote, but this may result in people thinking that, well, maybe the security persons have done their analysis and they think that it's quite a hot spot, so they would rather stay home. Will it impact it?
I don't think so. You see, places where they hold development dear to their hearts, they want to come out and vote and get a candidate who will bring development, right? So once they see that the place is calm and all that, for now, you will not see them tripping into the polls to, as it were, go and cast their ballot. They are just observing. But once they realize that everything is calm, you see them in their numbers going there. But remember also that it's not a place that by elections generally, you see people, the desire to go and vote and all that. It's slow, but they want to, if you listen to them, their concern is about development. So it doesn't, they are looking for somebody who can bring development. And I have also listened with a lot of disquiet about the NDC saying that, vote for a candidate and that we are in government will bring development. So I ask myself, if you are in opposition, does it mean that you are not entitled to development? and all that. But that blame, I'll put it at the doorstep of the two political parties. They have always deprived themselves. If one is in government, the one in opposition, you will not be able to get development for your people. But that's unfair. Because if you read the Constitution, one of the clauses say that every nook and cranny of this country is entitled to a fair share of development in this country. So why are you denying people simply because you are in power and they are not? And the two parties are guilty of that. But one thing I want to also bring to perspective is that if you look at Akwatia, one thing that makes it interesting is that in political science we have enclaves within strongholds.
Okay.
They normally vote differently. Look at Asawase in the belly of what? MPP in Ashanti region, 47 constituencies, but Asawase always voting in another fashion. Akwatia is also so, all right? And when you have, migrants moving there and all that, it changes the dynamics.
Okay.
Interestingly, all that they are looking for is economic survival, all right? An issue of ethnicity and those things which do not even matter, don't come in at all. They are looking for their daily bread. Why have they traveled from Volta north to Akwatia? Is in search of what? Job and to make a living. So economic factors are critical as opposed to ethnicity and all those things. So,
Doc, hang in there for me. Let me take both you and our viewers to Topreman, where my colleague Nana Boachi Yadom is on standby. Nana, what's happening?
Yes, clearly, Topreman is where we are. The Salvation Primary Polling Center is where I am currently, where we are having over 500 voters expected to cast their ballots this morning in the by-election. And so far, the turnout hasn't been very impressive, but generally, security has been tight all over the community. This polling center and other polling centers at Topreman are tied with heavy security. And you can see behind me that a number of people are joining the queue. They are in to cast their ballot. We've seen some party executives from the National Congress, especially the vice chair, the Eastern Regional Vice Chair of the NDC, has come here to inspect the process, and he has expressed his satisfaction with the process so far. We expect that the executives from the NPP side are also coming. NPP just Bonkodia, the minority leader Alexander Fenyo-Markin, and other members of the NPP are currently at Bodria observing the process and are intel soon. But then we've been to Apreman also, and the process there is equally same. All of it has been smooth, and everybody in joining the queue has expressed satisfaction so far. 554 voters are expected, the clear number, 554 voters expected to vote at the Salvation Primary Polling Center where we are currently, MFR.
So much, Nana Boachi Yadom, bringing us update from Topreman as well. You want to stay with us? We'll touch base with every one of our correspondents to bring you what's happening on ground. We'll not let you miss anything at all. But Kofi, we will get to the global info analytics data shortly. But Prof, let me take your, maybe let's just get to that research that was done. As of yesterday, the findings from the global info analytics data suggest that the NDC's candidate seems to be leading. What do you make of the overall optics of the change in candidates?
Well,
do you anticipate the people that chose the previous candidates taking a certain decision that may impact the result overall?
Yeah, so MFR, unfortunately, internal politics is quite dangerous than the inter-party politics. I mean, that is not supposed to be the case. You're supposed to belong to one political party, and so if it was your turn yesterday and it becomes someone else's turn today, ordinarily, it shouldn't have created any chaos. Yeah, but on the election day, on the primaries day, if you heard what some of the supporters of the losers were saying, I just prayed they were just saying for the sake of the moment. But if they actually carry it out, like some politicians do after they have lost a fairly contested election, then it is going to create some level of apathy in the NDC fold. Because you heard some of them saying, if you have skewed things in favor of lawyer B3, then we are also going to stay off and all those things. Your journalists who were on the ground sent us some of those voice and recording. So we just pray, and I'm sure, knowing very well what that could cause, the party leaders who engage the constituency have done their best to resolve it. In fact, that's at 3-4 days to elections. Somewhere, I think last Thursday or so, there was this report I received of the final unity tour and all those things, trying to reconcile all those aggrieved factions. Let's just hope that they forgive. Sometimes I wonder why internally people can't forgive and unite. But it happens. It happens in the NPP, it happens in the NDC, and they really sometimes carry it on to elections day. Some of them decide perhaps not even appear to vote. Instead of going to vote against his own candidate, he will decide, then I won't go and vote. We just hope it won't happen in this case, but it does happen. Seriously, it does happen in internal political contests and its outcomes.
Right, my colleague Blessed Soga spoke with the General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Frimpong, and we're bringing you that now.
And then maybe in the afternoon we can make a proper assessment.
Yesterday there was a planned, engagement with the Peace Council, but the New Patriotic Party boycotted it you cited reasons for the NDC representation during that engagement. Shouldn't that be a cause to worry?
Why should it be a cause to worry? You should ask yourself, why should it be a cause to worry? The Peace Council sent a letter to General Secretary, invites NPP to come. We send our national organizer, our national youth organizer, our head of Security and Intelligence Committee, Honorable Henry Cote, only to attend that meeting and see constituency deputy youth organizer, constituency deputy organizer. This is not an insult even to the Peace Council. And you are making the statement we boycotted it. Were you expecting us to stay there? Were you expecting us to stay there?
Well, some would say that that's why we're seeing, for instance, what we're seeing this morning, just a few minutes ago, some, skirmishes there at one of the polling centers. What actually happened?
What kind of skirmishes? Nothing happened. It's part of the elections. So
they were complaining that you had taken down some posters and all of that.
But is it proper for a poster to be at the polling center? Is it proper? Answer me, is it proper? So if something is wrong, it is wrong.
It is wrong. Mr. Kuda, what could be a fulfilling outcome for the New Patriotic Party at the end of
well, at the end of the day, at 5 p.m., when collation is done, you will see the results.
Will the NPP accept the outcome of this election, this by-election, regardless?
Why? What would be the reason for us to accept, and what would be the reason for us not to accept? See, you can answer.
Well, but what message do you have for the people of Akwatia? Peace is all we want. Is there a message for them?
Certainly we all want peace. We all want peace. No one wants violence, but we will not to be intimidated.
Have you spoken to the leadership of the NDC already because you felt insulted or slighted by yesterday?
We were not the one who called for the meeting. It was Peace Council. If Peace Council has any reservation or any issues, they should call the NDC. If it was our meeting, then the question you're asking would have come in. But it was the Peace Council that called for the meeting.
There's such a high deployment of security personnel. Some say, well, it's an intimidatory tactic. Some are complaining about it.
For us, we are okay. We don't have any issues with it. Our supporters, our voters, who wants to go and vote, will vote. And as we are here, have you seen any police personnel intimidating any voter? No. So if they don't have any hidden agenda, why should we be worried about the police presence? Or let the police are here to help in the NDC rigging machinery. If they are not here to do that, then we shouldn't have any issues with police personnel being here. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Frimpong there. Just speaking a while ago.
Well, I will come straight to you, Dr. Doke, on. You have just listened to that interview. Do you find any security gap? Especially where it suggested that there were posters still around some voting areas, and then they decided to take it down. Right. What can you comment on this?
Yeah, we know the law speaks against having any sort of a party paraphernalia on the grounds of the polling stations. But ideally, the job or the role of citizens is not to take down those posters themselves. You taking down the poster itself is against the law. That's why you call the attention of the security personnel that this is wrong. Now, the security personnel will call the attention of the EC official there, and then they will take down the poster. But for any citizen who goes to take down any poster, the law can deal with you. Yeah, it is wrong. But the tonation, the language of the political elite is also a cause for concern. You understand? In this kind of situation, you don't need to speak in a manner that would sort of like incite, okay? And then increase the tensions. It's unnecessary. Now, we have the police people there. If you have any issue, you draw their attention to them. Now, I'm observing the number of so-called bodyguards around political elites when they visit the polling stations. That also increases some tensions. Now, we saw what happened in Ablekuma North, where an ex-MP went there. We had bodyguards and all of that. The young men, they stooped in. Now, this sends some kind of signal, okay? So if an opposition political elite goes to a stronghold of the NDC, well, what do you think will happen? Some misinformation may go out there, and then the youth will just gang up there. We don't need this. And I think it's high time we look at the aspect of political elites going to polling stations in the name of being agents. You've trained party agents who are already there. So what else do you need to go and say you are, parading the polling stations to see if everything goes well or not? I think it's becoming a norm, and it's becoming a security threat also, because what you go there to do is also a factor. And how many people you go there with, those bodybuild guys there, so if there's anything, you just tell them to act, and they act.
I will stay with you a little further, and then I'll come to you, Doug and Prof, later. So what's your assessment of the NPP's posture in terms of security? Now, prior to the D-Day today, they were of the view that they didn't have a lot of confidence in the police, especially because of they assessing it by what happened in Ablekuma North rerun. Now, yesterday as well, the Deputy General Secretary mentioned that, they use the term Operation Firewall, which they say that it is within the remit of the law, that they have the power to defend themselves. This posture, and today, the General Secretary himself saying that, of course, the police, they have confidence in the police and all of that. If I was in your consulting room this morning, what would you be telling me, measuring the posture before and during today?
Well, it's very unfortunate. Now, if you realize the trend, when I'm assuming I'm in opposition, it's different the way I talk about the state security. When I'm in power, it's different the way I talk about the state security. So it's been that kind of blame game if I'm not in power. But if I'm in power, it's different. That is the case now. So if you have a political party saying they are not somewhat, confident in the security, what are the issues that you have drawn the attention of the hierarchy to? Have you sent those messages to the hierarchy? Has it been attended to or addressed? If not, there are so many channels that you can take, or so many channels that you can implement. Now, what happens is most of the political elites, because of the availability of, media and all of that, so any expression goes on it. But what they don't know is their followers carry it, and then that message resonates with them, and then they act upon it. For any political party to say they don't have confidence in the police, you must have some, evidence or something. Just send the evidence and then let the police act on it. But it's becoming some sort of a habit for the political elites to blame the police or blame the security services if things are not going their way. But when things go their way, they are calm, nothing untoward. But ideally, you're talking about a high-stake, by-election. And we've noticed what has happened before. And I don't think the police wants to sit down for what happened in Ablekuma North with, a few police stations going up, in chaos, to happen again. And that is why we are seeing a number and the quantum of the seriousness, the assertiveness, the presence in there. So I don't think any group or political party should feel intimidated by the presence of the police. You don't expect the police to allow you, leeway into areas you're not supposed to. That is not going to happen. And when that happens, we should be measured in how we send the message, not to misinform the populace.
Doc, tell me, what do you say about the commentary so far? And are you already finding any lapses or gaps, especially because if we have this heavy police presence, and then it will take members of the political party to tear down posters? I mean, it's early hours.
That's unfortunate, as my colleague Doc said. I mean, there's a law. The laws are meant to regulate the conduct of people. They are the instrument for that exercise. So if something is wrong, you use the law to address. It's unfortunate that he himself is a lawyer, so he should have known better, and that you don't have to. Except that the group exercise restraint and all that. It could be something that you and I would not be happy to be talking about. But that said, I also find it strange for Electoral Commission to have allowed this thing to stay. It is their duty to go there. They are election management body. So they are responsible for the conduct of the election. And one of it is that you go around, that's why we have 3 stages of election. The pre-election stage, the election stage, the post-election. The pre-election stage is where you do all the preparatory work, get all materials ready, make sure that polling stations are fit for purpose and all that. So you clear this. You don't wait for a contender to come and pull down a poster and all that. It means that they check on their responsibility and that they must receive that flag. That aside, I am also not comfortable in this country where political parties have made elections do or die affair, and they always create tension and all that. If that thing, we don't deal with it head on in this country, a day will come, if we are not lucky, it will slip through our fingers. That if you look at all the troubles that they cause, it's not the ordinary member of the society, the cocoa seller, the watches seller. He has no business to go and then pull down posters and all that. The political actors, they are hypocrites, and that we are not able as a society, we have also acquiesced. We are not able to tell them in their faces that, look, what you are doing is wrong. During all the tension that we are experiencing now, do we need over 5,000 security people there for just, a by-election? Do we need that? Then what happens to maybe 3 or 4 constituencies? Then we need Ghana Army to be there, or Ghana Police Service. This is a very easy exercise that if you think you have sold your ideas well, and you have right messages that resonate with the people, and you have a strategy to get the people to vote for you. That's it. But before this thing, they were promising us threats that we are going to protect ourselves, we are going to arm ourselves and all that, forgetting that this country has an institution which responsibility is to keep the security of all of us, and we pay them. And when they come to office, they also strengthen them by supporting them. All right. Sometimes I feel so sorry for the police because we make their work so difficult that sometimes there is an incident, they want to arrest, and there's a problem. You touch one, the next day, you are not going to have your daily bread. So the police, you see that sometimes their inactivity, you can also assign the reason to this because, hey, they are careful about this. But if we allow police a free hand to operate, I can tell you without fear of contradiction that they will perform and perform well. The political elite, political actors deliberately create a situation for them that it becomes so difficult to work. Sometimes I feel so sorry for the work that they do because we don't allow them a free hand to operate.
Prof, let's go back to the change of the representative for the NDC, and let's attempt to get into the mind of the NDC. I mean, I recall in 2016, one of the things that was cited why the NDC lost that seat was voter fatigue. Do you think that it was a simple political decision that, listen, the incumbent was not able to win the seat, whether it was still being contested in Parliament or in court or not, there wasn't a clear-cut win for them? Could that have been that it is mimicking 2016 when Baba Jamal lost and Amase had to win for them? And so they got the opportunity to change and make decisions. Would I be wrong? Would I be right if I think like this?
Yeah, MFA, you will be right. In fact, in politics, whatever you do has some effect. Definitely, nothing goes for free in politics. So this change, I am very, very sure that if you don't get politically matured people, they simply won't be able to comprehend why Henry would do such a performance, close to winning, still convinced that he even won, contesting the case in court. And then the unfortunate happens, and he has to be contested by 2 other strong guys. Even Henry would be wondering why are people coming to contest, even though it is democracy. I'm sure Henry is matured, he is a politician, he knows he's going to be, but his followers, not many of them would be matured enough. And I'm happy you mentioned what happened to Baba Jama in the I think 2016.
16.
Yes. And what even happened to the NPP when they changed from Mesedu Jemfi to Ernest Kumi the first time.
Yes.
That gap, immediately you create, your opponent takes that as an opportunity, and if you are not lucky, you get punished for it.
Doc, let's talk about the political implications of people who are emotional. I mean, earlier, Dr. Sasanti believes that people sympathize, they mourn, they grieve, but when it comes to voting, they take the decision because of what? Do the policies benefit them? Do they belong to the enclave? Do they belong to a political party? That's simply it. I don't care whether you lost your mother or your father. I sympathize with you, I'm mourning with you, but it will not influence my decision. But looking at that constituency where Ernest Kumi comes from, and his area where he even won the highest margin of vote, and the situation that has occasioned a by-election, it's not a rerun like that of the 2008, the situation that has occasioned the by-election, do you think that people are going to the polls very emotional? And what kind of security measures do you think you should be deployed for people who are emotional, who are mourning, who are grieving? It's not that he's even been buried anyway. He's just been what the traditional people say, 1 week celebration or 40 days observation. Do you think that the voters for his particular enclave are going the same voters, or they go with a certain emotion? And what should the police do to manage the situation?
Okay, I think politics, voting itself is an emotional activity, because you lose, you're emotional, you win, you're emotional. Now, for the late MPs, supporters and those who are sympathizing with the party itself, security is generally for all, to the benefit of all, whether you belong to the party or not. So I think for them, the issue will stem from the fact that if they lose, especially in areas where they thought they should have won, and that is where the skirmishes may happen. And security also has been put in place for post-election, the counting, and then hours after counting. That is very critical, because what happens after the counting itself is more important as before and during. So I think that's where the issue will come in. But for now, they all go in there and vote. I mean, everybody will go in there quietly and vote. So the security agency should just be on the lookout for, during and then the aftermath. Strongholds of the incumbent, stronghold of the opposition. That is what they need to focus more on, in areas where they've identified as flashpoints. Emotions will come in, as we saw just now on the screen. We don't know what it is about, but we'll go into it. So people who have a strong connection with the late MP or the party would get emotional when things don't go their way. And even if things go their way, they also get emotional. Emotional in the sense that they will try to do something too if you're at the losing side. And that's what we need to watch all these
things. So it means that the polls, after the polls have closed, anything that happens after that is even a major security concern. I mean, considering what even happened in 2008, ballot snatching, people running away with it and all of that.
So the aftermath is very important as
okay. Dr. Sasanti, I'm curious. Yesterday when we had a conversation with both parties here on the AM show, the NPP believes strongly that one of their strongest message for voters would be that don't choose the NDC candidate. You can't trust him. For political science, is this a message that can sell?
It's no message. It's no message. Trust. It doesn't. I am say for instance, I'm a farmer growing crops, and I need a marketplace to sell my crops. And somebody comes to promise me that give him the mandate, I'll build you a place to do your business. And somebody's come, and then his message is that don't trust this man, just vote. If you trust a good job. I am looking forward to having the market where I can make ends meet. Remember, Dan has done a research saying that people are rational and they choose the things that satisfy their interest.
They cite the example that you were the person's lawyer So they don't expect that you will now want to... They believe that he had access to privileged information, because this is electoral petition. You're petitioning the outcome of the results. And so the lawyer had privileged information and now has used that to be the one wanted to run the seat, contest the seat.
Irrespective of all these things.
It's politics, is it not?
Yes. The real thing that always change or sway voters is what is specific in their constituency and is of concern to them. If that place, Galamsey, is worrying farmers and who are in the majority, obviously they will gravitate towards a message that would deal with Galamsey head on. All right. So emotion, sympathy, and all that do not come in. Take, for instance, that emotional argument people were talking about, 2020, November, we lost Rawlings. The wife was contesting. Who voted for Nana Kunedu? Who voted for Nana Kunedu? I mean, I'm not reminding Nana Kunedu of this pain, but here you are. If it is about emotions and all that, Nana would have won. It tells you that, yes, Ghanaians sympathize with Nana Kunedu, that he has lost the husband, and all of us lost our president. All right, but they were looking for other things that will influence that will improve their lot. So in election, the rational choice theory reigns supreme.
And considering that over here as well, the literacy level is nearly 77%, and so the rationality would be very potent over there.
Yes, you can understand the dynamics there. You see, when he was giving statistics, he talks about the fact that these days the numbers are coming down. Do you know why? The great, consolidated diamond company is going down simply because of lack of investment and all that. So you have small scale and artisanal, mining that is going on. But the service industry, we've seen results improving. Do you know why? Because you have one of the best schools there, St. Rose's. You also have St. Dominic Catholic Hospital. Services are provided there, so it changes the dynamic. If you have also been a student of history, you know that the Krobos have always been on that area in Achim land for oil palm production, right? The colonial days, they were producing, labor was a problem to carry the barrels and all that, so they put it in the brim, and then the water will carry it away. They get to the end of the water, and then they carry them out. Yeah, so they live in Achimland for years. So I'm not surprised their numbers are increasing and all that. But I can tell you that all those things do not influence voter choices. Just the influence on that is very little.
Okay.
So that is why people harp on ethnicity. They harp on religion in this country. I said, those who are advising them, they've lost it. Those things do not win anybody any seat. Otherwise, one would have expected that any time we go for election in Akwatia, because the place is Achim area, we should get an Achim winning. Has it been the case?
No.
No. And that is how election is. It's the economy, bread and butter issue. And that one is national. It dovetails in any area. If the economy improves, it improves your life.
If it is bread and butter issue, Prof,
yes,
then clearly that argument of they look at the government or the sitting president to want to vote, then the NPP shouldn't even contest this at all, because then they'll believe that this proximity to the bread and butter is the government in power or the president in power.
Records, Prof, before you come in, records. The NPP just left office, and they put in a lot of things that are beginning to germinate, that we can't take it out. All right, in politics, there's always luck that you can introduce a policy, it will not germinate during your era, and it comes in. I'll give you an example. All right, Buzia did a lot of homework. He did a lot of things, and the soldiers overthrew him. Achampum benefited and glorified himself that he has introduced ABCD. When the real policy began to fail, he had no solution than to organize a week prayer and all that, which are pure, a week prayer. I don't get it.
I'm glad that you held yourself, Doug. So, Prof, do you appreciate my argument?
Yes,
that
do.
Proximity to the bread and butter.
I do.
Plus, what really would, if the NPP candidate won in Parliament, what's the impact? Do they need the seat at all?
You see, so development is key, I agree. But we are all in this republic, and we know some time past when Jerry John Rawlings was coming, his stature his looks alone, his handsomeness alone got people on the floor. And people advocated openly that they were going to vote for him because he's the most handsome. Ben Mapani, like you remember, I don't know how old you are, but
I probably was crawling, but I heard they were calling him Junior Jesus. Am I correct?
I knew some people in my area who simply can't help it upon seeing John Rawlings even on TV, and they voted for him. You remember the gentle giant, the gentle giant.
That'll be for Kufuor.
For Kufuor. So sometimes you have a section of the people who also go with the emotions and the non-bread and butter issue.
Is it significant?
It's not.
Anyway, I have not estimated that yet, but you know, in elections, a single vote is as important as the 100 votes.
Do you suggest that the findings from the Global Info Analytics, and Kofi, thank God you're here, the projection that the NDC candidate might just win at the time that they collected the data, at the time that they brought the findings, in 24 hours or maximum, say, 48 hours, anything possibly can change?
Right. I see the issues as standard issues. So in by-elections, development becomes the topical and the most winnable campaign message, because then you have the president already in place and you may want to tilt towards, like you said, proximity. Who do we send to the president and who gets it done? It would better be the NDC, the person whose president is already in place. So development is key. Check the track record. All the by-elections we've had since 1992. It's been development for the candidate in government and then other issues for the candidates in opposition. But it hasn't been confirmed from 1992 that always the incumbent PC wins. And that is why I go for other reasons other than the development being the key. In Akwatia, for example, I'm sure, yes, they care about development, but if you saw some of the sound bites that people sent, some of the citizens are saying that, yes, we need development, but we trust that Solomon can also bring us development. It is still development, but it doesn't necessarily then translate into saying that it's an automatic win for. That's why you see the polls still close, and you check the history of Akwatia, it's been close like that. You go to Akwatia Township, and the NDC is doing well. You come to Wenche, and the NPP is doing well. And Doctor was talking about if the results begins to come and we see some of the expected to do well, NDC side begin to change, or the expected to do well, NPP side begin to change, then scrutiny must come in, because people may think that, but
it's expected that
yes, where your gentleman was, it's a blooded MPP area. How come the results coming from there and they begin to? So I think that development is standard. It is the rational position, but we know ourselves sometimes. We look at other things. And even when we go for development, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person whose president is in place is the one to bring the development. And I heard the Akwatia people saying that, yes, this guy, we know him. He has employed about 5,000 people. He can bring us the development we want. If a certain lady said, let's just send him there to go and take salary. And that is Ghanaian. Some Ghanaians are like that.
Right.
But of course, I agree, perhaps not in the majority. And I also agree that development is supposed to be the topical for a by-election.
I have a follow-up question for both of you, but let me go to Isaac and we'll come back to the... Yeah. We're on which of the slides now?
I think we need to look at the factors that people will be looking at to vote, and that will help with our conversation. It's very important that we are bringing in all the elements. In a by-election, you don't have to take any determinant out. Everything is so important. Maybe not as significant, but people also vote on those tangents. And as you can even see, this pie chart alone tells you why Akwatia NDC has won 3 of the, since 1996, 4-4, right? So this will be a tiebreaker if my memory serves me right. So that tells you that just look at close about half of that is Akan, and half is also, close about half is also other tribes. It tells you why there is that swing and that bellwether nature of Akwatia. But Global Info Analytics were on ground and they tried to understand what will, people look at in terms of the voting. And this is what we have it. And as you can see, the first one, complete outlier in terms of comparison to the other factors or other determinants. And just like our guests have said, they are looking at development projects. Why? Because this is a by-election, and they have seen what went on in Nigeria. They've seen, they've seen what went on in, Kumewu. They've seen other areas where, when there are by-elections, the political parties move there, or the government moves there to do development. Already, we have seen them enjoying the DVLA office that was actually, opened by the president during the weekend. And so that's why it's important that they are talking about, development projects being number one, because of the precedent we've created for ourselves that if there's a by-election, that constituency must have immediate development. And so it's important. And that's why you see that being number one. One key reason why that is number one. But economy, definitely not number one, but number two. 15% also says that bread and butter issues are so important to them, and they will be voting on that tangent. There are people who are also still considering education, jobs, 10%. Galamsey, we know the Apinaman forest is one that is also being affected by illegal mining. Also, people are looking at that as well. Party affiliation is about just 4%. And empathy, we've all heard about whether we have sympathy votes and all of that. That is not really counting per what we are gathering from Global Info Analytics, data. That's about 4%. Popularity of the candidates, about 2%. Healthcare, 2%. And in fact, with the NPP, they decided to bring Bernard to the contest because they said that he's a miner. Many have said that, well, he is into mining. He knows a lot of people. He's been able to employ people. And as you can see, the jobs, 10% also looking at that. The NDC have also done their homework and possibly have seen this reasons or this data, and have also chosen a candidate in the primaries that they did. And that will also be important. But MFA, let's look at the probability of both MPP and NDC winning by-elections. It's very important. If you hold all other factors constant, this will be a 34th by-election, and Tamale Central will be a 35th. But in terms of the probability of winning, you have MPP winning 17 out of the 33 by-election, NDC 15, and the parliamentary, an independent candidate winning 1. So just by using that data and holding all other factors constant, the probability of MPP winning a by-election in Ghana, if you run the figures, is about 52%. 52%, that's the probability of MPP winning by-elections in the country. NDC is around, 45%, and independent candidates winning is also around some 3% or so. So just by using that data, you will see that NPP are slightly ahead when it comes to winning by-election. And the reason why we need to bring this in the picture is because you need to look at when those by-elections occurred. That is also a key factor here. Let's look at by-elections since the first parliament to the 8th parliament. And just like you can see, majority are concentrated in the 3rd parliament, the 4th parliament, and the 6th parliament. And you know those who were in power around that time. The first parliament was the NDC. There were 4 by-elections in there. And then also you come to the 2nd parliament, 2 by-elections. So both the 3rd and 4th parliament have had more by-election, and 6th parliament have had more by-election than any other parliament that we've had in our history. And in fact, we are just about 8 months into the life of the 9th parliament, and we expected to have 2 by-elections. It will be interesting to see who wins. But this is, this is contributing to the data that we saw. Now let's walk you through some of the outcomes and ask ourselves whether incumbency plays an important role in here. Because why? We know by-elections have played an important role. It was through by-election that Muntaka Mubarak actually came to parliament. It's through by-election that we had Dominic Nitiwo. So although many have said that why don't you just let the person, the party that was in power or the party that won the main election just choose somebody to continue. Many have said that let it be a fair playing ground, let people contest for us to get the best, because by-elections have proven to get very good products for the country. And you see, I mentioned Muntaka and then also Dominic Niti, who went as high as becoming a defense minister, and we've also produced an interior minister out of by-elections. And so that is also important. But there are those who have said that if you don't consider the security aspect, by-elections will leave an indelible mark on that constituency. It may have been a very peaceful constituency, but what may happen during the by-election will turn the constituency around, like a place like Ayawaso West Wogon was very peaceful until that by-election that became a bit bloody, and we also saw the reports also there. But let's walk through some of the important by-election, look at the incumbency and then the person who won the by-election. So Akwatia, that was a rerun in 2009. NDC, not really a by-election anyway, but NDC was in power. For some months, and then we had to do some rerun. MPP, although they were in opposition around that time, was able to win this. That Akwatia, they won the 6 polling stations and won that seat for the MPP. Triponi in 2009. NDC in power, NDC also won. Talensi 2015, NDC in power, NDC won. And Ayawaso West 2019, we saw MPP in power and MPP also winning around that time. And so if you look at the by-elections that we've had, if you look at the party that's in power, it plays a significant role, because we've all seen how by-elections are actually tied to development projects, because there is that perception that once you have by-elections, you have immediate development, and people based on that to vote. And you know where development will come from. It's the government of the day that will bring those developments, and people will consider those factors and also vote. And so you see it there that incumbency also plays an important role, but there are constituencies that will still vote the other way, even though that party may not be in power. And so that is the history of by-elections in the country, where we've had about, let's say, roughly 33, and MPP winning about 52% of the by-elections that we've had so far. This is our 34th by-election, and many have said that will also play an important role. Looking at the numbers in general, it will have an impact on Parliament. Many have said that why the NPP, you don't even have 100 members of Parliament. Why do you need this? They need this to tell or to put a message across that they can still win elections, even though they lost heavily in the presidential election and also the parliamentary election in the main election in 2024. So whatever the case, this is a very consequential by-election that we have on our hands, Emefa. Well, we'll pick up on that part of the conversation, Kofi. But on your screen now is the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tetayevnu. You've seen him on ground. I will be engaging Dr. Doke that the optics, what you see, what does it mean?
Well, it tells us that they're in charge. So far, so good. The day is still young. Now, for the big man himself to, go through town, I saw him interacting with the EC official.
Doc, if you can just give me a minute, we'll just listen to him and then we'll come back to you.
And then elect the rightful person that will lead them in their constituency.
We're hearing varied figures of the number of men you've deployed. Can you give us some?
5,000 plus. 5,000.
Is there any reason for that number? It's quite high.
Your guess is as good as mine.
I love it. The IGP, and of course, get some of the sense. It's going to be a very long, also, knowing that, of course, as it's called, now the washes and a process in this call. Personally, going to some of the polling.
Well, Inspector General of Police going around on ground in the Akwatia Constituency, at least checking how the process is going so far. That's what you see on your screen. currently. This is your election headquarters. We bring you every detail. We don't want you to miss not even a second of today's very important by-election that will see either the NPP or the NDC, at least one of them, headed to take that seat for the unfortunate demise of Ernest Kumi. But Doc, you were on telling me that it tells me that they're in charge.
Yes.
Coming from the Ablikuma North rerun,
Exactly.
here people say that it is a re-auditioning, a re-capacity assessment of the IGP. Do you agree?
Yes. So in every situation, if it goes sour, like we had in Ablikuma North, you sit down and then you assess, okay, your strengths and weaknesses, what went wrong, and then you try to correct it. So in this case, they've learned their lessons very well. And I see this as true blueprint of what happened in Asin North some time back, where the police presence was heavy in there. The IGP himself then visited the area. And it's good it motivates his men, okay, to even perform better. Now, prior to that, we saw some, a lot of confusion with regards to a gentleman who was being whisked away into the Black Maria. The police have so far exhibited assertiveness, which is very good. Now, I always maintain anybody who flouts the law, just pick him up, and that's it, whether NDC or NPP. It is high time. We cannot let these two political parties dictate with regards to the security of the nation, okay, with the accusations or whatever. There are rules that must be followed. And I earlier on stated that the presence of political elites trying to, assess the voting areas is something we should look at. So I'm very happy, if they stopped the, party elite from assessing the area, it is very good. It should apply to even the incumbent officials also. So we won't have accusations levied against the state security and all of that. So I think so far it's been good. The momentum should be maintained till the latter. And I hope IGP and his men would also be in the area after everything.
Do you have any idea, or do you have a fair idea of what the Operation Firewall will look like for the NPP? What do you think they're describing as Operation Firewall?
Well, it pertains to you not having access as much as you want. Yeah. And the issues that they have expressed, okay? Allegations levied against the state police and whatnot. And the issue about, I heard something yesterday, the operations manager of the national security also being there and all of that. So it adds to all these kind of, accusations and whatnot. But ideally, as I said earlier on, have they been able to relay their, concerns very well, okay? And it also ties to trends. We've seen trends. If it was an NDC who was in opposition, they would also say similar things. So it's something that the political elites are, playing around with each and every time things don't, favor them. Now, you expect that any political party who has, witnessed defeat before would take lessons. And since they are in power, they would block all loopholes.
Yeah.
And that is what they are doing. Okay? If it was the NPP, they would also do same. So it's just, they know the game, they know what they are doing, but we need our institutions to be independent and resilient. Can we allow them to do so? And in this case, this election, by-election, is going to tell a lot. Tamale Central is coming up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, one party says they are not contesting, so that is a foregone conclusion. But the aftermath, and even going into 2028, lessons learned from here will be replicated in 2028. I think we need to do well.
Doc, from the 33 by-elections that we have had, and I'm not adding the reruns, I'm specific on the by-elections, it would seem to me as though the NPP knows how to win by-elections.
So many factors come in. It's not necessarily the party winning, but what are the factors? If the economy is improving and there is a by-election, there is every reason to believe that people will give you the votes. But if, say, you are in the third year, the economy is failing.
Doug, please give me a minute. I will take all of us to my colleague Jacqueline Ansuma. Jacqueline, any updates for us?
Well, Hemefa, so currently at Kusi, which is one of the polling centers here in Akwatia. Now, with this place, we have roughly around 7 polling centers in the Kusi area, which is just close by Takrase. But then I have the presiding officer of one of the police centers in Kusi with me here. Kindly join me here, sir. Now, how many voters are expected here?
500 voters.
Oh, okay. And so far, out of the 500, how many people have casted their vote?
69. But you can see that the queue is
very long.
When I checked, 69 who have casted their votes.
Oh, okay. So for you, you think that the voter turnout is okay for you?
Sure. Because when we started, it was slow, but now they are trooping. So we pray that all of them can come around and come and cast their votes.
Okay. And what's the name of this center?
Kusi Presby Primary.
Okay, Kusi Presby Primary. All right, sure. Thank you very much, sir. I'll engage you. All right. So MFA, that's the presiding officer of this very center. We've been just moving around the areas here in Kusi, but I'm likely to go back to Takrase where we spoke earlier, where I told you that that is the area where the NDC candidate comes from. He hasn't casted his vote yet, but then I've been informed that he will be there very soon to cast his vote. MFA.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline Asumadu, for bringing us updates. 500 people in the queue are expected to vote there.
MFA, so we have the MP for New Jabin here. Honorable, you've been here. How long have you been here in this area?
I've been here for the past 3 hours.
Okay, and your observation so far?
So far, so good. Just that the voter turnout is also getting poorer like the election day. But we hope and believe that more people will come out to vote.
So, okay, so far, have you heard of any, disturbances in any of the other centers?
No, I've been dispatched to see.
Oh, okay.
From my briefing, we've not had any disturbances.
Okay.
And there's maximum security here, so I think the elections is going to be peaceful.
Okay, all right, sure. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're still here, MFA, at the polling center here at Kusi. As I said, there are 7, very minimal numbers here. But then, even though there are 7, there are a lot of numbers that are expected at these various centers right here in Kusi. MFA.
Right, thank you so much, Jacqueline. Thank you for bringing us update from Kusi. But we look forward to you visiting the NDC's candidates' voting center as well, and where he also comes from for updates. Thank you so much. Now back in the studio, Doc, I was saying that if I look at the numbers and the number of times that we've had by-elections in this country, it would seem to me as though NPP knows how to win by-elections.
During the by-election period, all the parties, when it comes to they winning, they have their strategy. I've told you that 3 things apply when you want to win election: your resources, all right, both human and material, your strategy, and your message. That's it. So if you get all these basics right, you win. But some factors, like the economy, are being, putting emphasis on. If the economy is going away or is slipping through your fingers, and you are the 3rd year, and there is a by-election, I tell you, if you are in government, you are likely to lose.
Okay.
Because people will tell you that, look, they'll bring Kinky to you. The ball of Kinky now and before, they'll show you to you, and you see the evidence, all right? Look at Akwatia. You've seen the statistics from Info Analytics. Very interesting. You see popularity. It doesn't come. Because you can...
Shocking. Shocking, because 1 minute...
Do you know why? You can be popular, but you can be notoriously incompetent. We are not going to give you the vote. Remember, you are talking about people with high level of illiteracy. Literacy rate is very high. So they weigh the people and said that I know you can do as good by giving us what we expect. So here you are. Popularity doesn't count. Sympathy and all those. But you saw development. Development is a product of what? Economy.
Right.
If the economy improves, you can get development. If it doesn't, you will suffer pain.
So, for example, in a constituency, generally the country may be recording some very good gains economically. But in my constituency, maybe I'm lacking some developmental amenities, things that you consider as developments, right? In my community or constituency, I can still vote for a candidate that belongs to the winning government.
That's what we said, constituency-specific issues. So it's not necessarily every constituency has its own dynamics. There are places, all that they need is that borehole water. That's it. If you go to airport residential area and promise them borehole water, nobody will vote for you. You are simply out of touch. Okay. So constituency specific. Here we need potable water because we drink our source of water. Animals also go there and get water. We don't want that. Some places they want public toilets. They want so constituency specific. So if you are designing your instrument of getting data, we have national issues, regional, constituency specific. Remember that all votes we are talking about, whether president or MP, they come from constituency. Okay. So the constituency, we are very careful. You are looking at. I was surprised that they push job very close to the end because job is important because the mining, the large-scale mining is going down. That is what attracted a lot of people to the area. So I'm not surprised people are also leaving the place. Okay. But the service industry, because of the hospital, because of the school and all that, people get attracted to the place. But it tells you that the economy, because all the things they are talking about, employment is a function of the economy. If the economy is doing well, its frontiers can open and people can be employed. If that is not the case, you have a different story. Okay, Prof.
Yes. Interestingly, in Akwatia, to add to what my colleagues have said, and we know here in Ghana that there are also some constants that do not really weigh the issues we are discussing. They are all for the color green and they are green. They are all for blue and they are blue. In Akwatia, there are some 45, 90 put together polling stations that per their voting pattern have chosen blue 45, blue, green 45. So we are left with just about 20, 26 or so plus polling stations that have demonstrated some variation in their voting pattern. And so I am thinking that, yes, development and all these factors are genuine factors. I call them standard factors. It is constituency by constituency that you see the variation. So in some constituencies, like Doc was saying, perhaps job may climb up and then development may come down when you go to elsewhere where they have enough developmental infrastructure issues and all those things. So yes, these are standard factors. By constituency, you see the variations come. But in all the analysis that we do, we shouldn't forget about those that are constant blue or constant green. And that is why I also want to add to the conversation the bit of who we are. There are some section of us, Ghanaians, seated here in the constituencies, who are blue irrespective of the factors we are discussing. Right. Or green irrespective of the factors we are discussing. And so, yes, standard factors, but the variation perhaps will come as a result of some of these additions I have done.
Well, you're watching your election headquarters. We're bringing you every detail that's happening at the by-election happening at Akwatia. And today, definitely by close of polls, you get to know whether it's the NDC or the NPP. We're following keenly. And when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Please stay with us.
Join us for the 4th Made in Ghana Bazaar by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with its stakeholders at the Accra International Conference Center. 5th to 7th September, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. daily. Themed, Championing Economic Diplomacy, Connecting Producers, Markets and Opportunities. Exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses and embassies. The bazaar promotes Ghana's products abroad and fosters international trade. Enjoy Latif Abubakar's Ghana Must Go and other vibrant entertainers plus free entry. Sponsors Ghana Exim Bank, GNPC Green Opal Properties, Zonda Tech Ghana, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, GRA, Free Zones Authority, Ghana Shippers Authority, Opsol Consult, We Shop Africa and B5 Plus. Beverage partner, Twillium Industries, Clothing partners, ATL and Wooden, official media partners, GBC, Multimedia and SP Agency. The 4th Made in Ghana Bazaar at AICC, 5th to 7th September. Connect and promote Ghana's goods to the world.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings, some at the foundation and others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Bako, Services Bibre. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters. Door masters, the best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited, let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Interplast, we make sure water reaches you even in space. Gilbert Security Doors, protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investment. Western Villas, where dream meet reality. EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Welcome back. You're watching the AM show, and we are your election headquarters, bringing you every detail that's happening in Akwatia. Today, by close of the day, we'll get to know whether it will be the NDC or the NPP. You want to stay with us. Our correspondents are on ground, bringing you everything that you do not want to miss. Now, back here in the studio, Dr. Doke, let me come to you. We'll take a trip back to the Ablekuma North rerun, because, of course, now it has become one of the favorite case in points. Before, it was Ayawaso West Wogon. Then we have moved to the Ablekuma North rerun. What's your assessment with how the police generally, the post-violence, how they handled it, the persons that were arrested, the conviction, how the court proceedings, the NPP, the commentaries that came after that? Do you think that it has echoed a certain level of confidence in the police, or you just think that that was not punitive enough? Right.
So I think in every situation you would have the institution responsible to take action, which they have. It's with justice, it's what I've observed in our space here is it's a bit slow sometimes, and sometimes it's very quick. And in this case, one would have thought immediately the violence happened, within 72 hours, those gentlemen would have been picked up. But it took a while. Now they sent them to court. You need to gather, evidence is clear. And we had the IGP in his press briefing with the fourth estate that they'll be taken to court and then all of that. After that, I haven't heard anything again.
They pleaded guilty. And then the sentencing as well, each person goes, per the calculation of the penalty per the fine would be 6,000 Ghana cedis each. And people said that, well, that is too affordable for the violence which they pleaded guilty for. Who's to blame, the judge or the law? Where's the gap?
It's the law. Well, unfortunately, we can't do anything. But can we have something different when it comes to elections itself and election violence? I think it should be very punitive enough. Very, very, harsh, if I should use that word, so people will not even dare. You understand? But so far, the police have done what they can, okay, and that serves as a lesson for them with regards to what happens today. So the justice itself is there, a different body, institutional on its own. The police also is there, but interlink, yes, there's some sort of synergy in there. But I think by and large, if we see this happening and then people have to pay an amount, that's the law, we go by it. Can we make it more, heftier? Yes. We just need to, go...
Whatever it is that we must deploy so that... Okay.
Because elections are becoming somewhat a process which unnecessarily attracts violence and tension. And unfortunately, we are slipping into that zone. Unlike other countries, that have experienced election violence, which has, deteriorated the system. We are slipping into that zone if we are not careful.
Prof, so I'm back to this global info analytics research that says that development for by-elections is one of the key. In fact, you have actually confirmed that usually or traditionally, it would be that when people are sure of development, I cannot take a stand, but it looks to me as though it's only 8 months for this government. Is it enough to want to base your decision on development? Or you think that people are just voting green or blue?
So all factors would be at play. The blue and the green, we cannot simply rule it out. Then we are forgetting who we are. So that is going to constitute a very good percentage of the outcome of today's election. Then comes to what I call the standard factors.
Which is what the research...
Global info analytics has confirmed. So the development is just what everybody else's need, and that's what we have also confirmed here this morning. But who then brings us the development? If the people decide that, yes, you are in government, but we assess your level of competence and you are unable to bring us the development, if we send you there, they may not automatically, it will still be development, but you will not be their choice. If they see the opposition person as the one who is fit or able, competent enough to bring them the development. So development is key. It will always be key. But then the messenger, the one going to get us the development, is also very important. And That is why selection of candidates, like we were discussing earlier, was very, very important. I'm not saying anything about the two individuals. I feel they are very fit, both of them very, very fit. Solomon is a first-degree holder and a businessman. In Africa or Ghana, if you're able to be successful in business, knowing the kind of people we are, the attitude people put up at work, if you're able to be successful in business, for me, you're a good manager. You can do it. You can do anything if you're able to succeed in business here in Ghana. So he has proven to be a businessman who has employed some people. So he's fit. Then comes the lawyer, B3. I mean, fit for all purposes, competent in his field of work, and he has demonstrated enough relationship with the constituency. And he can do it. Both of them are fit. But then the blue and the green will come into play, and then comes who we think can bring us the development. If it doesn't go the way of B3, it doesn't necessarily mean that he can't, but they perhaps would have thought that Solomon will do it better than him. Both of them can. And it's so close a contest to call for me at Akwatia. Any of the two can win, and that is what we have established. But then the factors will vary in Akwatia, and it will not be a conclusion of who can best bring us development or not, even though that is going to play out in who is selected eventually. So development, we cannot rule it out. But then it doesn't necessarily mean that the man whose father is in the seat as the president is the one we should send. It can also be that the one whose father is not on the seat can still be sent.
Doc, it really matters the number of registered voters in a particular enclave or electoral area, right? This one is over 50,000, let's say 52,000 and a little over that. It matters. And then the group of people that belong to a particular party in that sample space, that 52,000. We say that development. Do you think that beyond the development, because these people are elite, you can find people who are probably blue, who would say that, well, but for this very recent decision, for example, removal of CJ, remove other situations, I belong to blue. I love development, but certain decisions or immediate decisions that have been taken by the man who is up there is going to influence my decision. Does it look like a valid reason where people can change their mind last minute, no matter the development?
It is normal in politics, but its effect is minimal. I am a farmer. I want my roads to be fixed. That's what I need.
But it's 8 months. How are you measuring the development of a new government?
Yes, sometimes you can even see a sign. I've seen bulldozers, machines on the road. They are constructing. So I have hope that we are talking about 4 years journey. And just 8 months, I've seen bulldozers. Previous regime, I never saw any machine on the road. So this gives me hope, right? So that is a factor. But there are other factors which we have discussed already that will really influence people, the economy and all that. But the constituency specifics is always key, that this is what we want. I remember the 2024 elections, one of the, I think, John Mahama went to Western Region and the chiefs held a deba saying that here, what is worrying us is Galamsey. Deal with that. You saw the results there? Constituents or regional specific issues. So they are critical. But let me also go back and look at, if you're looking at the by-elections in general. I am always disappointed. You have only 2 parties contesting, NDC and MPP. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
A few occasions then you see CPP or one of them coming in.
I think in the history, CPP has won once, so maybe there's an independent candidate that also
what it tells you that this country operates a 2-party system. All right, dominant 2-party system. NDC, MP. The rest are dwarf parties. They won't win power until we change the system to have a proportional representation. Then you can have semblance of that.
How? How do we change the system?
Yeah, you can now, the system by our law and by the way the country was built around a 2-party. The British would bequeath the system to us, operate a 2-party system. The Labour Party, the Conservative. So anywhere they operated, 2-party system became the order of the day. By 2-party system, we are saying that you have so many parties in the state, but only 2. have the wherewithal to win power and form government. All right. Beyond that, then we have a multi-party system. A multi-party system, we're saying that if you have about 4 parties, all of them have equal chance of winning election and form government. But the government could be what? A coalition, because you will not have a landslide victory so as to form a government on your own.
Right.
But you have to tie your apron string with others. I am saying this because if this country, sometimes people talk about we are sick and tired about NDC MPP. We need a third force. Where is the third force? Here. I want to see them. They are conspicuously missing, because if you go to the areas, you can't find them. Where is the CPP? Last election, you saw the CPP billboard. Which biggest one did you see in this country? And where did they hold their campaign? Where was their last rally point? Yeah. Did you see that? All these things count a lot. And then you talk about violence, which is characterizing our by-elections and all that, and elections in general. It did not start today. If you go to Ghana's history, 1956, you know, our first election we held was 1951. Then the second was 54. Then 56. 56, you know, Ghana would have gained independence in 1954. But 3 months after that election, a new party was born, the NLM, the National, the NLM party was born. And National Liberation Movement. And this party and its objectives and all that created all manner of problems for us. And that election became so violent. From that day, we have not known peace from 1956. All right? And yes, so violence in Ghanaian politics did not start today.
Okay.
The Fourth Republic, we have seen 1992 and the rest of them.
Right.
Were machos and all that. But let me land before you come in, that one of the things that created this problem is that anytime we see a problem manifesting in an election, we try to deal with it in a way after election. We don't go to the root to deal with it head on. And they rear their ugly hairs in the next election, where people take us to another level. And that's the problem.
Well, when I have the time, we'll have Dr. Doke respond to this violence part, but I'll take you to my colleague, Nana Akwatia, to bring us some update on ground again. Nana, where are you now, and what can you report?
Bodria West electoral area, and you can see behind me that the process is going on smoothly. Not long ago, the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tete Yohonu, came to inspect the electoral area. He shared some words of encouragement to the police officers here, and emphasizing that the process, per his observation, has been smooth, and that they must continue with the process being smooth everywhere that the day go. But then I have the Deputy Majority Chief Whip here with me, an MP for Adam, and she has been here for quite some time and observing the electoral process. Honorable, you're live on Joynews. Your observation so far, how has it been?
So far, so good. You can see how peaceful the atmosphere is. This is the first time I'm witnessing by-elections so peaceful, security full everywhere, and anywhere you go, the police is they position themselves very well. Each polling station have over 30 police officers, and I say kudos to the IGP. He has done marvelously well, because Akwatia was a threat when the Blikumanov happened, but we can see that the change we are looking for has really come.
And though we've seen that it's been violence-free, we've witnessed some form of chaos at your party office here at Akwatia, where there was some altercation between party supporters and then the NPP side, claiming that the NPP wanted to remove their posters. Have you heard of this? And then what form of caution would you give to your supporters out there?
Today is election day. Everybody should forget about any misunderstanding and argument and focus on why we are here today. So I'm urging everybody to stay focused. Don't let any removing a poster today. What will it bring? Allow them to do it and have your MP. All we need is the seat. Focus on the reasons why you are here. I don't know why small thing attract people. So I don't focus on things that will not bring any benefit, because we don't need that posters even today. We don't need it. All we need is the people to come out and vote and make sure Akwatia is green.
Are you hopeful that at the end of polls, your candidate here is going to win?
We are winning, and I will borrow Bahumia's word. The gap will be huge, very huge. We are winning. Look, If you vote one today, you are voting for walkout, you are voting for press conference, because my observation in the chamber, what the minority is doing best, at their best, is press conference and walkout. Because instead of them to put the government on it to, they are rather focusing on how to walk out, how to do press conference, and they have done press conference more than the number of MPs they have in the chamber. And what NDC is focusing on is development. All of us are taking some things to our constituency one after the other, and instead of them to be sober and lobby and get some to their constituency, their focus is on how to disrupt Parliament, how to put the people together and do press conference, and how to walk out in the chamber. That's all I can remember about what they are doing. So what are you voting for? It's not election year that you say, look, I'm going to look at who will do best. But now you have a good government, a government that has come now is a good government, and you have a government that is working, the government that cares for the people. So these two, what do you choose? You choose press conference or you choose development. So it's up to the Akwatia people to decide. But they have decided, because I've been in this constituency for days now, and I have witnessed a lot of their conversation, been their meetings house to house, spoke with people, and you can see that they are also focused, and what they are going to do is to vote for the NDC to win today.
All right, thank you very much. And that is the Deputy Majority Chief Whip saying that she's hopeful that the NDC's candidate is going to win this election, claiming that the NPP side would not have anything better, but then the ND side would have something better for the Akwatia parliamentary candidate, if indeed it goes to the NPP's parliamentary candidate. And so you can see that the process has been smooth, peaceful. The IGP on the ground inspecting the process. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Nana Boakye-Iyadom, who's currently at Badua West electoral area. And you just heard from Honorable Comfort Doyo Ganza, the Member of Parliament for Ada area. And the question is, what have you been saying? What has been your reaction so far? You have been watching us. You probably have something to say. And yours sincerely, yours truly, Karen is here to bring us updates on what's happening on social media.
Absolutely, MFR, of course. Away from the polling stations and collation centers, obviously, the battleground is as fierce on social media. And here at Joynews, we promised you a comprehensive 360 coverage of the by-election in Akwatia. And as part of that, we want to take you to the digital space and gauge the pulse of the nation. What are Ghanaians saying? How are they saying it? And how much of what you're saying and your sentiments is shaping up conversations online? In real time, we're sharing that with you. I want to start with a Champong Isaac Kweju's comment, who says, if you're indeed a patriot, the Akwatia seat should be your concern. Snebs Vermont says, Ghana is for all of us, not for NPP, nor the NDC. Let's all make Ghana a better place. Hashtag peace in this by-election. Now, Jubilee Raf says that's the man. I'm wondering which man he's reacting to. But Kennedy Emmanuel also says this was the same strategy used at Asin Central, and it affected the NPP. Why not use the constituency and regional executives known in the area to do it? I believe he is reacting to news about the former Greater Accra Regional Minister, Titus Glover, who is serving as a polling agent, I beg your pardon, at the Winchi Durba Grounds polling station, and cross-checking, numbers and all of that. Let's look at the next set of comments. Well, Thomas STII says, but the defeat is still coming the way of the NPP. Kluji Bright Lion says they should watch him closely before he starts running with the ballot papers, just as he did in Parliament. I don't think he did that. It was another NP. Yeah, Carlos did that. James Teta says, but still, you can fill in those blank spaces as you wish. Ichampong Isaac Kweju says, if you're indeed a patriot, I think I've read this comment already, and so if we can have the next set of reactions, I'd quickly read through them right here. Zakaria Abdul Rahman says, hey, the elephants can't die without kicking Abi. Even former ministers as polling agents for an election that adds basically 0% to the cause of the NDC, with a laughing emoji. Ethelbert Debuo, I hope I did not murder your name.
They'll forgive us.
He says, Nanado and Baumia can even be polling agents, but Akwatia will be green. If you know, you know. Let's move on and get more reactions. Da Costa Anane says, what is Deputy Director of Operations just creating unnecessary jobs for party members? And Ashanti, a film actor, is the political advisor to the regional minister. Again, this particular person is reacting to the Deputy Director of Operations at the presidency, Mustafa Gbandi's presence there in Akwatia. Well, he got a reply from one Akajirim, Christopher, who says, that Costa Anani, go and bend the sea, bro. That is for us. That is us for you. We always make sure you are paid. He sacrificed for the party and was awarded. We won't do him like you did, Paul Afoko. Well, I told you it's a battleground on social media. And so let's still get more comments. Kwame Owusu Afram says, Akwatia will be fully blue by 8 p.m. tonight. Ose Asumadu. Togwi Benson Afiawo Ruben says, Eno, be this one day they win elections. Okay, well, I think that's in Pidgin. Let me try and reread it again. It says, you know, be this one they win elections. Even Baumia can sit there and it changes nothing. Nane Kiadako says, Akwatia is blue. Aram A. Yaira says, by 6th year, not Akwatia. I agree. Like I said, a lot of people believe, well, among the political divide, NPP, both NPP and NDC both believe that they will be taking the seat in Akwatia. Well, Farouk Wahabu says, wonderful people of Akwatia, kindly go out there and vote wisely without violence. Ghana first and your lives matter. Also, this user preaching for peace, which has been the central statement a lot of people have been sharing on social media, the call for peace, very important. Kanokre says, these are the men our party needs. David Yarni says, for transparency, Nanado and Baumia should also be polling agents. Peter Agbazode says, when we said they don't have the men, as they claim, they thought we were lying. A whole former regional minister serving as polling agent in a common by-election. Effect of Akufo-Addo's 16 years as leader of the NPP. Let's get more reactions. Musa Abdullahi says he will be shocked by 6 p.m. Kofi Ankoma Hagen says, so between those who sent low-level officers and those who boycotted the meeting, who has shown the National Peace Council contempt? Again, this user is reacting to Justin Kodia, the General Secretary of the NPP, justifying your reason for boycotting the Peace Council's engagement with both political parties. Stephen Nkrumah says, was that a national election to deploy national officials? Papa Kobla Apia I says, the constituency executives, not the specific officers in charge of the area. Why do we even send national officers to such a dialogue? We keep glorifying personalities, appointment, at least decentralize the representation. It's a by-election. Let the local representatives meet. They are with the people and know their dynamics, not national executives who will be acting on reported speech and what they have been told rather than what they know. And so these are a few, social media reactions. This is how a lot of people are reacting to the by-elections going on in Akwatia MF. Of course, I'll be having my eyes, okay,
of course,
on social media.
Of course.
So definitely any other reactions that pop up,
I think it's fiercely happening on social media, and I love it. They're quite fun and quite hot as well. But thank you so much, Noella, for bringing us updates on social media. So go on there. Noella will bring everything that you're saying, and Kofi is also joining us shortly to wrap the conversation, maybe. But Doc, before we went on social media, is it okay? My question will be that I recall that Ayaso West Wogon will be at the time that MPP was in power. And there's been concerns about how that white paper recommendation had not been implemented the way people thought it should be implemented. And it looked as though the NDC was looking to come to power. So that people felt that, well, indirectly or directly, they were going to take their own pound of flesh. Every time there is a by-election, do you remember Ayaso West Wogon? And do you think that the way it was treated, the way it was managed, is what where the repercussions, if we see that now, won't be surprised?
Well, in every by-election, you tend to have the aspect of, being worried with regards to what has happened in the past. It's placed on the minds of the individuals and institutions. Now, with regards to what happened in the Ayawaso West by-elections, very unfortunate, but there were a lot of things that went wrong, which was evident in the committee. Recommendations have come out. The problem is, why not implement the recommendations? We have a new government in place now. I don't think anything should hinder their ability to implement. It's never too late. Now let's see the implementation to the latter. That gives hope to the people. That gives credibility to institutions. When sanctions are implemented against individuals who were found to have gone wrong elsewhere, it gives trust. Okay, people tend to trust the system. People tend to believe in the leaders that they have elected. And by and large, the individuals who will be sanctioned would be made to face the law. And people know that the law is working. Now, if that is not done, then we would begin to always ask questions as to what is going to happen with regards to, other by-elections, not only this one. Because then you have the law take its course, people will go to court, and then at the end of the day, you're let go, they pay the fine or whatever. That also gives them some sort of impetus to do same again, because then what is 6,000 Ghana cedis? The party hierarchy can pay. But do we need to let this trend continue, which can harm us in the future? No. So in as much as possible, we want to see that things are done well, justice is served. Whatever that has to be done with regards to that recommendation should be done. And it will serve as a deterrent to everybody, the states, institutions, the individuals, those who are appointed, the security heads, not to mess up with the system again.
Well, Prof.
Yes.
What does it look like for the 2028 elections? Is it too early? It's just 8 months in the new government, but whatever decision that the people of Akwatia will make today, will it have any long-term impact in both even the leadership that this top-bottom approach, or is it the bottom-up approach that the NPP says they are doing, does it matter at all in selecting their flag bearer? Does it matter at all moving into 2028 elections at all?
Well, I think it will be too early to try and superimpose what is happening in Akwatia today.
Superimpose, that's an interesting one.
on 2028, it will be too early to do that. Well, it will have some gains for the NPP should they win, and for the NDC should they win. To the NDC, what it means is that they are doing something right. We all can attest to that, and the people of Akwatia too has affirmed that by giving the candidate the opportunity to represent them. Not entirely because they are a safe NDC seat, but weighing the conditions, this time they feel they should perhaps give their seat to NDC. To the NPP, if they should win, it means all is not lost. They are still a party with some strength and energy, and that winning the seat would help to energize them and maybe facilitate a faster rebuilding process. It will bring a lot of people together. In fact, already the campaigns have brought a lot of people to Akwatia. The factions that hitherto would have never crossed. You saw them crossing in Akwatia. Dr. Baumia is here, Ken is there, Brian is there, all of them in Akwatia. So it will facilitate their rebuilding, restructuring, or re-energizing their party. It has that potential of helping them rebuild faster. So that is it. Not to be and to have an impact on the numbers, because NDC will not need this number, technically speaking. They already have 2/3. And MPP too would not need the number, because already they are down, and adding this to the seat still keeps them where they are. So in terms of the numbers, I'm not sure the NDC and the MPP are looking at the numbers. They are not. What they are looking at is to send a message. Yes, we are doing well, and so the people of Akwatia have spoken. Did you hear them? Something like that. Then if MPP should win, it will be like, yeah, we told you. They are not doing anything. Akwatia has spoken. We are coming back in 2028.
Okay.
You will hear them. I'm sure if the elections gets over, you will hear how they both will react to it.
Doug,
that is what is happening.
What would you say to this? Would it be, we told you, or would it be, well, we just want you to have confidence and that you can see what we're doing? What would
it's either of the two. But what actually is a test of resilience.
For both parties?
NPP, and a test of what declining goodwill of the NDC. Yes. NDC is in government. People want to see whether this goodwill that gave them about 184 seats. Can they sustain that?
Do they still have it?
Do they still have that?
Yeah.
Can we, test that on the ground? And then also, yes, if that is negative, then we'll go toward MPP. If they win, are you resilient enough to stand the might of NDC with 184 seats? Are you still? Is there any hope that the next, opportunity you can still claim back the lost glory? So it's a mix of factors. But as my colleague said, it's early days yet. One constituency cannot determine the focus and direction of voting choices in this country. No.
But it will change the narrative, at least. It will start a new. It will start a new theme of narrative.
It will come up, but as to whether it will have effect is another story.
Okay.
3 years ahead is a long period of time in politics that anything can happen that will shake or make the foundation of any political party.
Sophie, at least maybe for the NDC, but because the NPP started their internal elections, if they win or lose, it will shape their campaign messages, right?
Absolutely. I mean, messaging is very important, and the PR gimmicks in the entire game is also very, very key. Just like our guests have said, who will win, anybody who will win will have a message, right? And what a perfect way to use Akwatia, which over the years has shown that doesn't belong to one side, to determine whether the NDC is indeed doing a proper reset agenda, or Akwatia still feels that, well, we still want to stay with the MPP because we feel that 8 months of the NDC hasn't been so far so good. So whatever the case, it will send a message, a national message. So today, about 52,000, more than 52,000 people will vote. But what they will decide will not be restricted to Akwatia, but it will echo across the entire 16 regions of the country, and both political parties will pick intelligence from that, and that will determine their messaging going into the rest of the years. I mean, the next 3 years ahead, and the fact that even in the NDC's own circle, you see people taking the lead to do campaigns for their own presidential, agenda and all of that. But it's still important to look at the numbers, because if you look at somebody like Titus Glover deciding to be a polling station agent, it tells you that the numbers at stake in that polling station, it's very, very significant. That's why we have done the analysis, run our checks, and are bringing you the top 10 polling stations to look at, not because of hotspot, but because of the numbers in terms of the registered voters. So let's look at it. Deba Ground, New Wenchi is where Titus Glover is the polling agent for the NPP there. And in fact, the data is telling you that that is the polling station with the highest number of registered voters, 704 registered voters. Presby Church, New Wenchi again, which we know both Wenchi areas are predominantly MPP, 699 registered voters. So whipping people or telling people to come and vote here, if the MPP is able to do so well in these two areas, very, very important. Then we know that the propensity to vote in this election is important. Whoever is able to whip people to go and vote will also be very key. SDA Biggsy School is also featuring heavily there. In fact, top 3, it is there, 607 registered voters there. Deba Grounds in Okumanin, 660. There's also Bodua, 607. And earlier I told you that all the Bodua areas are over 600 registered voters, and that's why both political parties have their eyes and ears on grounds over there as well. New Wenchi also featuring here again, 654 registered voters. And these are the areas that, according to historical data, NPP is likely to win in these areas. And that's why you see top guns of the party, electing to be polling agents in these areas. And in fact, look at the Yoruba mosques in Akwatia, where, remember, our people on ground told you that this is an area that is predominantly, the Muslim community, and they decide to vote for the NPP as well. 653. So these are the areas, the top 10 areas that we need to look at and all of that. It's not swinging on just one party. It's mixed in terms of even the top 10. Everybody have their, the places that they dominate. But the key word here is propensity to vote. How do you convince people to go out there to vote? It could be your stronghold, but if people don't come out to vote, you may be in trouble.
Definitely. Well, Kofi, thank you so much. This is your election headquarters, and we have been joined this morning by Professor Smart Sapon, Director of Research and Innovations at Kumasi Technical University as well. We've been joined by Dr. Asar Sante, political scientist and as well head of European Studies at the University of Ghana, and of course, Dr. Victor Doke. He is a security analyst. Doc, Professor, gentlemen, thank you for starting your morning with us. It's just a few hours since the polls started. It's going to be a long day, but we promise to be with you every step of the way. My colleague, Mamiesi Nyameche, will take over from here.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Be the luckiest, go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the because she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be lucky.
Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Africa Continental Engineering and Construction Network presents the 3rd African Continental Engineering Architecture, Construction and Real Estate Summit. Theme: revolutionizing the built environment for sustainable infrastructure development through the use of disruptive innovations, big data, and quantum technologies. Are you a building contractor, civil engineer, architect, real estate developer, or building material supplier looking for opportunity to learn new trends and network with top industry players? Then this summit is for you, as it is the grand gathering of all stakeholders of the building, construction, and real estate industry. This event is climaxed with the African Continental Belt Environment Excellence Awards, celebrating industry brands for excellence in innovation. Your long-awaited opportunity to grab big contracts, boost sales, be awarded and celebrated is finally here. Special guest of honor, Dr. Daniel Macaulay, Executive Chairman, Madan Group. Date 29th September to 30th September 2025. The venue is the Icon Conference Center in East Legon. To exhibit or nominate for award, call us on 0209 032 280 or 0558 650 199. ESCRIS 2025, One Africa, One Construction Network.
Something new is coming. Something exciting is coming. Joy 99.7 FM is giving you more of what you love sooner.
Well, you can tell everybody.
That's right.
Fam, listen, I've got news for you. This is Lexus Bill, host of Drive Time on Joy FM. And now we have an early start. Drive Time on Joy starts from 2 p.m. from hence. Monday to Thursday from 2 p.m. to 5:30. Join me on the Best Late Afternoon Radio Show. More time means more great stuff, more great conversations, more giveaways, more interviews, and all the fun that you get to enjoy on the Best Late Afternoon Radio Show. Drive Time on Joy with Lexus Bill.
One side, one side.
Let's meet at 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and on Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Drive Time on Joy. Yo, 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 yo!
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Some at the foundation and others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for Joynews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. App Bako, Services Bebre. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters. Door masters, the best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited. Let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank. Air strong, air tough. Interplast. We make sure water reaches you even in space. Gilbert Security Doors. Protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes. Beautiful homes. Wise investment. Western Villas. Where dream meet reality. EcoBank Joynews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it. Own it, live it.
This is your election headquarters. We're still covering live the Akwatia by-election live on the Joy News channel, also on Joy 99.7 FM, on all our affiliates as well as our social media platforms. Now, more than 52,000 registered voters, 120 polling stations. The stakes are high in Akwatia and the Eastern region, where voters will decide who occupies the Akwatia Constituency seat for the remainder of the unserved term of the late NPP MP Ernest Kumi, who passed away in July. In Parliament, the NDC holds 183 seats, the NPP 87, with 4 independents, with a 2/3 majority set at 184. Every vote in Akwatia could prove decisive for the passage of constitutional amendments and critical bills. This is your election headquarters with our comprehensive coverage of the polls. Stay with us throughout the day as we bring you all the analysis and reports from the ground. And thanks for choosing us, Joynews, independent, fearless, and credible journalism. I am Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson. We'll be right back. Well, it's been 3 hours of voting in Akwatia, and so far the process has been largely smooth and peaceful except for a minor incident. We'll bring you updates on that and the entire voting process with our team of reporters on the ground joining us shortly. In the studio with me will be Kojo Poku, a member of the new Patriotic Party, also a member of the NDC, as well as the LPG. We'll be bringing you live broadcasts from Akwatia as well with our team of reporters, Braves, Jackie Nanabwachi as well. And right about now, let's take you live now to Akwatia, where Samuel Kojo Braves is leading the team of reporters on the ground. But right now, we have Blessed Soga with us on the line to tell us more about what's happening. He is with Afenyo Market. Blessed Soga, what's happening?
You claim that you have charges against the Chief Justice, so you are done with count 1. You have count 2 and 3 not done, and then you say you dismiss the president. That's the work of the Command Commission. That's what Muhammad did as a case. And he said the 2 others. Which others you received? No, you will deal with it at the right time. Don't worry.
Okay, but what expectations and what message do you have for the people? Your live video right now. Your live video right now. Hello, this one, check. So as you can see in your shots, there's a little confrontation taking place this morning. We're not too sure of what's happening, but there's some level of protest going on. We're not sure which of the supporters are raising concerns and why they are raising the concerns. There's some protests taking place right now, and of course, we're just waiting to see what the outcome will be. But it appears that it's about the decision to go into an area that has been marked out. But you are live on the Joynews channel. We're just seeing some unfortunate developments right now, and we will wait to see what then will happen this morning. But you're live on the Joynews channel, and not something we're expecting to be the turnout of activities this morning. We wait to see what the police will say officially about what's happening. Not a good spectacle this morning for what you would want to see within Akwatia this morning. So we're just hoping that the process will be peaceful and everything will be calm. Some unpleasant words being said there, but it's all calm now, and we're hoping that there'll be peace at the end of the exercise. You're on the Joynews channel, and tension is quite high here in Akwatia, but we're hoping that there'll be peace at the end of the day, as you can see. So there's calm now, and we're hoping that that will be the situation going forward.
So a short while ago there, you had Blessed Suga giving us a report of some confrontation going on in Akwatia. We'll get more details about that shortly with our reporters on the ground covering the length and breadth of Akwatia Constituency and the voting process ongoing. We're also aware that the IGP is on ground, monitoring the situation, as well as the heavyweights in Akwatia from both parties, the NPP and the NDC. We have not set sights on the LPG yet, but we're hoping that we'll also have them to get their views on what's happening currently in Akwatia. And I have with me on the line Maxwell Kudeko, who is also there covering the election. Maxwell, where are you currently? Unmute and speak to us, Maxwell.
Sure, Mami, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Where are you currently? What's happening there?
Very well. I'm currently at the Palace Square polling station A and B, just in front of the Wenchi Chief's Palace, or the Osiewo Palace here in Achimwenchi in the Akwatia Constituency. Proud to coming here, I visited the Wenchi Deba Grounds polling station. I have been to the Wenchi Amankrado polling station A and B, and quite a couple of polling stations within the Wenchi enclave. I must say that generally we've not witnessed long queue in most of the polling centers. We have people walking in and then they're going through the process. I've seen many party bigwigs, especially from the NDC and the MPP. I came across the national organizer of the NDC, Mr. Joseph Yamin. He was in the company with the Mustafa Bandi, the deputy director in charge of operation at the presidency. They have been stationed here, moving around most of the polling centers, observing the process. I've also come across the national organizer of the NPP, Nana Wache, together with a former regional chairman of the NPP, Mr. Ernest Kumi, and a couple of NPP executives also observing the process. Now, here's it. I can report that from morning, from dawn, since we started the monitoring, we've not encountered any incidents or any confrontation. Security is very tight here. Visibility is very clear, right? All the entry points of the constituency and the exit points of the constituency have police checks. There are police patrol men on motorbike patrolling, men also in vehicle patrolling. I've seen an armored car here in the Wenchi area. And the police is doing its best. Most of the polling stations, I can count over 20, sometimes 20 or more police officers manning the place. People are not allowed to bring motorbike, especially around the polling center. So these are some protocols that the police have been observing. The only concern is that turnout has not been too encouraging. People are walking in. Not too long ago, I observed, or I saw the wife of the late MP, Yao Kumi's wife, coming to vote at the Palace Square. She came alone, and after that, I saw her talking to people, encouraging people to turn out at the polling centers and then vote massively for the NPP candidate, Mr. Solomon Asumadu. I had a conversation briefly with Bernard Bediako. It does appear that almost all the party executives are okay with the security arrangement, but Bernard Bediako is suggesting that even though they are okay with the arrangement, he suspects that mostly we have incidents getting closer to the close of polls before 5 thereabouts, and sometimes incidents also are recorded sometimes at the collation centers. So it's just urging the IGP and those in charge of security to ensure that they tighten security, especially closer to the end of the polls, to ensure that people don't take advantage of
And so Maxwell Kudeko giving us updates from the polling station. And there we also have on the line Samuel Kojo Brace, also coming to us from another part of Akwatia. Samuel Kojo Brace, what can you report?
Under the story building. I mean, this is where earlier the scuffle you heard about, the pulling down or the tearing of a poster, which resulted in that scuffle between a bodyguard of, someone they saw in the company of Alexander Afenyomarkin, who is the minority leader, and Justin Kodia Frimpong, who is the general secretary of the MPP. He tore down a poster belonging to the NDC candidates, and that is the poster. I mean, he tore it from this pillar or this light pole, and then put it here, because to him, he thought that it was illegal for there to be a poster of a candidate at the polling center. But that didn't go down well with the NDC supporters, who rushed on him and questioned him why he did that. They wanted to understand the rationale behind it. I mean, it became a scuffle between the NDC supporters and that particular, bodyguard. But there were other bodyguards in the company of the minority leader who then intervened and tried to calm down tempers. But that was not something the NDC supporters were going to take. So they came here in their numbers, trying to, understand from the guy why he did that. And they were ready. I mean, if you hear from their language, they weren't going to take any explanation. They just were here to confront the guy head on. But the police mounted a barricade in front of the polling station, and so they couldn't get access into the polling station. And I mean, it took some minutes for the police to get this matter under control. They had to tame the NDC supporters, but the supporters were coming in their numbers. It looked like somebody called an army to say this was what has happened. So they were coming in their numbers, and we understand that it got to the party office, which is some distance from where we are, and it infuriated the supporters of the NDC, who were ready to confront this guy to ask, why did you do that? But eventually, I saw Justin Kodia Frimpong speaking to some young man who, introduced himself as a brother to the NDC candidate. He spoke to him to say, let's calm tempers now. And eventually, they left the scene. Justin Kodia Frimpong and the minority leader left the scene. The NDC supporters were here. They would not take any explanation. But after some time, they all left and tempers calmed down here. But that particular incident gave me an indication of what could happen if the supporters of both parties are not spoken to. I mean, we are just picking information that there was some confrontation of a sort, not on a major scale, but on a lighter note at the Akwatia Lorry Station Terminal. So this pocket of incident tells you what can happen if the police mainly I think it rests on the supporters of the main political parties. The police are here. They are doing everything they can to prevent anything like that coming, any escalation. But the supporters of the two parties have a major role to play. They need to speak to themselves to say, if anything will happen or not, it depends on what we do. And so, if you join me here, this is Abransease. This is where the scuffle happened earlier, because someone in the company of Afenyomarkin and Justin Kodia tore down a poster of the NDC candidate, and the NDCs were not going to take any explanation for that. But so far, things have been calmer here, just slight confrontations here, but not major confrontations. We are being told that from midday onwards, we will see how the situation will be. But the police, the IGP has been here. He's toured the Akwatia Lorry Terminal and some other police stations, where he has reassured Ghanaians that his men are on this beat, and they will ensure that this election goes without any major scuffle. And that's the hope that we have, that the IGP himself is on the ground and is ensuring that his men will live up to the promise they've given Ghanaians, that they want to make sure this election goes with no major, incident. So that's the hope that we have here, and we are still monitoring. So far, it's been calm.
Well, could you tell us how voter turnout has been from where you are talking to us from, as in Abrosayanse and other areas you've been to? Unfortunately, we just lost Kojo Brace there, but let's go to Collins Frimpong. He's also joining us from Akwatia. Collins, where are you currently?
I am at Akwatia Community Day Senior High School, where the parliamentary candidate for the LDC, lawyer Bediako Baidoo, is casting his vote 2 hours from now. So behind me is the polling center and also the community senior high school, where he will be coming around in 2 hours to cast his vote. But before then, we've been to quite a number of polling stations here. When it comes to the Akwatia, which the parliamentary candidate for the LDC comes from, we have 10 polling stations over here. And when you go to Kuse, which is also not far from his hometown, we have 7 polling stations around there. And within Akwatia, we've been to about 4 polling stations. And also in Kuse, we've been to a minimum of 3 polling stations there. And we've been engaging some of the voters, and we are quite optimistic that things will be going well for over here today. When it comes to the security-wise, everything is going on well. Every polling station, we have seen quite a number of police officers around. And also right on the stretches, on the roads, in town, everywhere, you will see police personnel patrolling the areas. And one thing that we have seen, before I come to the voter turnout, Mame, is the fact that there are major roads in Kuse, especially that we've been to at least 2 major roads that construction are still ongoing. And according to our engagement with the residents, these constructions started less than a week ago. Some tells me that it started out 5 days ago. And even though some of them believe that it is a way that they are trying to get voters to come out and vote in favor of the LDC candidate, they believe that this is the first time, and quite a number of them that we spoke with, this is the first time that they are seeing major road construction ongoing within the Kuse area, just around the Akwatia, where the parliamentary candidate for the LDC comes from. And they believe that they will be voting based on that, because quite a number of them, what they do is Okada business. And now they believe, or according to them, according to their words, they will be able to wear white clothes. So they will continue to vote for the LDC candidate so that they will get an asphalt. We come to the Akwatia, also people are also happy that for the first time they are hoping that they will get an MP from their area. And we saw an 82-year-old who is not able to walk. She's also not able to talk, but she made sure that she will come around by the aid of her grandson. She came around and she cast her vote. And according to the engagement that we had with the son, this was made possible because of the treatment that they've had from the LDC candidates who have been taking care of her medication, medical bills, everything. So there is no reason for her to stay in the house. If her vote can help to bring an MP from her town, for them to get an MP for Akwatia, and the MP will hail from her town, she's going to do everything for that. In terms of the voter turnout, when we went to Kuse, some of the polling stations, about 500 people were expected to cast their vote. When you go to the funeral grounds there, about 450 people were expected to cast their vote. When we got there around 9 a.m., just around 25 people had voted. But also around the same Kuse Presbyterian School, we had where we had 500 people coming to vote. Less than 100 people had cast their vote at that time. But the institute officials were quite optimistic that a lot of people will be coming around, since things are very calm in the area and security-wise, everything is all going very well for them.
Thank you, Collins Frimpong. And then let's go to Kofi Siao now. He's also joining us from there. Kofi, where are you and what can you report from where you are? Kofi, can you hear me? Do we still have Kofi on the line for us? Kofi, unmute and speak to us. We're still trying to establish connection with Kofi Sian. Kofi Sian, where are you currently and what can you report?
I'm currently in Akwatia, in front of the National Democratic Congress offices, constituency office here in Akwatia. And a while ago, we heard about some scuffle between the NDC National Vice Chairman, Soko Azota, and some followers of the minority leader, Afenyo Markin. The information we had was that some followers of the minority leader had come here and they were, displaying posters of the NDC candidate here. So it took the intervention of Soko and his followers to prevent them from going ahead to destroy this process. So it was a scuffle between them, and it also involved the national vice chairman of the NPP, Alhaji Shaibu. He was also here, and for a video I've seen, the national vice chairman of the NDC was in a scuffle with the NPP national vice chairman. It turned into a near chaos, but people around and the police officers also around ensure that peace was prevailed at the place.
Any of the voting centers to know what's happening there?
Okay, so I've been to a number of them. We started from Bodua at the Echo Park. There is a polling station there. There we saw that Sami Elku, the MP for Ekropong, and Justin Kodia Frimpong, who is the General Secretary of the NPP, were all around, and they were leading the NPP parliamentary candidate Solomon Kwame to visit some of the polling stations. We also went to Puedua Lorry Park, where the IGP and Sheikh Arimiao of the National Peace Council were also there to assess the situation over there.
Thank you very much, Kofi Sian, for that update. You're still listening to the live coverage of the Akwatia by-election on the Joy News channel and also Joy 99.7 FM on all our social media pages. And let's come to the studio now. And I have in the studio with me Kojo Poku of the NPP. You're welcome.
Hi, thank
Kojo.
you.
I believe you've heard what's happening in Akwatia, also observed what's been going on. What's your initial reaction?
Well, I want to make a quick comment on the incident where someone accompanying the minority leader has to pull down. You see, look, we have always said that if elections are going to go smoothly, a lot depends on the EC and their security agencies.
Indeed.
The EC have gone to set up at a polling station. There are guidelines which regulate our elections. We know that there is a law in EC's regulations that does not allow campaigning materials at a certain distance to the polling station, and that is EC's regulation. The EC officials who set up in that polling station should have seen that where they are, there is a poster which violates the rules of the EC.
Let me interject you right here. I'll come back to you. We have Rashid Computer, the Deputy Election IT Officer for the NDC, joining us right now. Rashid Computer, welcome. What's happening? We understand that the minority leader, Alexander Afenyo Markin, is going around pulling down posters near polling stations. These posters, why are they there in the first place?
Well, let me say good morning to you and your cherished viewers. You know, the desperation of the NPP has reached crescendo. They've said it severally. Their intention is to come and cause confusion just to mar the beauty of the election today. They know they are losing the election. All their indication point towards that they will lose the election. So they are just creating confusion in the constituency. These posters were at that polling station. Long since for about 3 weeks now, the posters has been there. Indeed, they also have their posters in other areas. Nobody has touched their posters. The fact that that place has been earmarked as a polling station doesn't mean that you should go there and remove those posters. And I'm surprised it's coming from my worthy brother. Look, yesterday, a location where we did our training of party agents and deployment, today that place has been used as a polling station. We have to vacate the place. The EC can decide to pay, they have their dedicated polling stations, which are gazetted. And so if a poster is there at that place, if the posters has been there for all this while, there was no problem. It is not disturbing anything. In any case, are they voting for posters today? Is it today that a poster will not indicate people how they should vote? What kind of mentality are we giving to Ghanaians? Just creating unnecessary tension, causing fear and panic for nothing.
But Mr. Computer, you understand that these posters are not supposed to be in close range to the polling stations, especially on the day of voting. Those posters shouldn't be close to the polling stations. Do you not agree? And these are regulations of the Electoral Commission.
The posters has been at that polling station for all this while. Is it because today is a voting day?
Indeed.
The posters has been there.
So the NPP disagree that these posters should be there near the polling stations. In fact, the EC is against these polling stations, not even marketing any candidate for that matter close to the polling station. So wouldn't it have been wise to at least not let these posters be near the polling stations to, at least prevent these things occurring?
Yeah, I'm saying that it is not only that polling station you have these posters. Even we have indeed a polling station which is very close to MPP office in Wenchi area. Have we raised any qualms about it? Have we asked that they should remove their office from that place? Have we asked that they should remove their office from that place because it's very close to the polling station with all their party colors and all over the place? You see, when we go that path, then we will make sure that all offices which are close to polling stations should be taken off from that place. We might be descending to some absurdity. That polling station, the posters has been there. Indeed, it's not the only NDC poster which is there. There are other party posters which are there. Their own presidential candidates who are there last edition, there are some of them, their posters are over that place. Why did they didn't go to remove those ones?
Well, right about now, we know that there have been scuffles at a few polling stations, especially on these posters. How are you resolving these issues? Are you also trying to calm the atmosphere there so that it doesn't, result in any form of violence?
Well, we have spoken to our teams. We have spoken to our field officers to calm nerves. I can assure you it's calm now. I mean, peace has been restored to those areas. It's just unfortunate that this thing had to come to this level. I mean, it's unnecessary. I mean, how does posters today influence voters at that polling station? Doesn't mean that it's coming to belittle the minds of the voters in Akwatia. They have made their decision already. They don't need to come and see a poster here before they vote.
You cannot determine what someone is thinking or what will influence someone at that point in time.
I am saying not at this level. Our voters have matured. From 92 up to now, we have gone past that stage. There are people who won election without necessarily putting up posters. In Ghana, we know them. I can count you several of them without even putting up even one single poster. They voted them overwhelmingly. It happened severally. Although, yes, the posters are there to market you, but it's not the one that will lead you to win the election. Okay? So if they are thinking that it's a poster that, then they've lost the election in advance.
But at least you agree, if it's still on the posters, you do agree or admit that it shouldn't be in close range to a polling station, right?
Yes, we do agree that, look, where the ballot box is a polling station, you don't supposed to have any party effigies around that place. Yes, we do agree. And I'm saying that if we are to go that tangent, in Wenchi, their office is very close to a party office. There's a polling station. That one, should we ask them, they should remove that party office from that?
You're talking about a party office. We're talking about a polling station.
The party office are pictures of MPP. They have pictures of MPP colors all over the place. Isn't what the same thing? What is the difference?
Well, these posters in near polling stations currently, will something be done about it?
I'm saying that, how does that disturb the election?
Well, the NPP, the person you're contending with, is in disagreement with it. It also breaches the EC regulations.
They wanted to go that tangent. I'm also giving an example.
So at least for peace to prevail, don't you think that at least they should be removed?
Why should they remove it? If they remove it, we'll go to Wenchi and ask them they should bring bulldozer for us to pull down their party office.
Well,
that's what they are looking for. Their party of which is close to a polling station, we will then ask that, okay, government should also get a bulldozer to where else to go and pull it down, because it's also close to polling station that has pictures of NPP colors and all over the place. Let's pull that one down.
And that is an
unfair... You remove our poster, we'll pull down their building. Is that what they are looking for?
Well,
that's not what we are looking for. That's why I'm saying that since yesterday, we've been getting intelligence about their behavior, and they've started playing it today.
What kind of intelligence did you get?
They brought tax. They brought tax and housed them in their location to cause mayhem today. The state security is on their heels. Little do we know that their leadership is even going to be the first front in causing this thing. And you saw it this morning. All these things is caused by the leadership of the party. Now, if they are doing this, what are they telling the tax they brought? They will arrest all of them.
And
they should come out with this kind of thing.
With this intelligence, have you reported that to the police then?
Of course, we have. We can't keep it to ourselves. We quickly went and informed the police, and gave them details, the people, because we all pledged that we are going to go by the police deployment plan, and they are to protect everybody here. That is why the NDC is standing by. So we have not brought anybody to protect us. We are relying on the police to do their work. But since we are hearing our opponents are going to do this, the best thing is to report to them. We have reported to them and told them that, look, this is what we are hearing. They are bringing this in. We don't want problem. Go into it, investigate it, and let's see what happens. Well, and little do we know that their leaders are going to be the people who are going to start it. Why should the leaders descend themselves to foot soldiers and be behaving this way?
All right. Aside these scuffles, how would you rate the voting so far?
Oh, it's been very peaceful. The people are trickling in. The voters are coming in their numbers. The whole place is, apart from this minute issue that they just want to hype it and create confusion all over the place. Apart from that, the whole place has been very peaceful. The police are doing a fantastic job. They are there. They are not interfering in anything. They make sure that the voters will come and they are processing and they are voting and leaving. It's been very peaceful. If we continue this process, I can assure you by the close of the day, we are going to have one of the peaceful elections that we can think of. We only want our opponents to do that. They should stop this last-minute primary school propaganda. It won't help them. It won't go anywhere. They shouldn't be hiding tension all over the place. That's not good enough.
But Mr. Tanko, I'll play back a video for you quite very soon. But before then, the question too is, you have a majority in Parliament. Why are you insisting that you win the seat by all means?
Well, the laws of the country talks about representation. It didn't talk of majority. They say Representation of the People Act. That one is referring to a person who is going to represent a particular constituency to the effect that of which political party the person is representing. So the representation can be political or it can be independent. It's not talking of numbers. And so here, the Akwatia people need a representation. And they need somebody who will represent them on the ticket of the NDC. So it's not about numbers. If we are going to go about numbers, then we will have all manner of persons sitting in Parliament.
Right.
And that will not be the true reflection of the people. So we are going in there to give true meaning to the constitutional dictate and to make sure that the people are properly represented in Akwatia, not the illegal representation that occasioned in 2024, which we were contested in court.
Mr. Tanko, computer, please watch this video for us, and those on radio can listen in. This is Henry Nanabuache making some comments.
Close of the day, the seat become ours.
Some will say it's not a safe seat, so it could go either way.
But this time around, everybody is voting for a development. And looking at things, we cannot repeat mistake for having government in power and then the MP also will be on the other side. Meaning that we don't want to have a development in a constituency, and that will be a thing of the past. So Akwatia people are eager to vote massively for the government in power to make sure the parliamentary candidate wins the seat. So
Apenyumaki was here earlier. He believes that, he said that before, that your party is not being fair to the MPP because they give you Tamale Central. You should give them Akwatia.
Oh, but that is his own prerogative. I will not say because they have given out. Maybe they could have the margin difference, here in Akwatia, we are not looking at because they have given us the Tamale Central, so we should also give ours to them. It's not fair for him to make such a statement.
But finally, comparing, the MPP's tenure and also your tenure in the constituency, would you say that you've championed more development in the area, and what can you point to?
Of course, because as an opposition MP, my president was not in government. I did not even have the DC in the district from my party. So I see myself as an opposition MP, if I should say so. And then in terms of development, I did well. I will not speak for myself. The projects are there to see. They are visible. That when you go around, you ask the community, the electoral areas, they will tell you in terms of education, in terms of health facilities that are put in place, emergency ward, chip centers, and then education school buildings that are also put in place in the electoral areas to support the education challenges that we have in terms of infrastructure. I've done a lot of work over here that I will not speak for myself. When you go around and you ask the people, they will tell you and you see them. Exactly so. Exactly so.
You're also here with Honorable Woyome, and I'm wondering, Honorable, why he left the Volta region just to come to this side of town.
No, but well, again, good morning to your viewers and everybody who is listening to us. This is a duty call. First and foremost, a member of this party, NDC, and we think there's a need for us to secure this seat because I have relatives here in Akwatia. A number of my diasporan Voltarians are here, and so you realize that they have a key stake in what is happening, and they will need the help of all of us to ensure that we can support and get the developments coming because they need the roads. And with what my brother just said, of course, he has done a lot in opposition, and so it ought to be built on. And now that Ejumara himself has come, being in the saddle up there, he wants to see one of his own that easily can come to him and then discuss Akwatia issues with him. That is not to say that he's closed his doors to the opposition members of parliament, but as to whether they will be willing to come to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and talk about their issues is another matter. And so, it's just important. And so, imperative that we come talk to the people and so that they do what is.
Are you confident that the NDC would win at the end of the day?
Absolutely, because I think they've done a lot of work. I've listened, gone round, and we've talked to a number of people. We went to homes, we discussed, I went to palaces, and I think the call is, yes, they want to go along with the Green. But let me just put it this way. You asked my brother a question earlier concerning why Apenyumaki was saying that, okay, they gave us Tamale Central, and they were thinking that to play a fair game, we should also allow them to have the... Look, I think they should even thank NDC because they are trying to imitate or emulate us, because we did similar when our brother John Kuma passed, Ejisu. We wanted to contest, but we withdrew because of what had happened. So it's not new. It's not new. We will do an analysis of the situation and see that the people that are here, I just mentioned, the rank and file of the constituency, we want to go green. And so they would want to insist that somebody must contest. I mean, this is a down-top discussion. You understand? So it's not like the people up there will decide, okay, we are not going to contest. When the people here are yearning that, look, they want to now go green because they had made some mistake and they want to correct things, I think it's just better to respond to their...
Finally, there are thousands and scores of people watching us at home. What would you want to share with them?
Well, I'll just tell them that this election will go smoothly.
Well, Mr. Computer, we've heard from former MP for Akwatia, Henry Boachi, and also Mr. Woyome, being in the constituency, also rallying support for your candidate. How significant are these old members of your party, campaigning for your candidate in Akwatia?
Very well. We consider Akwatia by-election as a communal labor. It's a communal labor because we need to rescue them and reset the constituency properly for them. They made a mistake in 2024. I will not even describe it as a mistake because it was rigged. And because they allowed themselves for the election to be rigged for MPP. This is an opportunity for them to rewrite the wrong. That occasion in 2024. They have gotten a glorious opportunity. So we invited our comrades across to come and assist, to make sure that we rescue them. Yes, they need to be developed. And this is the time, this is a glorious opportunity. And you can see it is all over the place. We're busy mourning of our dead, our beloved who died in the plane crash. While they took over, they were all over the place, creating all pandemonium. When we came in just last week, we've turned the whole place green. Yes, we sold the message of His Excellency and they bought it. John Dramani Mahama, he's doing fantastic and the people are satisfied with it. They want to give him a candidate who will come and sit with the majority in parliament and so that he can lobby with government appointees, agencies and departments to bring development to them. And also, it's welcome news for us. We are happy with it. And they are all over the place, monitoring and observing the process. Very peaceful. Nobody is interfering in anything. We just want to make sure that the right person is elected. And the right person today is lawyer Bernard Bediako.
And all of a sudden, we've seen road constructions and other developmental projects ongoing in Akwatia just days to this election. Was that always the plan? Or really this close to the election?
Well, we are not like MPP. We have not started any new project here. We have not come with bulldozers and other things to do any road construction here. Indeed, what the assembly is doing, they have the drip, the drip equipment that the MPP brought. They didn't pay even a peswa. We are going to pay for it. So we should allow the drip equipment to be lying down as white elephants. No, the assemblies are putting them into good use. So the assembly is using them. That's part of their business. It's not from National. National has not brought anything. Ministry of Roads from Accra has not brought anything, any contractor or equipment to come and do anything here. It is the use of the drip equipment to try, because, this time the rains have started in rain. Most of the places are not more trouble. So they are using the drip equipment to open up the places. That's their routine thing they are doing. It's not because of the by-election. In fact, this by-election, we have not come to start any new project or anything so that the people will think that because of by-election we are doing it. No, we are not like MPP. We have learned our lessons from the past. And we saw what they did at Kumewu and Asinov and how it hurt them. We will not go that path. We are not into it.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Computer, for your time here on Joynews and Joy 99.7 as well. Let's come back to the studio. Kujapoko is here. I believe he has so much to say.
Well, I hope you give me the time to also say it, because I hope the interruption doesn't help. Look, I'm very sad that he is an officer of a party, but I don't blame him. Like I was saying earlier, I blame the security agencies and the EC officials, because CI 127 clearly states the rules of the engagement. As officer of EC, when you go to a polling station, now as per his words, right? If I go to brand an area, knowing very well that on a day of an election, that particular spot is what? A polling station. I go and brand that area in the colors and the pictures of a candidate. And the EC come, would they assemble there and still hold the polls, or they will tear down the branding? The EC will tear down the branding, wouldn't they? So the issue is that him saying that there is a party office near a polling station, and his thought, his malicious thought is to go and pull down the party office instead of petitioning the EC to move the polling station. Which one is easier? There's a polling station in a certain distance to a party office. You say that, I'm sorry, EC, This is not allowed. There's a party office which is branded right there that can be seen, so please move the polling station. But his malicious thought doesn't go there. Where does it go? It goes to pulling down. I don't get it. And this is a person who is an officer of a party. Look, I don't blame people. And because if the EC has done its work, you see, when we say that when we go to polls and there are problems, it's not that everything is gone well. The police is doing their part. The police maybe doesn't know the EC regulation. They don't know the CI 127. But the EC officials know the CI 127.
They do.
So they should have gone when they saw that there were posters in close proximity, be it for MPP or NDC. It should be pulled down. Well, it doesn't have to take Afenyo Markin and his people to come and enforce that regulation.
Well, we'll have to hear, to be fair, we'll have to hear from the EC officials.
Well, yes, you can, but the point is that we all know the regulation. CI 127 is clear, right? And we know the proximity. So Afenyo Markin, who sits in Parliament and knows these things, is not doing anything wrong. But for the gentleman to suggest that, oh, it was put there weeks before. So what? EC goes, like I said, I can brand, because we all know where the polling stations are. If that becomes the norm, then 3 weeks before election, we all go and brand areas that we know are polling stations. Then on the day of the election, EC will have no option to sit there and do polling in the glaring view of campaigning. That is why we are not allowed to wear any campaigning materials on election day. I can wear a party t-shirt to go and vote. Why is that? He is saying that people are much discerning. We know Ghanaians are discerning, but there are rules there for a reason.
But would you also say the approach by the minority leader was a bit too...
No, it's not. You tell what approach? You see,
maybe the minority leader could have approached the EC
and tell the EC and tell the EC to pull it down.
The police, as you
to tell them to pull it down.
Yes.
Well, that's fine.
Of him.
Well, that's an option. But the point is that in Ghana we have something called a private arrest, right? You can either engage a security service to enforce the law, or you can enforce the law and report it. It's allowed, right? If you see somebody stealing, you can't leave that person to steal. The person breaking the law. If you see somebody breaking the law, you cannot leave the person to break the law and go report it. By the time if you can actually do a citizen arrest. A citizen has a right. Yes, a citizen arrest. So in this case, a citizen arrest is what? A citizen has a right to enforce the law.
Enforce the law in tearing down the posters when it's maybe somebody...
No, what I'm saying, it's an option. Yes, I agree with you that Honorable Afenyo Markin and his team could have alerted the EC and said, look, why are you guys allowing a poster in a close proximity of the station and the polling station? And that's one option. The other option is also allows the citizen to enforce the law. So the citizen can enforce the law. It's allowed.
So, I mean, in this situation, I know there's citizen arrest, but enforcing the law, going on your own account to pull it down, and in this situation, would you still involve the EC when you decided to go ahead and...
Well, that's what I'm saying, that there are two approaches. I'm agreeing with you that Honorable Afenyo Markin and the team going around should have just raised their hand and said, EC, this is not allowed. Can you please do something about it, right? And EC may or may not...
Which could have also prevented...
Well, I agree, but may or may not have done anything about it. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't also preclude the option of somebody enforcing the law as a citizen. We all know what the laws are. You see, there's something called not knowing the law is not an excuse.
Yes.
Right? So you commit a crime and you say, oh, I didn't know it's against the law. It's not an excuse. The fact of the matter is that the reason that is because the law presumes that everybody should know the law. That's why if you don't know it, it's not an excuse. So you going to beat someone and say, oh, I've never been told that beating somebody is misdemeanor or whatever, right? The fact of the matter is that I agree with you. They could have raised their hand and asked the EC to deal with it, but they can also deal with it. If they're dealing with it and the NDCs are not happy, and listening to my friend who spoke, clearly he doesn't agree with anything MPP. But you should agree with things which are the law. And when you pushed him, he agreed that it's wrong to have those posters. But then he's equalizing to say that, oh, MPP has something somewhere and there's a polling station close to. you are not doing your work. You should object to that polling station being that close to an MPP office. You should object to it. If you don't object to it, that's your own problem.
Well,
and let me go on to talk about this thing that keeps coming out from the NDC camp. Oh, they will vote with us. And in summary, what they are saying is that the Akwatia people should vote with them for development. Meaning that all the constituencies that don't vote for NDC, they won't be developed. And it keeps ringing. No, it's just ringing through a lot of. Look, yesterday I was on quite a number of platforms, and they keep saying that look, the Akwatia people will vote with us and come and sit. And in summary, what MDC is saying that constituencies that do not vote for them will not get development. That's what they're saying. But look, when Nanado said it, they went on the rampage that, listen to Nanado. Nanado said it in one time when he said that he brought an MP. The people, there was some chiefs that paid a courtesy call to him. They went on rampage. And now, they are explicit as well. We don't, you see.
No, but he said that, he didn't say that if other constituencies don't vote for NDC, they are not going to. Let's be fair.
It is fair.
The NDC didn't say that if you don't vote for the NDC, there will be no development in those constituencies.
No, but you see, there is a saying in the negative and there's a saying in the positive, which means the negative.
You can
that's what it is. That's why interpretation is there.
Said that.
No, but that is what you're saying. If you say that, so let me say, they will listen to this. They know what to do. They will vote NDC so that they sit for us, they sit with us for development. What does it mean? That if you don't sit with us, then what?
So leave it to others.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it because that is why we are there. We are there and we sit on this panel to educate Ghanaians to say that, look, let's stop this blackmailing. Let's stop this. It's not necessary. Because the overwhelming majority they have across the country, take your cameras around the country and see if there's any development in the last 8 months in any constituency. There's nothing. And I'm happy they are now praising the MPP for bringing drip. Okay, the drip innovation that we brought, the machines that they made so much noise about, is today what they are using. Right? Is the MPP's idea, is the MPP's innovation. We brought the drip machines to now procure excavators, construction equipment for every district. The most innovative idea ever. Okay? And they are enjoying it. They are saying that we are going to pay for it. Of course, it's Ghanaians that pay for everything. The we is Ghanaians that pay for it. It wasn't the we, it's not NDC that pays for it.
Yeah.
You understand? So when NPP bought it, it was to be paid for by who? By Ghanaians. So I don't get the point that he was making. The taxpayers' money. So I don't get the point that he was making that they didn't pay for it and we are to pay for it, implying that the we is what? The NDC? No, it's not. It's Ghanaians. So the point is that I'm happy. He's acknowledging the fact that some party has innovation. In 8 months they've not released money to anybody. They've not done any project. We've seen the kind of uproar, the demonstration that has to go on for them to even go on the Amasaman Road, right? We saw.
But if we're talking about Akwatia, they've been, they've been in office for about
8 months.
Is it fair to rate them?
I'm saying that. What I'm saying to you is that in the last 8 months,
yes,
they've not. Those that voted for them in 7th December 2024. Are still waiting for whatever goodies that were promised them. The whole Ghana is promised some things. We are still waiting, right? In the last 8 months, there's been a budget read. We are going to have the next year budget in 2 months' time, in November, right? And we are still waiting for the goodies that NDC promised. In fact, look, if we are to now look at Ghana today and look at the NDC in the last 8 months, most people think they've been done the 419 because so far, nothing. In their first budget, Honorable Atoforsen is being Uncle Ato. He's not releasing any money, and they are complaining. It's not for me to say. The NDC ministers themselves are complaining heavily.
Really? What are they saying?
Because Atoforsen is not releasing money to anybody. The ministries are dry. And what is even added to it that is creating a problem, my sister, is that in theory, it's a good thing. In practice, it doesn't work. You cannot ask all ministries to come to you before they initiate any project. And the idea is that they will set aside the money. So if you want to go and weed, come to Atoforsen, let him set aside the money for the weeding. if you want to do any project, you have to go to Honorable Atoforsen for him to set aside the money before you can start the project. And go and find out from the ministries how that is working out. Because when you
insist the government is spending.
They are not spending. Now go and read the media budget. I don't need to tell you that. We saw the media review, right? The media review told us clearly that he is behind on a lot of statutory payments. He is behind a lot on releasing money to ministries. The money that he's budgeted for the year, he's not spending it. Today, we are hearing that in the last 8 months, they've borrowed over $10 billion and added to our what do you call it? Our debt. Right. So look, they have problems. But look, we have 4 years to go to talk about this. Today is just a sideshow. Let's concentrate on the good people of Akwatia.
Right.
And we think that the good memory of Ernest Kumi, Honorable Ernest Kumi, will be honored. Akwatia will vote MPP. And we hope that it goes well and there's no violence. But in any case, like someone said, why are they even contesting here? Well, they have a right to contest. I don't think that we thought we would not contest Tamale Central. They felt they would contest.
Is it too late to change your mind?
No. We are not going to. We did it not on because we wanted them to also give up Akwatia. No, it's not. We did it on principle of the Honorable Mutale's death. And we feel that Ghanaians should be spared the pain of a contest.
All the party members agree with you.
Not all, but it's not, if everybody agrees with me, then we don't have...
You should at least test the grounds to see if your party...
If everybody agreed with me in a political party, we will not have a political party. The political party says that people agree and some don't agree. So the idea of people disagreeing is why we have a political party.
Right.
The fact of the matter is that the hierarchy, the senior and the top have sat down and agreed that we are not going to do it. We're not going to change our mind because of Akwatia. They win Akwatia, look, at the end of the day, it will not be the end of the world. But hopefully, the Akwatia people would honor their mind and the spirit of Honorable Ernest Kumi. But the NDC, for me, on ground, the message they have, they should stop it. I mean, vote for us to get development. Meanwhile, our development, the drip machines you are using to do the road is our machine, and the people know that.
All right, Kojo, please let me go on the phone lines and come back to you. We have on the line Nana Kwabena Mensah Abrampa, and he's with the CDD and also an election observer. We're grateful for your time, Mr. Abrampa.
Good morning.
Yes. So far, I believe you've been observing what's happening in Akwatia. What would be your reactions?
Well, let me say a very good morning to our listeners, and especially those who are following the Akwatia by-election. So far, so good. When you use your checklist for observing election, you expect that at the right time, the polling stations are opened. You have the required number of polling observers there, including party and candidate observers available. The security is there. All materials needed for voting are available. In that sense, out of the 119 polling stations, we did not hear any news that the voting center opening was delayed, nor did we hear anything about shortage of materials. And the security agencies are also were also present. So for that, we say it started well, and we pray that it will also end well.
The issue about posters becoming a major issue or concern for the NPP in Akwatia, even with the minority leader, Alexander Afenyomarkin, tearing down these posters close to polling stations. You've observed elections, you know the rules, you know the EC regulations. Do you think that's the right approach, or even the NDC posting or having posters close to polling stations?
Well, you know, in the elections law in Ghana suggests that 24 hours to the polls, anything that is to campaign, whether it's a paraphernalia, a poster, a message, song, or anything that is displayed or projected to show some presence or campaigning for one or other political party is outlawed. And therefore, we don't expect some of these things to be within the limits of the policy.
What will you make of the minority leaders' approach in dealing with the situation?
Well, we have security set up. We have election security. The election security is not there to only prevent physical violence. They are there to forestall peace. So any of these happenings that could trigger violence is the concern of the election security. So I expect whoever has a problem with a display of a banner, a poster, or any campaigning material within the vicinity, approach the security person, tell the commander or the election official to be able to deal with it. The Electoral Commission has their district within the constituency. So any of these situations can appropriately deal with it. You know, when you try to take out a poster, it ignites conflict because it's not everybody in the constituency who is aware of the law. And therefore they might think you are doing something to gain advantage or to destroy their paraphernalia. That's why it's important that you don't yourself take out a poster. You report to the appropriate authority to do that so that it does not generate any form of conflict in the area.
Well, the interesting thing too is that should it, be Afenyomakin reporting this, the Electoral Commission has been on the ground even before today. Should they have gone ahead to remove those posters before the NPP got there? I don't know why it is still there, because one of the reasons why the Electoral Commission has the inter-party advisory committee within the local area, it has some of it is. That's why I really say that's why they intensified. So some of these is are taken care of within the constituency without resorting to national executive. So the East Director there, knowing where police stations are going. So you know the police here is the police, and therefore you shouldn't have any such have nor any of members of two parties or any citizen at all who is aware of the law to have alerted the to the right. Well, let's talk about the voting. It doesn't look like the turnout has been what was expected, the hype around this particular election, and you don't see too many voters lining up to vote. What do you make of the outcome? I mean, it's early hours yet, but still.
Yes, it's unusual. Single constituency elections, just a by-elections and elections that generate very heavy outcomes. You can talk of a Sankrekwa election, and talk of any of the by-elections that have come, either it matches the general election that turn out, or sometimes goes beyond that. The reports have been monitoring from all media houses to suggest that the queues police are not encouraged, and we might record a very low turnout. We yet to assess why, because one of fields of deployment of heavy security is that people who are so much afraid of electoral violence will not turn out because the deployment of heavy security itself signals potential violence. And therefore, they would like to stay away. Another theory also counters that deployment of security causes justice. And so we need to check this. That's why the turnout is not growing as expected, especially personal constituency elections, where campaign has they are not executives that who have not seen over the years are present, see them. People want to show their affiliation for their staff. But then 2000 always generated around by election. So it's unfortunate that we are hearing different stories today. But let's see, as I said, the day is so young, it's not even at 12 o'clock, so let's see what happens, what comes up. But I believe because the parties are there, they will continue their house-to-house mobilization to ensure that their supporters come out to vote.
Well, also about the security, 5,500 police officers manning this election. You have them, visibility as top-notch or optimal. What will you make of this? it wasn't the same. I wouldn't say it wasn't the same for Ablekuma North, but really Ablekuma North, the modalities, if for want of a better expression, may be a little different because those were selected polling stations where the voting took place. But there's a whole constituency. However, there's so many police on ground, security quite tight. What do you make of that?
Oh, you want to say it's Ablekuma North, the reason why we've changed our security deployment.
Well, we know that. We know
yes,
that, but please go ahead. Go ahead.
As I said already, security deployment, the number of security personnel deployed to a particular election has its downs and ups. As I said, that's theory. One would say the heavy presence of security signals potential violence. Therefore, it says that intimidation and people who are not good to face electoral violence maybe not how to vote at all. And the other truth was to say that a whole period of by-elections witnessing intense violence, it's important that we sort of as an assurance of safety and security so that his confidence in the voters to come out. How we balance the point is what we need, what issue of number of police that we see as a police election. 109 police for 5,500 police. To be a big match that we need to address that. But I mean, the watchword is are they able to enforce security such that some of the skirmishes that we've seen on TikTok, the videos that are coming out. You saw, I don't know whether you've watched some of them that were near Kwafo between MPP and NDC supporters, which was quickly quenched by the presence of the security.
Yes.
So these are some of the things that we may also take for granted. But I think we need to analyze our security well and see whether it's worth it to deploy 5,500 to 119 polling stations.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Abrampa with the CDD, also an election observer with Kodeo. We still have in the studio Kojo Poku of the NPP. You're watching us live on the Joynews channel, also live on Joy Prime, as well as listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM. This is the election headquarters, and this is your live coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Now, let's come back to the studio and speak to Kojo Poku. And Kojo, what's your assertion of the security situation as well? Earlier on, your party raised concerns about some lapses, intimidation, whatnot. But now, do you think it was good to have that number of police officers on the ground?
Well, let's see, my problem with having police is not just by having the uniform, it's about their actions. You see, we tend to have a police system where they are more reactive to issues and to events on the ground than preventing. Now, if you look at Ablekuma North, there were instances where in the glare view of the police, certain things were going on and the police were just standing there looking at them, right? Across the country, that's sort of there. I don't know if there should be a change of how policing is done in this country. You realize that something is going on and the police will just watch. Unless it is reported.
Has that been the situation?
I've seen it on multiple instances where I, Kojo Poku, have had to stop my car and alerted the police that, why are you watching this thing to go on? Because the police naturally don't get involved. Sometimes you have to go and report it before they get involved.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Also speaking to Baba Jamal. Let's hear what he's been telling Joynews.
Town, but it also gives us some assurance that this election is going to be peaceful. I have been to many polling stations this morning, and so far wherever I've gone, it has been very peaceful. The police presence is there. Every political party, MPP, NDC, LPG, they are all at post. So it gives us some comfort. At the end of the day, we all want peace and want to see this election ends peacefully.
As political parties, are you talking amongst yourselves? Because earlier in the morning, I'm sure you received some reports.
Yeah, we are talking among ourselves. But the gentleman who came here to cause trouble was unnecessary. You understand? These are some of the extremists who always want to create problem. But that was unnecessary. What I want the public to know is that this is just a by-election. And that's what we have psyched our people to know and to do. So you see that so far, apart from what happened this morning, not even a single incident has been recorded, of any negative incident has been recorded. So it tells you that people have been psyched, we have spoken to our people, and I think that the other side has done the same. At the end of the day, we want to see a peaceful election and see what will happen at the end of the day. But so far, we don't have any problem.
Speaking about the election itself, are you confident that the NDC will win at the end of the day?
Inshallah, we are very confident, very, very confident. Not only confident, very, very confident. Because we know what happened in the last time when we reported of incidents of malpractices, electoral malpractices, and some even places where NDC people were not even allowed to go. With the presence of the police and the arrangement put in place, we are sure that we're going to ensure free and fair. And that's what is important. Both NDC and MPP must all be subjected to the law, and everybody will do the right thing. And if that happens, we are very confident we will emerge victorious come 5 o'clock this evening.
What message would you like to leave your constituents, the people of Akwatia?
What I would tell the people of Akwatia is that they know what they want. They shouldn't allow some people to come from outside to tell them what to do. Akwatia is a peaceful town. Akwatia is a mining town. You can see that the town is booming. We will need somebody who can represent us in parliament and represent it properly. And that's why, in our opinion, we are presenting a lawyer, a person who is a lawyer by profession. But it is the will of Akwatia that should be respected. And we expect that today, the will of the people will reflect at the end of the day. Let's give peace a chance and ensure that we have peace at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Of course, you've just heard from the former Member of Parliament, Baba Jamal. They're briefing the press and telling the press what the expectation of the NDC is going forward. This is the party office for the NDC in Akwatia, and of course, we're expecting that as the day goes by, we will see more leading members of the NDC come here. It's been a peaceful exercise so far, and the caution to the people out there is that they ought to vote and vote peacefully. So they're reporting for Joynews, Akwatia.
And we had the Blessed Suga speaking to Baba Jamal. But Kojo, looks like the NDC is rallying support from all sides. Already, former MPs, Henry Bwachi, also Baba Jamal, all in Akwatia, rallying support for their candidate there. I'm not seeing much of MPP. What's happening?
Yeah, I don't see much of MPP on where?
On the ground today.
On the ground.
Yes.
Because your cameras are not capturing them.
Oh, that's not fair.
Oh, but I'm just telling you. Are you telling me you are the one showing? No, hold on. Are you?
As we've seen the NPP general.
Your cameramen on the ground.
We've seen Afenyo Mark, at least those are
your camera. No. Let's not go there.
So far
those that you have shown. Those that you have shown, your cameramen are going around picking up NDC people and putting them on TV. Don't say that our people are not on the ground. If you go around, of course they are there. You see Samir Uku standing there next to any of Afenyo Marking. You've seen quite a number. Everybody is on the ground. Hold on. Everybody is on the ground. My brother, everybody is on the ground. Now, sorry, my sister. Everybody is on the ground, right? You now have a situation whereby you need to get your cameraman to interview some MPP people. Then you see them on your screen. Don't say that you are not seeing them as if they are not there. Your cameramen are just not showing them.
That's not fair.
Oh, no, but it's not fair to those who are there. If you say that in a studio.
We are covering the election. We're everywhere.
Well, so yes, I'm not saying
we are seeing more of
how many, as I've sat here in the last 30, 40 minutes, how many MPP people have you interviewed?
If we see them, we'll show them.
No, but they are there. Have you interviewed, hold on, have you interviewed Samia Uku? You've seen Samia Uku, have you interviewed Samia Uku? Samia Uku is on your shot there.
Yeah, so
have you interviewed him?
Samia Uku speaks to us.
Tell your producer to tell the cameraman to talk to MPP people and show them.
Kojo, we speak to them, all of them. When they speak to us, we show it. If for all you know, maybe Sami.
So let's not be in the studio and conclude that the MPP people are not in the.
Anyway, I'll come back to you. We have Dr. Amache on Zoom with us. Dr. Amache, we're grateful for joining us. So far, what would you say are your observations?
Thanks for having me, and let me say good morning to your viewers. Actually, I wasn't following the elections. I mean, what happens to be unfolding this day at Akwatia, I've not been following. At the office and attending to other issues. But then once you call me, I try to read around it and find out what exactly is happening. But what I would say is that the sort of disturbances unfolding there, to me, is terrible. It's very unfortunate, simply because of the fact that when we go into by-elections and it has to do with just one constituency, you will expect that is where we bring all our experiences to bear and to consciously move away from disturbances, violence. So we go through the electoral exercise smoothly and come out the way we have done, such that the international community has, given us a positive verdict as far as our democracy is concerned, as far as our electoral politics is also concerned. But then when we go into by-elections and these things happen, then you realize that, it masks everything and it's regrettable.
Right. So even though you've not really observed what's going on, we've had issues, at least the NPP has expressed issues with posters, near polling stations. Also, that has resulted in some scuffles between the NPP and NDC supporters, even with the minority leader leading that charge, tearing down posters near polling stations. We've heard from others who are saying that his approach may be a bit aggressive, but also the bit about the EC, not doing their work, ensuring that those posters shouldn't be there in the first place. And also the NDC really defending that as well. What would you say concerning that?
I think that is in itself problematic because generally speaking, on the day of elections, all those activities are supposed to come to an end. And so indeed, if those posters were closer to the polling centers, then it is the EC that should have taken notice of that and got its people, possibly with the help of the police, remove them. In removing them, the way our politics is, you want to engage the parties whose posters are there and let them know that it's simply not appropriate to have those posters there. Mm. It should not necessarily be one political party that should be going around to remove them. They should lodge a complaint to the EC and then possibly work with them to ensure that the EC does it with like I said, with the support of the police. And then those posters will be removed. They have to be removed. That is the rule. But then, I'm at a loss as to come to terms with why something of this nature should degenerate into misunderstanding, such that people could even become assaulted and so on and so forth. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. The posters are not going to vote. The posters, they don't have to be there. That is the principle. In all jurisdictions where democracy is the system of rule. But then that notwithstanding, the posters don't vote. The posters are not necessarily going to affect people's positions relative to who they're voting for now.
But the NPP disagrees with that assertion. They believe it shouldn't be there at all.
I agree that it shouldn't be there, and I said that in fact the norm is that they should not be there. That one is a fact. You don't need to belabor it. But then getting it removed should not lead us into, fistics, scuff. It shouldn't.
Right.
It should not completely happen, given the fact that we are matured at this time, we've gone through 3 political turnovers, we stay with this democracy for quite a while, and we know that we ourselves are those who really bring about conflicts. Our actions and inactions generate and in some cases degenerate because they might have started on a peaceful note. Then we easily allow these things to degenerate into conflict. So if we're consciously going about getting these posters removed, mindful of the fact that we wouldn't want our legitimate action to degenerate into conflict, we could achieve that. So generally, we are not ourselves, positioned in a way as to move our system forward. We are not. We make mountains out of molehills, and we easily move in to, bring about conflict when it is possible to avoid them. We easily do that.
Well, the approach to this election, really, a high-stakes election for that matter. You have the NDC preaching development, pushing. We've heard from our reporters reporting road constructions ongoing and other developmental projects just days to this election, even some ongoing as we speak. And having seen former MPs in Akwatia also rallying and all that, you would say, some are saying that the NDC having a majority in Parliament. Why that obsession to get the seat for the NDC? What do you think really is the fuss about this particular seat for the NDC, even though they have the numbers? That really wouldn't make much difference if they should take the seat.
Yeah, you're right in suggesting that, it will not necessarily affect, parliamentary business, irrespective of where it goes. But then there are other issues too that are quite significant, because our system is broken down into constituencies, and we have the parties represented in all these constituencies, and every constituency wants their own member of parliament. So the NDC in Akwatia, the MPP in Akwatia want that seat. And if they were to be, this particular by-elections were to be part of the general election, that won't really, focus on the individual constituencies' interest. The party in those constituencies, they also have their own interest. That is personal to them. The individuals, the individual parties, the members in those parties, the representatives of the parliamentary candidates, they are all, at the end of the day, individuals who go into or who join political parties with interest. Interest drives politics. And so, yes, the parliamentary issue is there, but quite apart from that, in the constituency, in Akwatia specifically, the parties there want their member of parliament. They want their party to produce that member of parliament. So yes, it raises the stakes as high as it should be if it had been part of the general elections. All
right. So at this juncture, even though it raises the stakes, what do you also make of the NPP's approach to this election? We've seen they've been on the ground, campaigning. We've seen the likes of the General Secretary. We've seen the Minority Leader also on the ground campaigning, not campaigning today, but, ensuring that the people go out to vote. If the NDC should also make or get this seat, what difference will it make for the party? Is it a show of what's going to happen in 2028 anyway, even though it's far away?
I don't think it's a sure what's going to happen in 2028. Just like you said, 2028 is far away. A lot of things can happen, and dynamics in society do change. We could even have external shock that could affect so many things that would also possibly have some impact on the outcome of the elections of 2028. So 2028 is there to take care of itself. But now they are all going out in an attempt to win this seat. The NDC, obviously, like I said, the NDC at Akwatia wants this seat for themselves. There's somebody there, the parliamentary candidate there, who might have nurtured, this ambition of one day becoming a member of parliament. He gets the opportunity whenever we have general elections. He missed it the last time round, even if he's not the same person who is standing. Assuming that the last time around in 2024 general elections, a different person contested from the person who is contesting now. It is his or her opportunity to become a member of parliament. He's going all out for it, and he will do everything possible to win it. So it is not necessarily an issue of the NDC having a majority in parliament. They need it. That person needs it. The party at Akwatia needs it. And of course, the MPP too is the same thing. At the same time, this party building, they are all taking advantage of this to mobilize that in the short period, the parties will manage and possibly allow any difference that they have to, go away so that this thing brings them together and all rally behind whoever is contesting. So I'm not surprised that the MPP is heavily represented there. At this time, they are all providing that moral support for the party in the grassroots to come out and vote and give them that seat.
But traditionally, how has voting been in that constituency?
Some people look at it as a swing constituency. I don't think it is. I think it's an MPP seat. Although in the NDC, there was this argument that they were losing that seat due to the fact that they presented a wrong person. Baba Jamal insisted on, leading the party. Most of the times, and he wasn't doing well, yet he would not step aside for someone to come in. It came up in the NDC that it was because of him in particular not being popular in the constituency and also, if you like, dominating the primaries. And so the party wasn't winning. That argument has been made. And then in the NPP too, there was a time that it became an issue concerning the particular individual who was going to represent the party. Eventually, you had this lady going through and then winning, to the surprise of everybody. And I hear that even in this case, some polls or something, produced this information that the people were clamoring for that same person, and that if the party didn't bring her, that they weren't going to vote. The dynamics, are there, but I like to believe that it is an MPP seat. If they get their acts right, rallying all their people, their acts right, the basic thing is the primaries. MPP these days has a tendency of imposing candidates on constituencies. I like to believe they didn't do that this time round, and I think it is one of the reasons that affect their fortunes there. So all things being equal, you expect them to win, but I don't think all things are equal now. So we're keeping our fingers crossed to see the outcome.
We've seen veteran NDC members, especially old MPs, Baba Jamal and Abuachi, all rallying support for the NDC candidate. And even with the NDC campaigning on the issue of development, how significant is this in turning the minds of people towards their candidate?
It could be significant, but politics is such that if you have a constituency, if a constituency is dominated by a particular political party, then the implication is that you have a good number of people in the constituency who primarily, want to vote for that party. Those people become hardcore and they don't easily change their mind. at West, they don't go to vote. And on the basis of that, no matter what you do at the last minute, efforts to, affect the constituency in terms of infrastructural development and so on and so forth, they see it as a facade, efforts to be like sway them, It depends. It depends on the dynamics on the ground. I'm not very familiar with the constituency.
All right.
So I am not able to really do that critical analysis that I should do, whether, these last minute efforts to affect the area in terms of infrastructure could sway, those who are hardcore MPP people to, turn to the NDC. And I also don't know the level of disaffection that those people went through during Nanado's, time. Because many constituencies really, were put off. As we saw in the last election, several of them simply decided not to go to the polls. So these are not things you can easily lay your hands on.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Amache Boateng, on election headquarters. And let's go.
It's a pleasure having me.
Indeed. Let's go to Akwatia now, speak to Nana Abuache Iyado, who is also on the ground, bringing us the very latest from Akwatia. Nana Abuache, take it up.
At the Apinaman LA polling center here in the Akwatia constituency, the by-election has been peaceful so far, and the process, per observation from both NPP and NDC, they are all attesting to the fact that everything is as planned. They are applauding the security apparatus, the IGP, for deploying enough policemen to keep the place safe. You can see in your shot the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, Haruna Mohammed, with his men arrive at the Apinaman polling station, and he has been observing the electoral processes himself. He's been to numerous polling centers, and currently here at the Apinaman LA polling center, where a few minutes ago he was interacting with the EC officials and then his agent as well. A number of people have come to vote. We are expecting over 100 people to participate in the election just here at this particular polling center, and we can confirm that the turnout hasn't been impressive so far, but then generally that is the wind sweeping through the Akwatia constituency. Let's speak to the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, Haruna Mohammed. You've been doing your own observation. Generally, can you tell us briefly how things look like for the NPP?
For now, it's early days. Voting have just started. It's 11 a.m. now, and so far the places that I have gone, it's very peaceful. It's only one place that I went, which is Junasi, that we had the NDC people came and was threatening even the police. So we told the police that for us, we are here for peace. We are not here to intimidate anybody. As we have said, we have created a firewall around MPP members. We have the right to defense, and we would not trigger. But when it happens, we defend ourselves. So far, the places that I've gone, per what is in the CI, I've asked the necessary questions and I've gotten the relevant answers. I don't think that there is nothing to report on for now. It's too early. We are very much satisfied with the process that I've started so far, and I believe that I want this place to be as peaceful as it is from morning to the end of the elections.
Are you not satisfied with the security that has been provided by the IGP? A number of policemen all over the various polling centers that I have been to and where you have been to as well.
For now, as we are going, the police are very professional, and like we said, we are also looking out to see if the NDC's plan to put uniforms on persons who are not professionals and are not police, if they are part of them. And so far, the places that I've gone, the name tags are there. We are identifying them. I speak to the commander, and the commander seems to know the people that are around. So we are still scouting out. So far, they are very professional. There's no any intimidation from the police.
Looking at the strategy that your party has put in place, are you hopeful of clinching the seat once more?
There is nothing that is stopping us from winning the seat, except if there is violence. There is nothing.
And what can bring up violence? Because if so far it's been peaceful.
The NDC will be losing. And because they are in power and they have overused the power, they believe that they can use it anywhere. And this is a place of stop. They cannot use it here. And if they use it, then maybe the elections would have to be called off.
Is that a threat to your opponents at this point?
It's a firewall.
And is that why you have your men all over you today?
Yes, they are all citizens and have the right to movement, free movement.
Thank you very much, and we wish you all the best as you continue with your observation. But in last words to the voters of Akwatia, some of them watching you who have not gone out to vote yet.
What I would tell them is that they should hurry up and go out to vote. Time runs. We need peaceful Akwatia. We need a representation for Akwatia. We know that we have done a lot of work for the good people of Akwatia. Unfortunately, we have left power. The NDC demonstrated that they don't have plans to develop Akwatia. That is why in their 2025 budget, they have put nothing in there to develop the constituency. In their mid-year review of the budget, they have put nothing in the big push. Absolutely nothing for 2025. The NDC is very much certain that they don't want to do anything in Akwatia. So in this by-election, they are grading using the machines that we have bought. That is the drape machines. It means that when a man lives with vision and the man lives power, his vision will still continue to go. And that is what they are seeing. This is a deceit. However, they have the mind of their own. Our candidate is a bad candidate. Before he became an MP, he has set up companies and he has employed over 5,000 of Akwatia youth, and they are working for him. If he gets the opportunity to go to Parliament, that will be another strand of a job opportunity where he will be able to get access to funds in terms of common fund. He will also get access to opportunity in terms of linkage to other organizations that he can bring forth development to Akwatia. And I think that he's the best person who would never deceive them. He would never represent somebody and come back to take what belongs to that person. That is dishonesty, and our candidate cannot be dishonest to the people of Akwatia.
Thank you very much. And that is Haruna Mohammed, the Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, observing the processes so far. He's been to the Abenase LA polling center where we are currently, and you saw his men all over him saying that they have created a firewall around all MPP members, and that if there's going to be chaos or violence, it is not going to come from them, it is going to come from their opponent, that is the NDC. He's also hopeful that their candidate is going to win the seat once more for the New Patriotic Party. And so generally it's been a smooth process so far. As at now, the Inspector General of Police is moving towards all polling stations and polling centers, making sure that the process remains peaceful just as it started. Over to you.
Nana Boache Iyadom coming to us from the Pinaman polling station at Akwatia. I've heard defend yourself, I've heard firewall. We'll get details of that. We'll take a break. You're still listening and watching the live coverage of the Akwatia by-election here on Joy, the Joynews channel, also live on Joy 99.7 FM and on Joy Prime. We'll be right back after this break.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Let's welcome the time ladies.
Say I'm malaria, but no not tomorrow. I'm too so time never make sure. Time never make sure. ntimi mfedro bi abofra ondi fiedu mienu ntimi mfedro
hospital anasa lab mianya a 3-day munhwehwemu ansa na obetimi anomedro yi bi
kayo set time no e TIME
ubenya bi ato ewo over the counter medicine sellers
any herbal shop to do namu
FDA agi edwadue nkrato yi ato.
The season is on pause, but the game goes on. Discover virtual football in the off-season in the 1xBet app on 1xBet Football. Always with you.
Ghana, are you ready for something spectacular? The stars are coming. Saturday, 30th September 2025. It is Stars and Perfect Walk with the Stars. Come walk side by side with your favorite actors, musicians, sports and media personalities as we promote healthy living, fitness and fun. Date is 30th September 2025. Starting point is the forecourt of multimedia, Kokomlemle, at 6 a.m. and finish at the ATTC School Park. Lace up your sneakers and join the biggest fitness walk of the year. There will be good music, dance, aerobics, house screening, and unforgettable moments with our stars. Participation is absolutely free. Just bring your energy, your smile, and your walking shoes. Awesome Perfect Walk with the Stars. Sponsors are you the app Bako, Services Vibre, Franco Trading Enterprise, For Papa Fee, Dimafua Bar Clinic, Oyare for Dimafunewa, Angel Rock Mixture, Albertan Team, Sinomi Instant Noodles. Try it, love it. See you on the 13th of September.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late?
Of course.
Go be the luckiest, go be from Georgia be luckiest, from not the block she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Akwatia by-election on your election headquarters. And in studio with me is Kojo Poku. We're still discussing some of the issues that are coming up from this by-election. But Kojo, you know, the NPP flag bearer aspirants, all of them were at Akwatia to campaign. We saw Dr. Baumia, we saw Kennedy Japong and the rest feeding into that, how there's this feeding to the upcoming primaries that is coming on in January.
Yes, and you see, you found an MPP person when your cameras actually found one. No, but there are plenty of them there. If you look for them, you find them.
No, but
so in the subsequent
when
videos,
they are available, we speak to
well, they are there. You just have to go to them and say, "This is Joynews." You are not TV3. You see, you are not TV3. Lucky for you, TV3 they won't speak to you. They will speak to.
No, we
but the most important. Well, that's fine. But I'm saying you, they will speak to. But TV3, I'm sure they will do.
Anyway,
but look, based on what is happening at the Akwatia, you've seen Honorable Kennedy go there. You see Dr. Mahmoud Baumia go there. You've seen all the other aspirants go there to campaign. Look, now we are in the campaign season for a new flag bearer.
Yes.
Some of us have endorsed Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and we think that he's the right person to lead us back into the election. People are making all sorts of assertions, but look, that's what campaigning is about. But the most important thing is that you see that when it comes to campaigning against the NDC, we are one. Okay, Dr. went there, Kennedy went there, and that's the spirit that we are going to have post 31st January, when we've elected the leader of the party, and then going forward, everybody will come together and we'll all campaign against the NDC. Don't let anybody think, and I think the NDC is nibbling their thumb, seeing the back and forth going on in the MPP, and they think that we are going to have a divided front for 2028. That's not going to happen. The reason we are doing the election early in January 31st is to be able to now have enough time to go to everybody and basically resolve the differences and then fight a better fight in 2020.
Okay. All right. Also about, I just heard, that interview Nana Boakye conducted at the Penaman police station. I heard phrases like firewall, defend ourselves. I've been hearing firewall, being bandied around quite a lot in this election.
Firewall.
What is
firewall? Is a technical word in IT. IT, when you create a firewall, you create a barrier so that you can't get invaded by viruses. Viruses we know come in and invade and disrupt. Okay, so when you create a firewall around something, you are creating a protection. So really and truly, what they are trying to say is that there is a protection that's being created around Akwatia. Looking at what happened at Ablekuma North, when we went in very unprepared and we were taken by surprise. So the firewall was down. Now the firewall is up, and we'll make sure that we will basically protect and defend.
What constitutes the firewall?
When the virus gets there, they'll find out. So far, it's the firewall.
But how does this feed into the position by Richard Ahiagba saying that when people in the military should come there, they should be dealt with as imposters by NPP?
Because the IGP have said that there will be no military deployed. So when the IGP, who is the head of security in the country, the military only defend our territorial borders, and the police defend within the country. And the police IGP, who has said that there will be no military deployed. So if the IGP says there will be no military deployed, and we see a military person there, he can't be a military person. So he has to, he's somebody, because we've seen people wearing uniforms that are not military. So they have to be dealt with. That's why I use the word imposter, because you are not there, you are an imposter.
But then the police has also said that if they need the help of the military, they'll bring them in.
Yes, at that point, then they should inform their IPAC that we are doing that. That's why the IPAC is there. There should be a communication channel. Police just can't decide on their own that they are bringing military. They have to inform the EC. The EC has to inform IPAC that, look, because of some hotspots that we've noticed, there is going to be a deployment of a military. Then everybody's aware. But when the IGP have said that there will be no military, then there's no military. That is why if you see somebody wearing military uniform, that person is an imposter.
Well, it's early days yet, but are you still confident that...
You mean early hours yet?
Are you still confident
that we can win the seat?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Look, looking at the numbers which our late brother got compared to the margin of about 2,000 votes, I think it's possible that we will get sympathy vote. I think it's possible that people in Akwatia will see that the right way to go, because that seat has really been a swing seat, right? Yes. Everybody has won it. This person wins it, that person wins it. So depending on what goes on, I've heard that the NDC are going around saying that, you guys should vote for us. We'll allow you to do the galamsey, which you're already doing. Right? They don't intend to stop this galamsey thing. They're using it as politics as usual. So I've heard that. I don't know how far that is true, but it would be unfortunate, right, if they are going around telling galamseyers to vote NDC just to allow them to do galamsey. That would be very unfortunate. But I've heard that's some of the messaging they have. But depending on how the people feel, knowing that it's a lie, because, look, we need to stop galamsey. So if somebody comes and tells you that, look, vote for me, I'll let you continue, it's a lie, because he's going to bring the task force tomorrow to stop it.
Well, that's interesting. But the NDC has also been pushing the issue of development.
Yes, vote for us and you get development. If not, you get.
Development, you talked about that already. But seeing that they are in government, have access to more resources, to be able to, push the development of Akwatia, how is your candidate, if he should win, be able to rally that kind of resources to develop Akwatia?
There is this thing that electorate should pay attention to. People spend more on things they don't have than things they have. It's human nature, right? If you look at how NDC and MPP spend in development, they spend more on things they don't have. So if you buy into that theory and become a wife, the girlfriend will chop more.
Kojo, it's been a pleasure.
You didn't hear that from me.
Well, if I didn't hear it, the viewers, the listeners, they are hearing you, and they will judge you.
But that's what I'm saying. People spend more on things they don't have. But so it's not given that the minute you vote NDC, they will spend more on in the constituency. NDC and MPP both have spent more in constituencies that they want to win. So basically, that is the concept. But let's see how it plays out.
What has been the unique message of your candidate? I've not really.
The unique message of our candidate is that let's continue the work of Ernest Kumi, Honorable Ernest Kumi. That's unique. Yeah, that's it. So I'm saying that the spirit in which that's why the widow came out to say that, look, help us continue, because it's very important that there is that spirit of continuance. His soul will not rest well if he feels that he fought all this, won the court cases, now only for the seat to be taken away from MPP. His soul will not rest well. For his soul to rest well, the people of Akwatia should really vote for MPP so that that soul will know that it was a fight well fought.
So, I mean, besides that point, so should Akwatia vote for him? What really will be the work?
The work is representation in Parliament. Look, MPs are MPs don't spend money. You see, that's the mistake people make. Even if the NDC
lobby for development,
everybody lobbies.
Everybody lobbies.
No, every MP, be it in power or not in power, you lobby.
Yes, you lobby. Your primary goal as a parliamentarian
is to lobby,
make laws.
Yes,
and then
lobby.
You go out campaigning that we are going to do this, we are going to do that, and then when it comes for you to account for that, then you come to tell us that that's not the work of the MP? Well,
I agree. But what I'm saying to you is that the primary work of the MP is to pass legislation. But you lobby for the development of your area. What I'm saying is that a first-time MP in Parliament, right? I'll be honest with you. Some MPs have better relationship with ministers than first-time MPs. And you heard Honorable Afenyo Makin on the floor of the House one day, where he said the NDC bank benchers have come to lobby him, Afenyo Makin, to help them with something. Why is that? Because Afenyo, who is a long-term MP in Parliament, has better relationship with the ministers than the backbenchers. I have been to ministries where in the waiting room where I am seated, MPs are waiting, right, to go and see the minister to lobby for their area. So the point I'm trying to make is that being a first-term MP in Parliament is as challenging as it is if you're an opposition MP anyway. So this gentleman, if he's to win, he's going to be a first-term MP. And he will need the likes of Afenyo to lobby for him. And why better not get Afenyo to lobby for you if you're a member of Afenyo's party? So look, if Afenyo is the one being lobbied by the NDC backbenchers, why not the MPs lobby Afenyo to go and help them? Meanwhile, you've heard the big saying in Parliament, hey, Uncle Ato. It tells you that those two have good relationships.
It's been really interesting. Getting to know what's happening in Akwatia currently. Let's still talk about the situation in Akwatia. Right now, it's been largely
peaceful. Yes.
Largely peaceful.
But the turnout, I'm worried.
Indeed, that was what I was even coming to. The turnout, it's not what we expected. It's
by-elections by and large.
Now, almost midday. I think midday as we speak.
Yes.
It's midday, and still the turnout is very low. Why do you think so? Is it because there are too many police officers in town? People are afraid to go and vote, or what?
By-elections, by and large, are low turnout. It's a working day. It's a Tuesday, right? People have to go to work, people have to go to farms. So maybe people that went to farms and went to work will come back later in the day and vote. But people just can't be bothered. It's not like there is this big euphoria of an uplift in the last 8 months for people to overwhelmingly come out and vote for the NDC. People are disappointed, right? Because they went out and did all this voting, gave Mahama 2 million votes and nothing.
But if people are disappointed in the NDC, Shouldn't they come out in their numbers and vote for the NPP?
No, because then the thinking is that, oh, what am I going to vote for? The apathy is still there. You know, there is this issue.
And that means that
if
you're bringing up the issue of apathy, then that means they've lost trust in both the NDC and the NPP.
That is there. Look, my dear, if you look at a voter population of 18 million and change, and only 11 million and change went to the polls in 2024, it tells you that both political parties have a lot to do to gain trust of the electorate. So that is there. Apathy in the democracy is a problem. Look, you know, in other jurisdictions, like Nigeria, the total voting population is not even up to 50%. I think it's about 30%. The normal registered voters, the total registered voters and the people that come out to vote in the last election, I don't think it was even up to 30%. And we are getting there because we've gone from the highs of 16 million out of 18, we've got to 14 out of 18, now we've gotten to 11 out of 18. Gradually, the number is gradual. So we have a lot of work to do. The political class in Ghana has a lot to do. The point is, if parties like the NDC gives a lot of promises and they come in and people feel that not a lot is happening, it's still now feeding into that monster of apathy where people feel that the political class, both NPP and NDC, are not there to do what we want. And that is where some of us want to change that narrative. Because, look, the big saying of that, if you do not take part in politics, right, it has dire consequences, because you can't be complaining on social media, complain on TikTok, complain on Twitter, and not take part in that democratic process. The youth need to change that. The reason that they are not watching traditional media, they are not reading the newspapers, they are just on all these social media platforms, just caring about other things.
Yes.
Then still complain. But you need to take part and let your voice be heard.
Even making, sometimes, becoming a politician unattractive to the youth these days.
It does, and that's why some of us have gotten into it. I was never a politician. I don't even like calling myself a politician because I think I'm an entrepreneur, right? So I don't like calling myself a politician. I think some of us who are in the business field, done well in business in the last 25 years, have entered that field and want to encourage other like-minded people to do the same. Look, I honestly it shouldn't be the activists. If you look at the trajectory of classmates, right, you can actually predict who gets into politics as when you go from primary school to secondary and to university. Those who are very active in Tescoin, Nooks politics, and all these ones are the ones that ends up in politics. Meanwhile, most of the students who go about their normal lives and they shy away from all these student politics end up not being part of politics. And that is the minority of the people. So we should encourage, especially females, to get part. Because, look, my late mother, Honorable Hawaii, have this institute called NAWIP, Network of African Women in Politics. And the whole idea was to empower women to get into politics. Then recently I noticed something. In the very early age, you realize that women are very voiceful, women are very clever, women are very... Children, the girl child, right? When I went to my daughter's school for a presentation, and almost all the prizes were won by women. The girls won them. I'm like, but if girls are this clever at this stage, at what point is the fall off, right? But the point is that we need to encourage them to have that same forcefulness, that same cleverness that they have at the early stage in life. At the point, it shouldn't be the opposite where...
Kojo, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Collins Dowda is speaking right now. Let's go to Akwatia. We'll be back.
MPP candidate is a minor.
That's what I say. That's what the young people told us yesterday. He's been supporting them locally. So when they're looking at the economy, they are looking at the local economy, they are themselves, not the national. And for them, the gold price that was selling for 13,000 last year is now 8,000. So they are considering a lot of things. Doesn't that really scare the NDC?
I think that for those young men, I can't begrudge them for their views on this. But the point is that gold price is not determined by the government of Ghana. It's determined internationally. And the fact that it is low today doesn't mean it won't go up tomorrow. It may go up tomorrow. So then what would you have done? What would you have done? And are you saying that if the gold price is high, government will not benefit? We stand to benefit more than any other person. It is our wish that it goes up, and we think that it will go up. And therefore, for the young men to say that because of that they are voting for the MPP will be something that they will regret tomorrow. The point is that they must get somebody who aligns with the vision of the government, which is the NDC government and President John Dramani Mahama. That is what I think they should be looking at. And for one individual, the candidate, as somebody who is helping them to define how many voters do we have in Akwatia, and how many of them, how many of the voters can one person support? I don't think so. You need a government which will create an enabling environment for the local economy to develop. It cannot be done by one person. It can never be true. They shouldn't be misled.
But you were once an opposition member of parliament.
Yes.
Are you arguing that during your time when you were in opposition, when your government was in opposition, you were not delivering development to your people?
Chief, my share of the common fund, I constructed 2-3 classroom blocks in 2 communities. I sank boreholes, a number of them, and then I fixed some roads, just reshaping. From the share of my common, I also did extension of electricity in some communities, and also extended power to some communities where they didn't have power, all funded from my share of the common fund. But talking about what government does or expected to do in all constituencies, there can never be one, nobody can cite one project in Makonzo which was funded. Nothing. And I am under a disassembly. The common fund goes to a disassembly, and I take my share from the disassembly for these development projects that I have mentioned. But so, and that is 5%. What I get is 5% of what goes to the assembly. So if I'm able to do this, the expectation is that the assembly should do better. But the assembly cannot boast of even one classroom block.
So wouldn't that same argument apply to Asumadu if he wins as a minority MP, who will be able to use his common fund the way you used yours?
He will do it. He will do it. But I'm saying that if you do it and you have government backing you up, you have it more. It is better. The assembly common fund cannot be used in constructing roads in Akwatia. And I'm sure if you talk to about 10 people here, they will raise the issue of their roads as a priority for them. They want to see asphalt roads in Akwatia, and that cannot be funded by any MP. It must come from the central government, and we are looking for someone who aligns with government so he can talk to the president.
Are we legitimizing neglect of government of minority MPs by government?
It happens. It happens.
Are we legitimizing it?
We are not. I cannot legitimize it, but that's what is happening. That's what is happening. Akwatia rules will fix it, but we want them to reciprocate this by voting the NDC candidate.
So if they vote for the NPP, you won't construct their roads. Is that it?
I can't say that. I'm not the president. I can't say that. I'm not the president. But if I were the president, I won't do it.
Even though they pay taxes?
You have the opportunity. You have the opportunity. When we're voting in December 2024, we had to elect 275 MPs together. And the 2 candidates, we didn't know who would win. President John Dramani Mahama and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We didn't know who would win. So we just voted. The results we had was that NDC had 180 something MPs and the MPP got 88. Now there's opportunity for the people of Akwatia. President Mama is not the president of Ghana. He's in charge of everything. So if it's development you want, it is his direction you must go. So if we are a citizen of Akwatia, a native of Akwatia, and a voter in Akwatia, and you want development, and you know it is the president who is in charge of development, who would you vote for? this is a special election. It is not a general. This is a special election and it requires special thinking. Thank you.
We're grateful to you. So that's Collins Dowda, the former Works and Housing Minister.
Well, interesting interview there with Collins Dowda by my colleague Kojo Brace from Akwatia. You're still watching and listening to our live coverage of the Akwatia by-election right about now. MFA Akosua will take over from me here in the studio. MFA, so it's been an interesting conversation. Just this interview gone by with Collins Dowda, the agenda by the NPP pushing development. Interesting discussions coming up, and also the happenings, the chaos, the posters and all that. Looking forward to your discussions coming up shortly.
Absolutely, Mamiesi, and thank you for handing over. And of course, the most important one is even the conversation you've had with Kojo Poko here in the studio.
You said it wasn't explicit. Is Collins Dowda put it explicitly enough for you?
Well,
no, but we see that's the point. You say you are born upon Promotional. He's told you exactly
how rhythm. But thank you for joining us today. Well, this is a continuous coverage of the Akwatia by-election. This is the election headquarters. Stay with us. But if you have missed so much, here's what you have missed earlier in the day.
So far, I can say that it's been good. The security arrangement here is okay. You recall that the Ghana police assured us that this election is going to be the best by-election so far in terms of security. And so far, so good. My main concern will be just when polls are getting to just around 5 o'clock, and then counting period, and then the collation period. That is where usually we've had some of these unfortunate situations. So far, security arrangement, you can testify that it's been good, it's been well arranged, and it's okay. Let me use your network to tell everybody to come out to vote in their numbers. As a critical feature of every by-election, turnout is usually low. So that is what we are seeing. I've visited quite a number of polling stations. You can see that the turnout is quite low. So let me use your network to say everybody should come out to vote. Security is well arranged, and let me repeat that the Ghana police should make sure that getting to the end of polls, during counting, and then during collation, we will still have well arranged, put together security systems that will be possible. But so far, so good. The indication I have is that the presence of the police is all over in the places. In fact, they gave the indication that we were going to deploy over 5,500. And even driving right from Winti through to Kade, you see the presence of the police on the road. When you get to Buadua and to Akwatia township itself, you see the presence of the police. So clearly, the presence of the police is all over in the constituency. They're not really in the village. But as I said, they are here to provide security. That is why everybody should come out to vote. Nothing is going to happen. And then also, let me repeat, the security should be tightened just at the end of the polls, counting period, and then the polling. Not at all. I mean, we request from the National Police Council that they wanted to be the leadership of both political parties. Unfortunately, we were well represented. Myself, the regional chairman, and then the national youth organizer. Only for us to get into the meeting to see constituency organizer, deputy constituency organizer, and then.
I think so far, early days, EC set up, well done. Election has started, presence of the police as well as you, the media. And so we have stakeholders around. We expect to have a very peaceful exercise. I heard you making the comment that the presence of the police, there are 119 polling stations. We expect to have police presence in all these polling stations, and for police to ensure that security is assured. You know, it's election, and election-related security is mainly the Electoral Commission. We had some concerns. We discussed with the police, and we know that today all the issues will be well dealt with for us to have a very peaceful exercise. We look forward to have peaceful arrangement. We are very much confident that at the end of this exercise, our candidate, Solomon Kwame Asumadu, will emerge victorious.
But let's talk a bit about better security, because you mentioned earlier that you had concerns from the beginning. I mean, we've met police presence all the way from where we are coming from. What do you make of it? What's your confidence level in the security service that you see here?
Yeah, so in terms of Akwatia and Baidoo environs, you realize that yes, there's huge security police presence. You don't see same when you move into the hinterlands, the Wenchi, the Takrasi, Abenasi area. So that's expecting that we will have equal representation, fair representation in all these places. As usual, I mean, there must be peace, peaceful environment created to allow people to cast their votes. And the impression must not be created that it is only Baidoo and Akwatia. What I'm not too
unfortunately, I mean, I'm coming from Wenchi.
Okay.
Huge police presence. All the way on our way, we met police vehicles. You constantly are meeting police presence.
There's peace around. Too much of the movement on the road. You know, Baidoo and Akwatia is also a busy town, and so if we are not careful with some movement, it could create other problems. We expect everybody to be professional in his or her conduct. That's what the new Patriotic Party is expecting from all stakeholders, including you, the media, to make sure that attention is controlled and not unnecessary comment from people that will jeopardize the peace we have.
What are you picking from your eyes in the other areas?
Oh, I think like
election started from all police stations so far.
Yeah, for the 3 polling stations I've been, elections have started. When I started, they were setting up because they must start at 7, and they couldn't have started when it wasn't 7 a.m. So for those 3 polling stations I've visited, yes, I'm appreciative of the setup.
My 4th polling station. I think the atmosphere is very calm, very serene atmosphere this morning, and from what I'm seeing, it's going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections we have witnessed as a country. The people understand that they need to vote, and they have welcomed everybody in this constituency, and the simple message, irrespective of the political coloration, is that they want peace. So if the people of Akwatia are preaching they want peace, I don't think they will entertain any class from outside the constituency to bring any form of violence here. And the police presence also has put some level of fear into any group of people who want to perpetrate any form of violence. So I vouch for a very peaceful election in Akwatia. The weather is not too friendly, but I think it's all part of the calmness and the serene environment we find ourselves this morning.
And from the areas you are coming from, you said this is your 4th polling station. The election has started in all of them.
Yes,
started on time?
On time. Exactly. The first polling station that I went, exactly 7, I saw the first woman casting the vote. And from the subsequent one to when I got there, it was past 7 and the elections had already started. It's going smoothly and very calm. People just walk in, just go and vote and go to do their daily chores. So you don't see long queues at the police station. But I think the people will come out. Not as the general elections turn out, but I think it will be a very good election.
I mean, I don't know how many days you've been here, but do you think this election is yours?
The NDC. It is. Akwatia is already green. It's green. The pollsters are predicting 52, but I am predicting about 54%. It will be huge. Yes, yes, for a lawyer. What I've seen and the people I spoke to the whole of this dawn, and when you go to the police station and even get closer to the people, they will tell you that I am MPP, but because of development, let's vote for an NDC candidate, because they believe that the government of the day has much to do with development than an opposition government.
This is our continuous coverage of the Akwatia by-elections, and this is the election headquarters. Now, joining me in studio to continue the conversation that we've already started is Dr. Ishmael Norman, security expert. And surely you may have seen earlier during our coverage that there has been some, I like to use the word skirmishes so far, especially at the security-wise. And Doc, I don't know if you've been following from the time that polls started from 7 a.m. It's a little past 12. Considering the fact that we had our conversation about election violence from 2024, just recently, 2024, and watching a by-election in 2025, are you surprised how the securities have handled situations so far?
Amifa, thank you. I think the Ghana police has done very well. And the small skirmishes should be expected, because wherever two people have met, there's always tension, especially during moments like this. So I think so far we should be hopeful that nothing bad is going to happen, but we cannot just let it be like that, because it's costing Ghana a lot of money, millions, just to deploy 5,500 policemen and women, not even to mention the other security agencies, because the lead agency is Ghana Police. And to them alone, when you look at the unit cost, I did a very quick calculation for 22 days that they have been deployed since the August 13th up to today, 22 days, even if they are spending 200 cedis to feed each person a day, multiply that by 22. If whenever people are deployed somewhere, they get incidental. And so some of the stuff that I came up with, I was quite shocked when I was doing the estimate. So every single day, we're spending about 1,100,000 to feed 5,500 people. The incidentals for 5,500 people at a price of about 170 cedis a day, we're talking about nothing less than 20 million. The feeding cost is about 24.2 million. Miscellaneous for the two is 2 million. The total of that, just because I've been in the hotel business for a long time in this city, in this country, normally a hotel would charge about 200 cedis per person. That's why I use that figure. Okay. That comes to 47 million just for the police officers alone. I have not even tackled their supervisors and their per diems. When you look at that and you put all of that together, we're talking about 53 million. When you add other things to it, it is not a joke. When you add other things to it, and the cost for the EC, the printing ballot papers, educating the public, procurement meetings before the event, meetings just to plan everything, sitting allowances for the EC staff, I am shocked to arrive at 96 million Ghana cedis in just 22 days. There is something wrong with Ghana that we have to deploy 5,500 policemen and women only. I'm not talking about the other security agencies because my focus is the one with the primary mandate. And it is shocking. Ghana needs to sit up, advise itself, because this is money, 94 million, and this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Doc, I will take our viewers on ground where my colleague Kojo Breeze is engaging with some voters, and then we'll come back to this whopping amount that you have just drawn our attention to.
We don't know the reason. But you should have asked why are they saying they won't come out.
That's why I said we asked them. They are not giving us any explanation that what they don't want to come out and vote. We don't know. And what I have observed is that I think the security, people fear to come out and vote. That's what I think.
Because of the police presence?
Yes. The security is too much.
But that should give them assurance.
Yes, we've explained to them that they should go out and vote, but I think there are some fear in them. They don't want to go. Because if you go to police stations, you could see about 5, 6, 10 policemen at the police stations. So I think that is the reason why they don't want to go out and vote. The other day, I went to one of the villages here called Apramai. We went to house to encourage people to come out and vote. But all of a sudden, what they are telling us that if they will not go out to vote, they will rather sit home. We encourage them, but still, what they said, what they are, because what I heard around from grounds is what they are saying here. It's what we are seeing here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try and bring in this one. Please, what's your name? I'm told you are the presiding member.
Yes, for Accra Brewery Municipal.
Okay.
All right.
But why would your people be afraid of the same police personnel who have been brought here to protect them so we can have a peaceful election?
Yes. This is a by-election. And in most cases, by-election comes with its own tension. That could also be a factor that is deterring them from coming out to vote. But with the police presence, well, it could be two ways. One may see it as an excess, others might see it as well. That is an assurance giving them the maximum protection they need. It's about how they see it, but we still go around encouraging them. But this is a decision-making time. You need to come out, select whoever you want to lead your constituency, who can bring development to your constituency. When you remain in the house, refusing to come out and vote, you are not doing any good to the constituency.
And from the people you've spoken to, who's winning?
Elections, is unpredictable until the last ballot is cast, where results are announced. You can't just say off head that this person is winning. But hopes are around. Everybody or both candidates have their support base. They are cheering them up. They believe that at the end of the day, their candidates will come out victorious.
We spoke to Collins Dada here a while ago.
Yeah.
And he says Akwatia should vote for the NDC because they are in power.
I think when he makes that analogy, it is in right direction. Of course, when your daddy is the king and you are the prince, There is nothing you request that your daddy wouldn't give you. They might use that principle to actually elect the NDC candidates into office because they believe once the NDC is in power, the president is, Mahama is the sitting president. He is more to align with the NDC candidate than choosing an opposition member.
So you disagree with the young people who say Asumadu of the MPP has been supporting them over the years, and they feel that he's helped them build their own economy, and so they will choose him. You disagree with those?
I can't measure the kind of support they are talking about, but when we talk of politics, you might be doing the support base all right, but to lobby from the central government to help you with your development, you need somebody who you can align with. So with the support, I can't disband, or I don't know, I can't measure, but I think the other candidates might have also been doing something in his own ways. And this is the opportunity time, the opportunity time for them to vote a candidate who can just liaise with the president to bring development to them.
All right, I'm grateful to you. So these are the members of the Assembly of Akwatia Brewery. Okay, so they were talking about what should happen. I mean, a lot of people are still here. You can see people, the queues have started forming. We see a lot of people here. I don't know why we have so many people within the perimeter or within the lorry park, but I'm sure it's just because of the enthusiasm or the interest in this election. We'll also be here to bring you everything that happens in this by-election. Do stay with us.
Colleague Nana Boakye-Adom, who is having a conversation with the Kumasi mayor.
Well, MFI, we are live at the Apenaman School Park, where we have the Kumasi Mayor as polling agent over here for the National Democratic Congress. In fact, the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NDC is also here. But we also have the member of Parliament for Tema West and also Member of Parliament for Doma Central, who are all here. They've been monitoring the process. So far, we've had Haruna Mohammed, also the Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, come in to also monitor the electoral process. He's having a conversation back there, but I want to speak to the two members of Parliament that we have here already. The Honourable Member of Parliament for Tema West. Honourable, you're live on Joynews. Per your observation so far, how does things look like?
Thank you very much. Let me take the opportunity to extend my greetings to the good people of Akwatia. I have been here since 6 a.m. and we have visited a number of places, a number of polling stations, and I think that so far everything is going very, very well indeed. All the stations, polling stations that I visited, I noticed that turnout is encouraging. I've also noticed that the process is free and fair. Elections are going on peacefully. So far, I have not witnessed any untoward incident that will mark the process. And I want to take the opportunity to commend the police for the good work that they have done. Indeed, everywhere that you go, you realize that there are adequate policemen to make sure that the process goes on peacefully. And I think that this is very, very laudable. We are hoping that this will continue until the close of voting, and then we go into the counting stage and also the collation stage. And I'm very optimistic that the NDC is going to carry the day.
Thank you very much. Let me also speak to the Member of Parliament for Doma Central. Honourable, you are also monitoring the process. For the places that you've been to, are you impressed with security, with turnout and everything?
Yeah, thank you very much, and let me also congratulate the people of Akwatia, because before today, the news around was that it was going to be chaotic and so on. But I can tell you, on the ground here, one of the most peaceful elections I have witnessed myself as a Member of Parliament, and more so the presence of our security forces, most especially the police, has been very, very phenomenal. It's been good. We haven't seen anything untoward, like my colleague just said. Things have been put in place well. Everybody is conducting him or herself very well, and there is nothing like somebody is being intimidated. So I believe strongly that by the close of day, whoever emerges the winner has actually been voted for by the people of Akwatia, and nothing nothing of any sort has happened. It is because the people love the person. But like he said, I'm also optimistic that by the close of day today, with what I have seen and on my years on the ground, I can assure you that once again, Akwatia will turn green.
Thank you very much. And the members of Parliament for Tema West and then Doma Central speaking to us live on Joynews, bringing us up to speed details on what the observation have been so far. But as I said earlier, we have to give you a clear scene of how the place looks like. We've had the NPP also come in here, and this is the Apenaman polling center where we have more than 100 voters expected to come and participate in the election. And you can see that Haruna Mohammed is behind me, engaging with the NDC's polling agent. Will try to go there so that we can speak to Haruna Mohammed. Earlier on, he came here with his men, indicating that he's impressed so far with his observation. We have the Kumasi mayor also there, and then the Ashanti regional chairman of the NDC, Nana Akwesi, also coming in. As I speak to you, a number of police vehicles are trooping into the Apenaman School Park, where we have as a polling station, and we would want to also first off speak to Haruna Mohammed and get his perspective on what has been happening so far. Haruna Mohammed.
Yes.
For the places that you've been to, we spoke to you earlier. You've indicated that you are impressed with security and everything being put in place. Do you still maintain that?
Yes, I still maintain that. For this area, the police has been very professional, and they are making that there is peaceful country. This election is going to be very peaceful for all of us. I believe that this election, the beginning to the end, we want it to be very peaceful. So far what I've seen, I must commend the police for so far what I have seen. But it's still in the early days of the elections.
Do you still maintain your firewall?
Yes. The Constitution has not changed. The Constitution provides the way for you to defend yourself. And in doing so, you must also make sure that there is recourse to the laws of the country. And that is why we choose our words very carefully.
Thank you very much. And he's here with the Ashanti regional chairman of the NDC, Nana Akwesi. Nana,
let me speak before Nana. I got the intelligence that Nana and the mayor are sharing money, Sekakoko here. And you know, the CI 127 frowns on sharing of money. I came, he actually called me. I went to inquire. He called.
Nana is here himself.
Yes, that's why I want to say it before Nana comes in. Nana said that what we did to them in Kumowu, that's what they are doing. And I didn't know what we did in Kumowu. He's from our stronghold. When we win, we develop Akumasi more. And I believe that Nana will not do it because he just told me that he won't do it, but I don't know whether he will continue to do it.
Nana, this is the Ashanti regional chairman of the NDC, Nana Akwesi. Nana, he's just accusing you right here while you are seated here that you are sharing money. Is that what is happening?
Do you know one thing about MPP? When he is coming, he came with tax, but unfortunately for him, some of the tax were my boys. So when they saw me, they started running away. And as a chairman in government, he has admitted that the police is doing very good. Why is he using those tags? You videoed them, you filmed them, and he was saying that we are sharing money. You came here, have you seen me giving any money to someone? But in Kumowu, they did worse things than this.
Is that to say that you are doing same?
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Have you seen him? You see, Kumowu, we saw evidence. Have you seen me sharing money? No. As a gentleman, I'm talking to everybody, and they've admitted they're going to vote for my PC. So my younger brother, who is the Deputy General Secretary, he's afraid that they're going to lose, and they're going to lose massively.
Thank you very much. And that is Nana Akwesi, the Ashanti regional chairman of the NDC. But then we have the Kumasi mayor here, all the way from Kumasi. He is observing the election for the NDC. Kinzuba, all the way from Kumasi. Why are you in Akwatia?
When Akwatia to ensure that the NDC clinches a resounding victory today.
And you've left your duties in Kumasi to support your party.
Today is an election day. I'm a politician. I've come here to support my political party.
And you are hopeful that, per your observation and all that is going on, the NDC-PC is winning the election?
Absolutely. I've seen some 50 cities sharing going down there where that big tree is going. If you want to come to the party with accusation, come with clean hands. They are sharing 50 cities.
They are accusing the NPP of sharing money.
In 50 cities where the tree is, they are sharing 50 cities. They are sharing 50 cities. They are sharing broke money.
Yeah. How much are you sharing?
Have you seen me share any money?
How much have you shared?
Have you seen me share any money? I'm giving you evidence of money sharing on the side of the NPP. Behind that tree, where the men are, they are sharing 50 cities. You understand? And then that's what they are good at. What they are doing, the focus would be they'll couch their statement to shape the focus on their opponent, and then behind the statement that they put out, they do what they are accusing you of doing behind you, and that's what they are good at. These are our friends. They are very crafty when it comes to these games. So my brother Haruna, don't worry. He's losing. He's losing. I've asked him not to go anywhere. We should sit here. The good thing is that I'm sure we are going to have one of the most peaceful by-elections we have ever experienced in Ghana, because since when we came, the people have been very receptive. They have been very friendly, irrespective of which particular political color one belongs to. We've moved around. I've been moving around. It is a coordinator for MPP in this township that went to feed me this morning. He went to show me where to get fufu. He took me. I went to get my fufu. I ate with him, and we are having good exercise. So I'm sure at the end of the day we'll go together. Whatever God has destined for the people of Akwatia will come to pass by 5 p.m.
Thank you very much. And that is the Kumasi Mayor, King Zuba, saying that he's hopeful that the NDC's candidate is going to win, and that he's also accusing the NPP of also sharing money, just as Haruna Mohammed did. And this is the tree that he's talking about, the tree right behind me. We can't verify the claims, but then that is the tree that he made mention of, and he's saying that the NPP is sharing money there while accusing them of also doing same. And so this is the situation on grounds, MFA, from the Apinaman School Park over here, where the process has so far been smooth. Over to you.
Much, Nana Boachi, for bringing us updates from Apinaman School Park. Now, Doc, I'm quite curious about the consistency or the culture of party, I'd say people who hold very high rank in parties, political parties, usually going to observe. And the case in point will be Ablekuma North, the rerun, which the facts as they are, or the issues as they are, would be that Hawa Kumsin went there to observe. Of course, she is a member of the NPP. You see that as well today at Akwatia, both the NDC, both the NPP, and these are people who are with very high positions in party. What does this signal? We'll come back to the figures that you were working with us, but away from this, how does this make, in the spirit of democracy, what does this tell on security as well?
Yeah. I think they have the right to go and observe within the outer perimeter, not the inner perimeter. And so far, they are not in the inner perimeter. So if there is no legislation or CI prohibiting them to be within the outer perimeter, I don't think there's anything wrong, because it is consistent with transparency. So for me, I believe that they have the right to be around just to ensure that everything goes right. And here, the police has to be particularly alert, because that's precisely where the trigger for violence can actually come in.
Okay.
So it is too early to say that everything is going peacefully, because events, crisis we manufacture human beings, we manufacture crisis, and it doesn't fall from the blue, from the sky. So when you have too many people converging in one place, competing over one single parliamentary seat, I am very careful to conclude that this is going to be a peaceful election.
Okay.
Yes.
So just stay with me. I want
Sure.
to take viewers and you as well to my colleague Collins Frimpong as well to bring us updates at where he is. Collins, where are you and what can you report?
Currently, I am at Akwatia Community Day Senior High School, where the parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Bernard Bediako, will be voting this afternoon. Earlier on, we were here, then we moved to Kusi, where currently, another form of vote buying, according to some residents, is also taking place. And in that place, it is not about money sharing when you go there, about three major rules that myself and the team, when we got there, we observed was that the roads are currently under construction, and according to also some of them believe that in as much as it is a way that the people or the party is trying to sway votes onto their side, they believe that it is a good thing, and they, as far as they are getting development, they have no issues about that. And some also believe that no, this is not the right way, and they will not be voting based on that. But largely in that particular community or in those communities that we visited, looks like there's a little bit of consensus on the fact that yes, they agree that since they've never had a tag rule there, and since last 5 days they've been able to do something about it, and they are filling the roles, the major roles in the town, about 3 of them, and one of them we had Mustafa Bandit coming around as well as Joseph Yamin, and we spoke to them, they gave reactions about that. So the residents say that since they've never had tag rules, they've never seen their rules being leveled, and that's a good thing. They will go out and go and vote, and they are not ready to go and vote for a member of parliament whose government is not in power, and that is going to that is not going to help them when it comes to development. So they prefer an MP whose government is in power. That's the majority of the people in Kusi that we engaged. But Mustafa Bande, who the Deputy General Secretary, came there, and when we engaged him, trying to find out why they waited until the last 5 days to the by-election in Akwatia, that they started constructing the roads there. He told me explicitly, any day in the last 8 months since they came to power is a day they can construct roads. And that day is today, or that day was last Friday. So far as the roads were terrible, and former President Akufo-Addo and his government could not tar the road, and they have come to power, and they waited for at least part is going to save the people from distress. Since people are not going to die from it, that's fine. If they leave it like that in a deplorable state, that is going to be a national security concern. People will be losing their life. People are going to be experiencing various injuries on those roads. So that's fine. He doesn't have any issues with that. And it is not a means or a way that they are trying to sway voters to their side, but they are just bringing development to the people around there. And also, we talked about the fact that vote buying is also ongoing, or some people claim, we ourselves, we've not seen areas that people are sharing money or something of that sort. But some of the residents at a polling station called Funeral Grounds, where we engaged himself, separated an issue that was ongoing because some of the residents were accusing an MPP's, but Mustafa Bande separated them. And the NPP guy, we spoke with him, and also he denied sharing any amount of money. And he accused the NDC that is some sort of tactics that they are using in a way to just disrupt the process there as they came. Then they are accusing them. Then they will also be doing something, and the place will be chaotic. Then they will pass back behind them to do something of that sort. Then, because of that, they won't respond to any of the issues. He won't speak on camera, anything, but he denied vehemently that nothing has been happening. But when it comes to security in the area, Takwasi, where the NDC's candidates will be voting, that is also the hometown that he hails from, and also Kusi that we've been to. When it comes to Takwasi, we are having 10 polling stations. And where we are currently, Takwasi Day Senior High School, the polling station where we are expecting about 440 people to come here and come and vote. After the last 30 minutes, when I went to the issue official to speak with, to engage, the information that I had was that only 116 people had come to vote.
Okay.
Very low turnout so far.
Okay. Collins, that's some good updates from your side. I'll take you back to my colleague, Samuel Kojo-Brace, who is having a conversation with Ernest Adamako of the Okankwe South Constituency, Member of Parliament.
If you look at the way the process has run so far, do you foresee any sort of clash anywhere today? I mean, I don't know where you've been to.
Okay, all the places that I have visited, I didn't observe any kind of violence or chaos or whatever. Everything has been peaceful so far. And I'm expecting that after 5 p.m., we are going to have peaceful election. Yes.
And of course, with your candidate winning, you say?
Yeah, definitely. As for the election, NDC, we are winning. We are winning this seat. It's clear that after 5 o'clock, we are going to declare our candidate a winner for this seat.
Because you are in government?
Not because we are in government. Because of what we have done within a short period since we took over power from NPP. Looking at our CD appreciation to the other foreign currencies, looking at the employment that we are creating and all that, everything is clear. And the electorate I've spoken to so far are fully convinced that NDC is going to do something better for their constituency and they are going to vote for us again.
What have you done in Akwatia that gives them that confidence that you will do something for them?
Akwatia, during Professor Mills' time when the...
I'm talking about within the 8 months that you've come into power.
I'm coming. When Honorable... how do you call it? Colin Dawda, when Colin Dawda was the Works and Housing Minister, during his tenure that they brought water into this constituency. We've done it before. In terms of roads, we've done it before. And they are convinced that we are going to do something better for them this time round. Yes.
All right. But what about the police presence? What do you make of how the police is so present at this particular, process that we're seeing throughout the constituency?
Okay. They say prevention is better than cure. Things that has happening in the past, in by-elections that we have seen, we don't want that to happen again. The police are here to protect us, lives and properties. If you don't have any bad intentions, why should you be afraid of the police? They are not armed. You can see them. They are only observing. And they have their men in place. In case of anything, they will just come in, they will call for reinforcement. For me, I think they are doing a good job. We should encourage them.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Grateful to you. So that's it. Well, let's try and speak to other residents of this constituency. You're a resident. Where do you live in the constituency?
I live in Akwatia, Sadams.
Have you voted so far?
Yes, I have.
Who did you vote for?
I can't reveal that, please.
No, but okay, so who do you want or who do you wish will win at the end of today?
The best candidates.
Who is?
I can't reveal it, as I said, but may the best candidates win.
What informed your decision as to who to vote for?
With what I've seen so far, yes, that is what informed my decision.
You've seen so far where?
In the constituency, I've seen a lot of development so far, so I know that the person can do the job well. So, yeah, that is why.
So if you say so far you've seen development, that's for the past 8 months?
Not just for the past, I can't, as I said, I can't reveal it. You are trying to trick me.
No, I'm not. I just want to understand the development you've seen.
But I can't say that's the actual time frame that I've seen the development, but I've seen some good developments, and I know that the candidate that I've voted for, if he should come, if he should win, it will be a good thing for the constituency.
Did you vote for Baidoo or you voted for Takrasi?
Did I vote for Baidoo?
Did you vote for Baidoo or you voted for Takrasi?
I'm sorry. I'm not revealing that as well.
All right. I'm grateful to you for joining, yeah? Okay. But the NDC says they've done a lot for the Akwatia. Do you agree?
So far, the NDC government, we've seen a little bit of improvements here, so I can say they've done well, and they can or might do more than maybe what they've said or promised. So
you agree that you have to give the power to them?
I didn't say that.
That's a smart one. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are still in Bwadua. You know, it's if you look at it, like I said, the police personnel are highly represented here. They are here in large numbers, and it tells you that the police service is not taking this lightly at all. They are really here to forestall any sort of undesired development that will crop up here. One thing we can say is, okay, so what's your name?
No, I'm not here to talk.
But you hear it. So I mean, you can see that the process is ongoing. Okay, I don't know whether this is the boss. I don't know if this is the candidate. Let me try and see. Let me try and get one. Yeah. Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you, my brother.
Fine. Fine. Yeah. Mini Ogafio. Yeah. Anyway, but so I don't know how long you've been here, but this is Accra Mayor. For those of you who don't know, what have you found about the process today?
Oh, it has been smooth, and we thank God. From morning, I've been here from morning, and so far I've not seen any issues anywhere. Everything is going on smoothly.
Does the presence of the police give you that assurance that what we hear about by-elections in Akwatia will not occur this time around?
No. The police are doing fantastic. For the IGP has done very good job by putting men everywhere to make sure the whole place will be sound and we can have peace of mind to vote. You can see they are not intimidating anyone. They are just sitting down doing their work. And I think if you are not here to fight, when you see police, you don't run away. Because the police are not here. We are, as I'm talking to you, you can see the whole place is full with police, the security, good security presence here. And I think it's very good. If all by-elections can be this way, I don't think we'll have anything saying Akwatia, Cherry Bikaka, no. I think this is very peaceful. Kudos to the government of the day. And I think we have done a good job.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief.
But I forgot to say something. You know, what I want to tell the people of Akwatia is that when your mother is in the kitchen, you will not be hungry. So please, they should remember that.
I don't know why all of you are saying that, but really, for your assembly, I know you have multiple MPs under your jurisdiction. Of course, there will be MPPs in there. Are you saying that when it comes to development, you would rather give it to those who are NDC and not those who are MPP, even though all of them are resident of your metropolis?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you are a Ghanaian.
Yes, I am.
If your mother is cooking the food, possibility everybody will eat and be satisfied. But when your mother is there, you will have extra food you can eat at midnight. That's what I'm saying.
Anyway, let me not take you on that. But Chief, thank you for coming to. Would you mind? What's your name, saying? Where are you coming from?
I'm Alote Gezi, the mayor of Koliklote.
I think the Gezi thing struck a chord. Of course, you've also seen it. What's your own assessment?
So far, so good. We've been to a few polling stations, and it's quite calm at this point. Most of the polling stations we've been to, we have about 50% voter turnout. We are hoping more would come. But generally, it's been very peaceful. We are hoping this continues. Results are declared, and we all go home peacefully with the winner being declared. Yes.
The people of Akwatia are watching you now. What will be your message to them?
Our message is that everybody should go about their voting peacefully. We know the party that we want to. I'm coming from the NDC stock, so I'll prefer NDC winning. So everybody should go about his voting. We should vote quietly and move to our homes. 5 o'clock we come, they declare results. We are happy, we move to our home. And life continues.
5 o'clock we win. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying, like I said earlier on, I come from the NDC stock. And we want NDC to win. Our people should vote and vote massively. They should turn out. We have just about 4 hours to go. They should turn out, come and complete the voting for us. 5 o'clock we are declared winners. And life continues.
But there was something I saw earlier which had the potential for, two sides to probably lay a finger at each other. You are leaders of the NDC. What would be your message or advice to your followers in terms of playing your role to ensure the sort of unity we've seen here is the same till we all leave Akwatia tomorrow morning?
We are saying provocation should be ignored. One of it, don't get involved in any fight or anything. Yes, that's what we are saying. If somebody offends you, ignore the person. The police are there to handle those situations. Don't fight back. That's all that.
It's reassuring. What about you, sir?
The same. What I want to tell people is that, you see, Ghana is one country. NDC and PP are all Ghanaians. And party, after party, there is life. You see, so I beg everybody, both of us here, standing here, it's coming from Kole Klote. I'm from Okankwe South. But one thing I can assure everybody is that whatever he doesn't like, I don't use it to do. I don't do that for what he doesn't like. So the same way he also doesn't. But if he does it, and I think that, why don't I walk away? Fight is not an option. You understand? Fight is not an option. I believe if somebody does something to you, the best thing is to ignore the person. Ignorance is powerful than fighting. When you are quiet, it's more powerful. So I beg everybody, let's live in peace. We have only one Ghana. And God bless us, and God bless Ghana. And God bless the AMA.
Okay, all right. So that's the mayor of Accra. This is still our coverage of the elections here in Buadua, in the Akwatia Constituency. Well, let's still speak to some more people here who have also been here monitoring the process. I've seen you going about watching what's happening. What's your name? Where are you coming from?
Yeah, my name is Azubila Emmanuel Abdul Salam. I'm the Executive Secretary of Anchoring Democracy Advocacy Movement Ghana. In short, it's Adam GH. Okay. And we have been here for the past 4 days monitoring the exercise. And as a CSO, we are looking at so many constituencies so that after the elections, we will be able to make the necessary comments that will enhance our democracy.
And for what you've seen so far, what's your overall impression of the processes?
Yes, I think the process is smooth. I think I will also applaud the Electoral Commission for the work they are doing. But what I'm looking at is the police presence seems to be too much, and that is intimidating voters from coming out to vote. We interacted with some parents, and a mother told me that my children are home, they are all voters, but I'm going somewhere. I will not allow them to go out with this kind of police to go and vote. I don't know what will happen to them, so I'm not home, so I can't allow them to go and vote. And we asked, what about herself? She said she is going to Asamankese. When she is back early, she will vote, but to ask her children to come out to vote in her absence, she won't do it because the security presence are too much. These are genuine concerns that I believe civil society organizations and you, the media, we actually need to look at it and also advise the police that next time they should actually prioritize on the intelligence gathering other than police visibility. 5,300 police for one constituency. It is too much.
Is that not because of the kind of tag or the kind of by-election we've had before in Akwatia? That's why it got the police to decide, let's descend on Akwatia with this number of people.
Yes, we have witnessed what happened at Ayawasu West Wagon. We have equally witnessed Ase North by-election, and we witnessed the recent one, Ablekuma North. But what we are saying is that police work should be more of intelligence, identify certain flashpoints, and certain people who are posing threat. Somebody like Hawa Kumsin, if you see Hawa Kumsin here, you don't need a soothsayer to tell you that this lady is likely to cause chaos. If we see Azoka, this morning I got to a place where Azoka and Master Wudu of MPP, they are all vice chairman of NDC and MPP. And Azoka slapped Masaudu when they were having hot argument. All these things, the moment you see these two people together, we know Azoka, when he moves with his boys. And we know Masaudu to be somebody who is a loose talker. He talks anyhow and he threatened violence. I think one of your media stations, he actually pulled their camera down. Is it, I don't know whether it's Joy or TV3. Yes.
I mean, so the point is that the two of them are here, nothing has happened. Why should...
No, but they have slapped each other.
Yeah, but it hasn't degenerated into anything.
That is, so what I mean is that you identify people of this character and rather give them some close marking so that their actions should not lead to something else. I know there are some other polling stations in Akwatia here that are known to be flashpoints. These are areas that the police should target. But carrying 5,300 police. Now all hotels are occupied with police. All other areas, go to the villages. Now this is the case. People are afraid to even ask their children to come out to vote. Look at the vote turnout. This is almost the 10th polling station, voting center we have visited. And the turnout is low. Why? Because people are scared. They are in their own town and they saw police all over. They saw strangers and, you know, they will be scared. So I believe I equally share the concerns of some of the parents who refuse to allow their children to come out to vote in the absence of them. So I believe next time the police can also improve on this aspect so that their presence or their actions should not just resolve violence but intimidate people from coming out to vote.
I'm grateful to you. So we'll still be here to gauge the mood of how the processes are going. We have two sides, I mean this police station and the other one there. We will be going there to bring you how the voting is in all of these polling centers. So do stay with us here on your election headquarters for us to bring you everything that is happening here in Akwatia.
Of course, Kojo, they will stay with us here at the election headquarters. Now, joining me in studio again is Bernard Mona. He's leader of PNC. Thank you for joining us in studio.
Thank you, madam.
Have you been observing from home, maybe radio, TV, and what's your assessment so far?
First, let me issue that when I said, sweetheart, I was warned.
That's inside story.
Inside story.
Yes.
Second, let me say that I've been monitoring both in my car and in the office, up and down. I'm not so much impressed about some of the disgusting situations. But generally speaking, I think that everything is going on well. There is certainly no doubt that in any elections, you cannot expect 100% incident-free. But with our democracy at this stage, I do not think that what we are witnessing should in any way happen. I just watched the portion where the people from Accra are in Akwatia. They have work to do in Accra. A lot of filth, a lot of lights, street lights are not working. So much for the AMA to do. And yet it appears that the entire government machinery is in Akwatia. They do not have the power to vote. They have been staying there for more than 4 days, as I'm told. To what end? To what end? So it is the presence of people who are actually of no use in the constituency that is fomenting the trouble. And I'm sure that if you listen to all these hotspots, the people around which this violence are surrounding are people that are without Akwatia benefits. Alhaji Masood Bugabuga is not going to vote there. Alhaji Sofo Azoka is not going to vote there. Minority leader is not going to vote there. And so you can see that it is not the citizens of Akwatia, the voters of Akwatia, that are actually the problem. But it is the people that transported themselves, imposed themselves, and want their will to be done as against the will of the people of Akwatia. That is where the problem is.
Is this very peculiar of by-elections, or that's just the character and nature of our elections?
Well, because by-elections are just a one-off event, and because they are also limited in scope, right, everybody can gather at one center. You expect this kind of thing to happen. If it is a general elections, everybody is busy trying to secure your polling station, trying to secure your constituency. You will not be able to move from Greater Accra and go and say that you are going to concentrate in Akwatia for the benefit of Akwatia votes. You must maximize the votes in your area before you can start thinking about how other constituencies are doing. But because this is just a limited thing, just 119 polling stations, and look at the resources we have marshaled to Akwatia. Now, I heard the CEO of Adams GH talking about 5,300 police. That is not the end of the story. It is the 5,300 police and the number of days they would have stayed in Akwatia.
Which I think Dr. Norman had already started.
Yeah. How many days are they going to stay there? And why do we need such numbers in this modern era? Simply because people are going to vote. Okay, what benefit, aside that the people of Akwatia deserve a representation in Parliament? To the NDC, what will one Akwatia seat mean to you? To the MPP, what will this one Akwatia seat mean to your numbers? It's such insignificant as to warrant the kind of tension that we have transported into Akwatia. It's so it's insignificant that the importation of the violence cannot be justified.
Yeah.
It will not change the dynamics and the equation in Parliament as to whether you are a minority, either mighty minority or whatever, micro minority. It will not change. The numbers will be the same. You will not be able to influence the dynamics in Parliament. And my brothers in the NDC, I overheard John Mahama at a point, President Mahama. I think in one of his chess outings to give thank you, he said, look, he thought that he was going to get majority votes in Parliament. But he got so many that he doesn't even know what to do with them. And he got the so many without Akwatia. So what is all this hue and cry to show what? And because of this, everything is turned towards Akwatia. I am not excited. And in particular, if the reports are true, that the minority leader was passing and saw an NDC van with posters of the NDC candidate and got off his car to go and start tearing them. That is a no, 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 no. If he realizes that something untoward is done, the security agencies ought to be called upon. But the rule says that, so you will want to look at where the vehicle is not taken into consideration, and you got off from your car to go and start tearing posters. I think that he should have been relaxing.
That's supposed to be ensuring that posters are still not in the area that they're supposed to be during election day. If they fail, I recognize that.
You take the law into your hands and start tearing somebody's posters.
By now, should we be seeing these kind of
and when you do so, and the people decide that they will not permit you to tear the posters, what then becomes of the situation? We will be having not a mean member of parliament, but a minority leader, a significant figure in our democracy, being pummeled and beaten. Because the people that will come there, they may probably even identify or not identify you, and they will beat you.
Okay.
And in some instances, these are just needless provocations. We can handle these situations with more tact, more maturity, and understanding of what democracy is all about.
Doc, you were doing the math, and it looks as though you and Bernard, you're both concerned about the numbers, and as well, you are even concerned about the finance of it. Let me get some clarity. Are you concerned about the number of police presence or how much we're spending on the police personnel? And while at it, help me understand, why are the people intimidated by the police?
Okay. The concern is not only for the quantum of police officers. In fact, the actual number that the IGP said is 5,000. The IGP has created a model for election supervision by the police. If during the general elections we don't have this kind of police detail, violence will erupt in 2028, because everybody is expecting this Akwatia model of police presence to become the standard. If we cannot repeat it, it's going to be horrible.
Will it be an expectation for all electoral areas, or will it be an expectation for certain places that security persons like to describe as hotspots?
All electoral areas.
Really?
Seriously. Secondly, when people see so many police officers, they think something is wrong or something bad is going to happen. And so they tend to be a little bit reticent about going out. They're a bit reluctant to go out. So I can understand why some parents don't want their children to go and vote. But I think they should presume that there's going to be peace and try and go and vote quickly and go back home.
Okay.
If we are looking at the size of the police, I was only talking about the feeding cost. Can you imagine the hotel room cost? And as
deployed in August, but just about 600 of them were deployed.
Reasonable.
That's what happened anyway. The 5,500 were not deployed all at a time in August. Some prisoner.
We are talking about just 119 polling stations.
Yes.
At best, each polling station should have maximum 3 police officers.
Yeah.
At maximum. Nothing more, nothing less. At a minimum, 1 police officer should be able to stand there with others patrolling. What is it that will warrant this humongous number of police personnel at the place? Certainly, it is because of what took place in the rerun of the 19 polling stations at the Ablekuma North and the nasty occurrences. And also some of the intel that we picked, that some political parties were mobilizing tax over 4,000 to invade Akwatia. And if you picked those intel, it was important for you to act upon them. And if so, a political party was to bring about 4,000 people to come and cause the mayhem, then the police will be justified to say, let's outnumber that number.
Do we give them that credit that they may have picked that intel?
Of course, I picked that intel, and I'm sure that, not mentioning names, I send concrete evidence to some of the officers responsible that this is what is being done. And some of the people that were actually asked to do the recruitment were worried. That why should I go and bring people from Boku? Boku is having its own crisis. Why should I bring people from Soutuom? Soutuom is having its own crisis. That they should go and fight some needless issue. So even as they were taking resources to be able to do the recruitment, they didn't feel that it was relevant. And we shared this intel with the security agencies. But I'm saying that if you bring tax, and the police has succeeded in saying that it is zero tolerance for weapons. So even those that have licensed weapons are not supposed to go there with your weapons. If you get the report to the nearest police station, hand over. After the by-elections, you can take your weapon and go. So you didn't need this number of police personnel to be there. Not at all, at all. And see, do you know what it means for the IGP to be stationed at a place? The IGP and then the security around him alone will not be added to the 5,500 police people.
Certainly not.
The second in command and all the COPs, the security around them will not be added to, because those security will be exclusive to monitor the COPs and DCOPs. And that number is not added.
So from a security point, what is wrong? Did you expect that the IGP would be there? But before you answer that, let's go to Akwatia now, where I think the NDC's parliamentary candidate is there to vote.
I have been able to read the book, and it's a win, and win.
Well, yeah, can you come to say? What you have to over saying
Akuyepa, and it's Namidi. I mean, say you better abano, a bear and so I kept Namika radio Sonia, dear say, Yanka come on to your market, you'll be BNC. Ampanso, Zamuni Amuba, Ubia, Yenajuma Kama. The name is a major issue here. I happen. That is Akwatia for you. Yati Amase, process na come apart. Ibia Danaquem, Electoral Commission for your Majuma Senior say. Bambo Body, Unyaku Shroud, or my Bibia as professionals, Emma BBNC. So far, Bibian soon say. I feel so. Omo say your obite o mind in a room ha your more to abandon so to be a comporting home. Bia yes, so your answers will be a so far. Unyamyado bibia could ye come. Yeah,
we get a problem. No, share one way to the trouble about to know. So I by election. So we by election, yeah, and to the beer. All right, yeah, you katra, you all my numbers and will form katra. In ya, Nipa, yeah, radio, so more movie Aquatiana de Bian Aquatia, Aquatia say, now more bits you'll be a mount, kindness or bunny plum better about none yam session. Yan try a cassa and some yan free cream, mobile hayat fair. One, and so, Sabi, what's the radio so now? And now may be no more bohua, ya freebie, if you say at the Beba, it be nam fine, so ya won't pay, so between our baby. Yes, dear my about one ye be and sent to quack another is a adventure area or mine no because uncle, yes, you obedient to me ever channel. Politics in the penny obedient. I'll be the enemy net for another way do it in who now I know do it so far no and no now the work from Kakaba. The good thing they say baby, I may be a strong one. Who said about what if you could see it at present? Who can have vote a few or bar a pija? There are no more indication. Meeting I'm saying I'll go with my own match. So, Ukroma, if we definitely over was through it is a whole vote room cost right as a samato. Do corners a relatively no Kaba election, you can bet me 5, 10, but I would do 12, 15, 20. Let's say at least you have an idea, say a good amount. Patriotic, so far, Yamiado Mekuye. You know about these who coin you maybe also. If you say I didn't know to Abana, you can over room hunter one, and yet now to Abana. Now, some Promotional in moi, your one needs says your Mahama and Naya Casino Uncle Chief Justice report. Yeah, to by election, Tia Jam move. Why not? And now.
Well, you have just been hearing from the NDC's parliamentary candidate, Bernard Bediako, who is just insisting that the areas where he comes from, Tokorase and the other community, he sees that his votes are quite increasing, and that's a good indication for him as well. He also is reassuring that from the beginning of campaigning, or even when he elected himself to want to represent the party, he's been assuring that Akwatia is quite peaceful and is a little over 1 p.m. And he thinks that the pockets of violence is not enough to say that Akwatia, and to use the word, will burn, as persons who do not come from Akwatia have been purporting over the days since campaign started and all of that. And so it's just reassuring that Akwatia is quite a peaceful place, and the election will run till the end of the polls still peaceful. Now, back in the studio, Dog, I was just asking that, is it strange that you have seen the IGP, despite the little over 5,000 personnel that he deployed, he himself as well stationed there? Now I'm hearing that all these 5,500 personnel were not needed. Top of it, he himself goes there. What does that even mean?
There are issues. There is a positive side and there is a negative side. The positive side is that it's okay for him to be there and support his team. He's in a gather with his personnel. And I admire that about a leader who does that. But having said that, he has also removed himself from the overall safety and security concern of the rest of the nation, because he is the center of decision-making, critical decision-making, in security matters around the country.
Right.
So if you are concentrated in one spot, it means that other spots are not that important to you, even though they are equally compelling issues, security issues and safety issues. When you look at what has happened in Banjuri and other places, attention needs to be paid to those places as well. So for me, it is difficult to divide himself into two and be everywhere. And he decided that he's going to be at Akwatia. The model that he has created is very difficult to sustain for the future. Very difficult. It also exposes the country to greater risk. If I were a criminal gang, and I know that you have so many police officers in one place, you are weak in other places. It creates a security dilemma. You are strong in one place, and one place you are weak. Bank robbery, armed robbery, heist. It is a very serious vacuum cleaning that he has created. And we need to look at it very well, study it with his crew, and try to improve upon it if this is the way to go. If not, we're going to have serious problems in the future.
Bernard, you're a politician. As we know, Parliament, NDC's got the majority. You've been saying it here now. NPP as well. Now, what do you think is encouraging these two political parties to want to insist that they must win Akwatia elections, the seats by all means? What is encouraging? What are the motivating factors for NPP? And what's the motivating factor for NDC?
Apart from an ego trip, I don't think that there is any significance for any of the two political parties. Seriously speaking. I have already alluded to the fact that a win of Akwatia for the NPP does not change their status from being the weak minority that they are. A win for the NDC does not change their status from being the strong majority that they are. And it is not this one seat that can change or tilt anything in the parliament that we have currently. And so this grandstanding in Akwatia is absolutely unnecessary.
You don't think it's a call for confidence for the NPP?
Which confidence?
A call for resilience that in the face of our losing, we're here. We told you that this is not the party to be with.
Akwatia is a seat that has been vacillating between the NDC and the NPP.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that on equal numbers, they have won it at the same level. And so it is not a seat that any political party can claim is our own. Depending on the candidate you put up and depending on the economic situation and also the expectations of the people, the dynamics in Akwatia keep changing, right? So it can change now, and in 2028, it will change, right? So given such a constituency, this fight is unnecessary. See, Dr. Norman just put out the thing. Will the IGP be able to put up, assuming that we have 3 by-elections taking place, we know 3 by-elections taking place, will each of the stations, each of the constituencies have 5,000 men?
Not all of the constituencies have a history of violence during elections.
Ablekuma North had history of violence, but it happened.
So you're asking, okay, well.
Ablekuma doesn't have that history, but it happened.
And it's the reason why Ablekuma, he didn't deploy 5,000.
I'm saying that, so you cannot rely on trend analysis to project in accuracy what is going to happen in future. And so given that the fluidity of these issues will determine what will happen, how could anybody anticipate that a 3rd vice chairman of the new Patriotic Party and a 1st vice chairman, people at the pinnacle of leadership, will go and start exchanging blows? So when you at the top are exchanging blows, the people that you are going with, what will they do?
Continue.
What will they do? What will anybody think that the minority leader will get down from his car, walk and go and see a poster and start tearing it? How do you expect the people around you to react? And so the IGP has been soft. He spoke tough, but he's been soft. By now, I shouldn't be seeing him and Alhaji Mashood exchanging. As soon as we got there, you were the people fighting. Go and relax in the Black Maria. So they take you to go and relax in the Black Maria, carry my brother Azoka to the Black Maria, carry the minority leader to the Black Maria, things would have settled. then everybody will know that it doesn't matter your standing in society. But if you become a center for violence, the IGP will act. But they are working. They are still there. I see them talking. So what it means is that we are looking for other people rather than the creme de la creme to get them into the black maria. When you do that, you are not giving confidence to the system that you yourself have put there. Look, are the people of Akwatia, the young people, are they aware that the most important natural endowment for them is diamonds? Are they aware that the state-owned diamond company, the Great Consolidated Diamond Mines, has been sold? Are they aware that their source of livelihood has been yanked away and auctioned to private interests? So if they are aware and they reason with me, then this by-election, probably, they should have been sitting somewhere and just watch people come from Accra, come and walk around and see whether your walking around will translate into the vote. Because see, we elect so that we'll be able to improve our lives. We do participate in these processes so that we can get better services. And I have said time without number that for some awkward reasons, anytime we do elections and put in leaders, they come to tell us that the IMF says that we should reduce the number of people that we have employed or we are employing. For some reasons, they come and tell us that the IMF and World Bank say that the state should sell off things that can bring them revenue and hang on to things that will give them expenditure. Check the list of things that the state has sold out. They are those that could bring revenue to finance the expenditure of the state.
Back to Akwatia. The election in its entirety is not necessary.
No, because if you go and do elections and your economic situation is worse than before, why did you struggle to be in the elections?
What then should happen after the demise of Ernest Kumi?
I'm saying that aside having a representation in parliament, what else do you get? In any case, this is a direct attack on our democracy. You go to parliament and then your parliament is in the whip system. Even when you have a different opinion, the whip system says that this is the position that we hold. So you cannot express contrary opinion to the position that your party or your side of the house holds.
Was it not because of history and what had happened years ago where, you have a government whose representation in parliament is not enough for them to be able to implement their policies? This is not where the whipping system started.
But democracy is about allowing people to ventilate and to speak about issues of concern to them. But now democracy is like, no, you cannot speak about the issues that afflict your people. You must take the general stance. Our party says that we are going to do this.
Yes.
So everybody must do it, even when you disagree. So when we decided, for instance, that we are going to sell Ghana Telecom, people who oppose the sale of Ghana Telecom still had to be shipped to go and vote. So what is the benefit of democracy in such light? And I'm saying that after your vote in Akwatia, they come back to Accra. Your MP, whether NDC or MPP, will be restricted in advocating for certain things because the party whip system will not tolerate it. And worst of all is that, in fact, before you can even make a statement on the floor of parliament, it must be with the support and agreement of your leader. Otherwise, you will not get the chance to make the statement. So you see that our democracy and our parliament is a pretentious one.
You're watching the live coverage of our 360 coverage of the Akwatia by-election happening on the way. It's almost 2 p.m. Started at 7 a.m. and it's been some hours. Recorded a few pockets of violence, maybe, or skirmishes, which is the language you like to use for today, at least. But you also see and know that there's heavy security presence as well in Akwatia. A little later, our lead data and research analyst, Isaac Kofi Eje, will join us shortly for some geospatial analysis for you to understand the geographical area of that Akwatia and why maybe it was necessary for that 5,000 or a little over 5,000 security personnel to be present over there. Again, let me speak to the politician. Bernard, so PNC is not part of this election, but have you done your personal analysis and your projections beyond the global info analytics research? They have projected that the NDC's candidates will win per the samples based on the data they have done. For you, from where you sit, how was it looking for both parties?
Well, I think that it will be, because Akwatia is not an out-and-out one-party constituency. There are constituencies that we do know that the numbers will tell you that this political party with just a little effort will win. But Akwatia is not one of such constituencies. And if you take the outcome of the 2024 elections, for which reason our late brother Ernest Kumi was even still battling, it tells you that the margin of victory was just too narrow and very close. And therefore, any political party can win it. Now, if that was the true reflection of this people's choice, then today, it's obvious that the MPP has fizzled out. They have lost the steam amongst the people. Two things will happen. And I heard your reporter ask people, when they said that when your mother is in the kitchen, you are certain to have some good food, right? After all, when she does, she will fetch some and hide somewhere. If the general will not help you, then you come into the room to get something to feed. And whose mother is in the kitchen? It is the NDC's mother that is in the kitchen. They have a president. They control parliament. And
but if that principle worked, then some members of parliament didn't have to lose their seats. I mean, over the years, you see that there is a certain government, all right, but some members of parliament...
That is who you are talking. We've seen, it is in very rare cases that you see by-elections tilt the other way around.
Okay.
It is in very rare situations.
It's in the analogy of whose mother is in the kitchen.
Yes, I'm just saying that. But when it comes to whose mother is in the kitchen, when it's general elections, then it means that all of us have lost our mothers. And so let's go and start searching for our mothers. And at that point, people go in there to go and cast vote. And that one, you cannot concentrate resources in one particular area. So you have to, what do I call it? You have to distribute the resources and to find out where you are strong, so you maximize votes. Where you are weak, you minimize the votes. And in this instance, I think that it will be a surprise that the NDC doesn't win. It will be a surprise. Because everybody is there.
Okay.
Everybody is there. And once everybody is there, everybody is spending. Right? Yeah. So you may think that, I have heard that there is no vote buying and what have you. But the AMA boss and all his people are there. They are supporting and tipping people to go out there and vote. That may not be the official party stance, but they are spending. CEOs of almost all the state institutions are there. Yeah. They are spending. Will the MPP have the same steam? No.
Okay.
But
Doc, yeah.
I also think that, just in support of what Honorable Mona has said, the political capital and social capital of President Mahama is so huge at this moment, because he's still in a honeymoon period and he's doing very well. And because of that, these factors will propel Bernard Bediako to victory. If he doesn't win, like Honorable Mona has said, his namesake Bernard is going to win. And if he doesn't win, then we will all be very, very surprised. It is also a validation exercise for NDC to see whether the programs that they have launched, the people actually are in support of it. And if MPP wins, if Solomon wins, then NDC have to sit up.
Well, what would that mean? What would that mean?
It will mean that people are not in support, not in alignment with the programs of the NDC. But so far, NDC hasn't done anything that will make people reject it. And so for me, this validation has to happen to give more confidence to the government, to the operatives within the party to work very well. Even though we see a little bit of cleavages happening within the party because of appointments and friends and family kinds of appointments that are happening, they need to correct that. Because if it continues, some of the foot soldiers are complaining they are being neglected. But they are also, NDC government is also creating jobs for the youth. So you see, it's one side down, one side up. Today is up, today is up. So it's very, very difficult to make a conclusive statement about where NDC's acceptance is right now amongst the populace. Okay. This is a validation.
Let's stay with the security part. I mean, now everybody says that it's been relatively peaceful, it's been okay. I like to think that it's usually when the counting starts. And then a part would say that, well, usually this area we should be winning, and the numbers are not adding up the way they expect. This is where you suspect that pockets of violence will start. This is where you have history of ballot snatching, people, which actually happened here in the same constituency in 2009.
I know.
Yes, and so at this point, I see that the police are quite calm. Do you expect this level of security adherence when we start counting?
I think if there is an incident of ballot box snatching, the police has already done the simulation exercise. What I don't like about that simulation exercise is making it available to the media and to the public. The public doesn't have a right to know the strategy and the tactics of the police for a particular intervention. Having made it very clear to the public, now if I wanted to snatch a ballot, I know what I would do. I know how to misdirect you because I know what your strategy is. I know what your tactic is. So I believe that the counting phase is probably the most tense, the most critical moment, irrespective of the 5,500 policemen and women on duty at Akwatia. There are still loopholes that somebody determined, a group determined, can actually sail through.
I still want us to revisit the point where you made that the module that the IGP has introduced or that he has started will be quite difficult for him to sustain. I want you to break that down because, again, I insist and I hear both of you are nearly on that same page, that it's quite an unsustainable approach. But I also maintain that not all of the constituencies are the same.
There are a number of hotspots when it comes to election in this country. So how many of these hotspots do we have? And as we get towards 2028, more hotspots will erupt because of the finality of having power and making decisions about equity, job distribution, status enhancement, and all of that. If government doesn't improve job creation, the more hotspots will erupt. And when it does, if we have 50 hotspots now.
Doc, please stay with me. We'll visit the hotspot conversation again, but I'll take our viewers back to Akwatia, where my colleague, Blessed Soga, is engaging some voters as well.
Guys, everywhere, you can attest to that fact. I have not seen any MPP team going around. The only thing I saw, few guys coming to create confusion. Some of their leaders came ordering that they should pull off posters and pictures and things, which is not necessary. We came with a message, the reset agenda message from JDM, development program. We are now realizing that there's big awareness in the country. Everybody is we've deployed people on the ground. All the centers are working. We have team from Accra, team from other regions to support our people. That is why we are family. NDC, we are one family. When you touch one, you touch all of us. So when we are here, we are not here to do anything different, just to encourage our brothers and sisters, come on board, be part of the reset agenda, and let's understand what is happening.
Do you have a margin by which maybe you want to win the election?
Oh, I, as a sportsman and as a politician, that is telling me that I'll be winning the election hands down. But as for percentage, I'll blow over 54%.
That's good. But we see that some people are
officers here. We have members there who are looking up to them. We don't want violence in the country, so we will not go in for violence. Anything we will try to calm it down. We expect the security service, law enforcement. Yes, we are here to live in peace. If I leave you, I'm going to take my chilled club beer with other MPP guys so that we live in harmony. That is all that I'm expecting.
I wonder why you're leaving me out of the beer.
Nobody needs to go and hurt anybody. All what we want is a peaceful election. As is indicated, we are confident that we are going to win this election by minimum about 53%. And so let us just go campaign to the people, and that's what we are doing. We are focusing on going out there to speak to the Ghanaian and tell them about the good work that John Mahama and his government we've been doing for the last 8 months. And I know that with that, Ghanaians would actually decide that they are going to vote for us, and that's all what it is.
Are you sure that people
not indirect access, who has direct access to the powers that be, so that they can bring along or lobby for opportunities for you? Don't go and be creating problems for yourself by actually going out there and actually choosing people that have to go through somebody to go to somebody. We want direct access, so choose wisely. Choose Bernard Bediako, and we believe that once you make that choice, you will never regret it. Just 2 days ago, 3 days ago, we commissioned a very beautiful state-of-the-art DVLA sort of office in Akwatia. More would come once you choose the right people. So we plead with them, come out. Don't be worried. The police are there to protect us. We are all very aware of what is happening. So just choose wisely, and by the end of the day, Akwatia will be the better for it, and Ghana will be the better for it as well. Thank you so much. I'm grateful. Yeah.
Well, Doc, we've just come back from Akwatia, where some voters have been sharing their sentiments as well. But Doc, you were on the matter of hotspots, yeah?
Yes. It's a dynamic idea in security event like that. That's why I say it's not sustainable, because I believe that the total police force in Ghana is about 43,000 police officers. And
Doc, sorry to cut you, but I'd have to go back to Akwatia now.
That's okay. The NDC's agent as well. Earlier on, we spoke to Haruna Mohammed, who is the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, indicating that he's impressed with the process. Samia Uku himself is also here, and we are going to interact with other people over here. But then this is the Apenaman Park, where we have more than 100 people coming to participate in the Oso Bibika.
Oh, no, Bibi break.
Abani and 2 years.
And 2 years, but and 2 years on your one that's so what I said. I come on your door. Yeah, what Edemaya home. So what I said.
That's it. Yeah, now let's get to speak to Sami Ewuku.
And they were excited to see us here. So I visited some of the police stations. So far, it's been smooth, it's been peaceful and orderly. And I'll commend.
Think that this process for you is free and fair. The post hasn't ended yet, but are you impressed?
So far, where I've visited, all the places I've visited, it's been peaceful. In all fairness, it's been fair. But the polls are yet to end. So somebody will say it's early days yet, but so far...
Of sharing money to delegates to lure them to vote. Is that what is happening?
I just came and I didn't hear that from the people on the ground.
But then about your candidate, how hopeful are you that he's winning?
I came in here with the candidate. He's in my car. Okay. So I came in with him. So far, since morning, I've been with him throughout the almost 20 polling stations or more, 20 to 30 polling stations that we visited. And we have heard more of the NDC side sharing money. And let me issue a caveat. I haven't seen it, but that is what we've been told by the people on the ground, that the NDC have been sharing money. I haven't seen it, but I've raised it with the police. A couple of places that we visited that this allegation has been raised.
Let me ask of your optimism for your candidate. Is he winning?
Optimistic. I'm very optimistic. And I believe that Akwatia will produce Asumadu, who is #1 on the ballot. And I wish them the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is lawyer Sami Ewuku. He made mention of the NPP's candidates being in his vehicle. We would want to try and see if we can get a word or two from the NPP's candidate as well, if that is possible. But it seems like it's something that we cannot do for now. But that is the NPP's candidate in the vehicle with Sami Ewuku. They are touring various polling centers, and they are so far impressed with what has happened. He has indicated that everything is fair, everything is frank with him. We will try to. You see the NPP's candidate Asumadu inside the vehicle, waving at the voters here at the Apraman School Park. From here, they are going to various polling stations. We are unable to talk to Asumadu because he is doing on a tour with Sami Ewuku. But then I have Haruna Mohammed with me. He has been with me here at the Apraman School Park for a very long time. I see Asumadu and he is waving at the voters. Sami Ewuku tells me that they are going to the various polling centers. So far they are impressed. You've also showed your impression so far. Are you still maintaining the fact that everything is in order?
Yes, I am very confident. For Junase, 3 polling stations, Apreman, 6 polling stations. Honorable Asumadu is going to win in the 9 polling stations that are manning. And I'm very confident that victory is going to be ours.
Okay, and in looking at the fact that when we came in here, a lot of people were coming all over your candidate. Does this show a sign that Asumadu would clinch the ultimate at the end of polls?
You see, one thing many people don't know about Asumadu is that this is a young man who has established companies within Akwatia. And if you check very well, Topremai, Abremai, Junase, and all the villages around here, all the communities, Setikrum, all of them, their main source of income is mining. So if such a person is standing for election and he already has these companies and he's now going to have the opportunities to discuss with external factors, that is in terms of the
is in power. It is President John Dramani Mahamat's NDC in government, and they need an NDC parliamentary candidate to lobby for a lot of things for the Akwatia Constituency, something they claim that your side cannot do because you are not in government.
You see, you cannot approbate and reprobate. When we went for Ase North, we were in government. NDC brought a candidate and they won. Why didn't they say that because they were in opposition, they shouldn't vote for them? So they won. That is the same way we are going to win here. We are not in government, but the NDC has not demonstrated that review. They did not budget anything for Akwatia. It means that they don't have any plan for the good people of Akwatia.
And the good people of Akwatia would also ask, what did you do for them 8 years in government?
Brought the Galam stop. We brought what we call responsible mining. Many of the youth here has been licensed to work on the mining systems, and many of them have made a lot of good money. We have also made sure that we put up some number of roads within Akwatia and brought the drip machine to be able to reshape the roads from Akwatia, from Denyima Junction up to this particular place. We brought those particular machines. We have also initiated other hospital projects, and one of the biggest is the Agenda 111. Many of the communities that do not have hospitals, we have been able to put some of them there. We have also brought what we call the free senior high school policy. Do you know the number of youth from this community who have enjoyed from that?
And looking at all the things that you've done for the people of Akwatia, they also cite the same things that even this NDC parliamentary candidate has done for them. They say that he's done a lot of things for them, employed people as well, just as Asumadu has done. And so, is it not cutting? Are we not cutting the same sword?
You see, I have not heard them. Their parliamentary candidate is a lawyer, and in law we call him JJC. He just came. He's just starting his practice. If the person is not a lawyer, who lays the background for law professions? When we talk about lawyers in this country, it is the MBP. So what has he done? He has no company. He has no single company.
He is also an entrepreneur, they say.
He has no company here. He has not employed anybody. And one of the things that we need to know is that he's very dishonest. I went for elections. I said I won the election. I went to court. I took you as my lawyer. Then we went. Certainly the person won. God uses his power to take away Ernest Kumi. Then
he's also a citizen. He has every right to contest for the same parliamentary seats.
You see, he's a Judas in the NDC. Why will you go ahead? Somebody that you believe that the person won.
Says he didn't win after all.
Did he believe that the court said they did not win? He said they were having an election petition. Per the Constitution and per CI 127, the regulations in Regulation 47, they never complied with that. Akwatia's constituency elections was declared on the 6th of January. They filed their petition on the 20-something of December. How do you file a petition without a declaration? How do you file a petition without a gazette? So he himself, as a lawyer, he did not realize
to equally contest for the seat. Would you say that your candidate is winning the election today?
There is nothing that is stopping our candidate from winning. Asumadu is going to win. The people love him. He's the people man. He's very diligent. He's very hardworking. His entrepreneurship